Damn, it's here, it's appeared again. It's that hammer. A new sword-bearer who came to receive a medal excitedly pointed at the miserably-looking Burgess and introduced him to his relatives beside him. As expected of Meister Siege Hammer, truly, you can mistake the name but not the nickname. Another new sword-bearer exclaimed. I feel like Lord Rain's hammer is even more powerful this time. Last time it was just like this, and it smashed the obsidian giant with a single blow. Yeah, this time it's even more powerful, directly taking out a quasi-legendary of the cult with one hit. That's incredibly amazing. The group of sword-bearer newbies who came for the medal ceremony were buzzing with excitement, having found a backbone in seeing Rain's might. Go take them down. Hearing the chatter of the crowd, Burgess naturally also knew the name of this unknown person in front of him. Rain. Fuck, it's this guy. So Freeman wasn't lying. I always thought this guy was just making excuses for failing the mission. Damn, there really is such a monster. And Rain stepped forward, aiming a light hammer at the panicking Burgess. With a cracked sound, a transparent human-shaped phantom appeared from the freshly crushed head of Burgess, displaying a painful expression. Immediately after, as if sucked into a tornado, the phantom circled around Rain several times before being absorbed into the black hardened essence gold warhammer in his hand. Rain's morale-boosting act of killing a high-ranking enemy naturally inspired everyone present to launch attacks on the surrounding Black Flame monks. With the ebb and flow, they managed to beat back the Black Flame monks, whose strength was enhanced by the evil magic array. Meanwhile, Rain first consoled the beautiful woman Jennifer and instructed Viri and Evelyn to protect her. He then rejoined the fray and one by one smashed the heads of the nearly dead Black Flame monks. Each time, a transparent phantom showed a pained expression, circled around Rain, and was absorbed into the warhammer in his hand. The scene left the Black Flame monks shuddering with fear, not leaving a single survivor. Damn, this guy seems more ruthless than an average black wizard. Soon, the Black Flame monks were killed to the point of scattering and fleeing, and Rain quickly gathered the 10 portions of soul energy required for a soul shatter strike. Due to the mirror of fluctuation evidently drawing Admiral Edward and the others into some mysterious place, Rain was momentarily unable to join the battle on Admiral Edward's side. Actually, unless necessary, Rain had no intention of joining their fight. His purpose in accumulating 10 portions of soul energy was for emergencies. Captain, look over there. Viri frowned and pointed in a certain direction outside the window. It seems that giant evil spirit is getting closer to the captain's residence. Angus squinted his eyes and said. Rain followed their line of sight to look. Because the whole structure of Minster's city was built along the mountainside, extending from the bottom to the mid-mountain area. And at this moment, the administrative hall they were in was right on the mountainside, near the highest point of the city, the Griffin platform. Rain could clearly see a giant semi-transparent phantom of a little boy holding a doll girl, rampaging through the houses like toy blocks. Moving step by step from the trade area toward the administrative area, teams of personnel clad in security forces and city guard uniforms surrounded it, while urgently evacuating the nearby populace. Engaging and holding back the enemy were Punishment Knight Brandel and the advisor to the Duke of Minster, who had just gone there. However, likely due to the church's array being damaged last time, Brandel no longer had the light column effect, and the battle situation was gradually becoming unfavorable. In the sky, several Griffin Knights circled, continuously interfering and throwing short spears to attack, but unfortunately, their efforts were futile against a spiritual body such as this. Seeing this, Rain tilted his head and said, Nioro, cast the feather fall technique on me. Make sure to notify them to evacuate immediately. Jennifer, you and Evelyn should head over to the Sword Bearer's branch right away. Who knows when Admiral Edward and the others might suddenly return. If the situation turns unfavorable, it will be too late to retreat. Be careful. The beautiful woman nodded. Though her eyes were still filled with worry, she didn't say much more. Captain, be careful. Angus and several others nearby said one after another. They were well aware that battles at the legendary level were not something they could get involved in. In the current situation, perhaps the only relatively safe places in the entire city are the Sword Bearer's branch and the Goddess Church. At this moment, as Nioro finished casting, a faint white light appeared on Rain's body. Rain felt his whole body lighten. The effect of the floating technique was quite wonderful. Before leaving, Rain casually took down several decorative steel shields hanging on the wall of the hall. In Rain's hands, the shields quickly transformed into steel spears. As he reached the cliff side of the hall, he leapt off, floating toward the giant evil spirit like a light leaf under the influence of the floating technique. Seeing this, Nioro sighed and turned to Angus. Angus, do you think the captain's strength has already reached the quasi-legendary level? Angus nodded, if I didn't see it wrong. When the captain performed his secret technique, the faint glow on the hammer wasn't just original force, but also included the brilliance of will. From this perspective, we can say that the captain's strength is indeed at the quasi-legendary level. Nioro nodded. Looks like we need to work harder, otherwise the gap will only grow larger. It's tough. Angus couldn't help but feel a toothache when he thought about Rain's fast combat skill comprehension and improvement. Having a captain like this is both good and bad. Most dangerous combat tasks could be handled by one person, but this means they don't gain much growth, and over time, the gap will only widen. It's not that they aren't trying, but they just can't keep up with that rate of strength improvement. Couldn't help but recall 2 months ago, during the sword bearer's assessment, he felt the gap between himself and Rain was there, but not huge. But now, the gap between them is not just a little bit. Let's hurry back to the sword bearer's branch first. No one went with Rain because the remaining 4 of them formed a complete combat squad. Defender Angus, Control and Witchcraft attacker Nioro, Melee attacker Viri, and Melee and Witchcraft attacker Evelyn, while also protecting the beautiful woman Jennifer. The group of 5 swiftly moved through the panicked crowd, quickly heading toward the sword bearer's branch. In mid-air, Rain was getting closer to the location of the giant evil spirit. At this moment, Rain could see clearly that the black-robed person beside the giant evil spirit was actually the old acquaintance Freeman. He was shrouded in black flame vines, smiling as he occasionally released evil magic, disrupting the attack rhythm of Punishment Knight Brandel and the Duke's advisor. Similar to a battlefield troublemaker, yet making their side very passive in battle. Speaking of Freeman over there, the task he received was to attract the attention of the Empire and the Goddess Church in the early stages. Freeman naturally understood why Exeter moved him away. But firstly, his strength was inferior, and secondly, the other party was his superior, so Freeman had no choice but to follow orders. Fortunately, at least he was given the gaze of the eye, this already fully charged evil object. One must admit, the power of the gaze of the eye is indeed very strong. No wonder when Burgess handed it to him, his expression was like Freeman had stolen his wife. Before launching the attack, Freeman already had his own plans. Firstly, he placed the attack location in the trading district, which was the most crowded and complicated, rather than the slightly distant civilian area Exeter suggested. The effect was quite good. After the giant evil spirit slaughtered a considerable number of people, it absorbed more souls, growing larger in size, and its power rose accordingly. Even in the face of the siege by 2 quasi-legendary individuals, it still held its ground. This inevitably made Freeman's mind start to become active. He, of course, knew the main goal of this ritual was for Great Priest Exeter's ascension to the epic level. If this plan succeeds, Exeter would naturally rise to a higher level. But the key is, if he can participate in the prayer ritual alongside, he could also receive some blessings from the great hunting god. Yet according to the original plan, he was the decoy. As for participating in the prayer ritual and praying for blessings, he wasn't included at all. In the plan, when he saw 5 pillars of light, he could retreat. But, well, Freeman thought about it and figured he might still have a shot at participating in the prayer ritual. If he could control the evil spirit and pave the way smoothly, then even Exeter couldn't say anything. By then, Exeter would eat the meat, and he could at least sip some soup. Suddenly, Freeman focused his gaze on the giant evil spirit beside him. It seemed to have absorbed enough soul energy. As the opponent's aura swelled to a certain critical point, suddenly it gave a sinister smile, and the girl doll that the little boy had been holding suddenly detached and floated into the mid-air. A chilling oppressive force then spread out from the center of the girl doll, with air currents swirling, as if a black hole appeared in the center of the doll. Not good. The opponent is summoning other evil spirits to descend. The Duke's advisor immediately realized something was wrong. His face changed drastically as he shouted. But before he and Punishment Knight Brandel could stop it, the girl doll let out a piercing scream towards the sky. Instantly, a visible transparent shockwave rapidly spread from it, like a tsunami. More than 100 Imperial security officers and city guards, who were on alert nearby, immediately clutched their heads and wailed in pain. At this moment, the aura of the girl doll surged, an unfamiliar and powerful presence spread out. Clearly, a strong evil spirit had been summoned here and was now residing in the girl doll's body. The girl doll's previously drooping head suddenly lifted. Its semi-transparent body began to elongate and enlarge. Punishment Knight Brandel and the Duke's advisor exchanged a glance, both feeling something was terribly wrong. Because now their enemies had increased from 2 to 3. Now they had to face not only 2 quasi-legendary peak-level evil spirits, but also a master of the Black Flame cult nearby. The situation was very dire. To make matters worse, at this moment, a messenger from the administration hall hurriedly arrived from the rear and shouted loudly, "Sirs, the administration hall has been attacked by the Black Flame cult. Their real target is actually the awarding ceremony. Currently, the Duke and Admiral Edward are using the holy artifact Mirror of Pulsation to stall the opponent's legendary level leader." What? The two's faces changed drastically. Originally, although the situation here was at a disadvantage, as long as they could hold on, the overall situation would gradually turn around. After all, the Goddess Church and the Sword-Holder Minter branch of the Empire would continuously send experts over. But now the problem was over at the administration hall. They hadn't expected the strength of the Black Flame cult to be so formidable. They were aware of the Duke's plan, fishing. It's like using a fishing rod to catch fish, but ended up hooking a shark. The current situation depends on whether the fishing line is strong enough. Seeing this, the Duke's advisor immediately made a decision and quickly said, "Lord Brandel, the situation has spiraled out of control. I suggest we immediately return to the administration hall to assist Duke of Minster in repelling the attack over there, which is the most urgent." Punishment Knight Brandur was momentarily silent. Retreat. He could certainly retreat. But the problem is, if they retreat, it would mean that the 2 giant evil spirits would run rampant in Minster City without any restraint. By then, countless civilians would suffer casualties. As a punishment knight of the Monsoon and Ocean Goddess Church, he felt he couldn't do this. On the other hand, Freeman had never felt so good. He felt he could just push through smoothly. Perhaps he would receive blessings and gifts second only to Great Priest Exeter during the Black Flame prayer ceremony. At this moment, he caught sight of a silver speck in the sky, which seemed to be a strangely shaped bird. But on closer inspection, Freeman suddenly realized it was not a bird, but a knight in silver armor holding a spear. As the opponent rapidly approached and his features became clear, Freeman's eyes widened, his mouth twitched, and his expression revealed a hint of fear. "Rain!" Freeman couldn't help but shout in surprise. In an instant, Freeman recalled the fear invoked by Rain back in Meister. Damn, Exeter and Borges didn't manage to keep that guy here. Damn it, what the hell are they doing? Shoo! A sharp piercing sound filled the air. Rain, still in mid-air, suddenly swelled his right-hand muscles, infusing his spear with original force plus a hint of willpower, and thrust it straight at the boy evil spirit. When the large boy evil spirit sensed the impending danger and looked up sharply, a special spear more than 4 meters long, emitting a glowing white light, flashed past its head. In an instant, the throwing spear pierced through as smoothly as a hot knife through butter. The piercing wound caused the boy evil spirit to let out a miserable howl. Tried to move, but as long as it moved with the will-infused spear in it, it caused soul-splintering pain. This left it immobile, looking as if it were pinned in place by the spear. But it wasn't over yet. Rain quickly drew the 2-handed warhammer from his back, dispelling the floating technique with his will, and plunged from 20 or 30 meters high. This was a hammer descending from the sky. Boom! From the moment Rain struck the semi-transparent phantom of the boy evil spirit, he could clearly feel the resistance transmitted from the hammer head to the shaft, and then to his hands. The boy evil spirit's body became further reinforced, feeling like gelatin, bouncy yet resilient. As the extinction force from Rain's hammer passed through, the giant semi-transparent form trembled layer by layer. As the wave traveled from the top of the young boy's head, down to the ground at his feet. In an instant, the entire evil spirit of the young boy exploded as if a heavy bomb within his body had been detonated, his gelatinous form bursting forth, belching a massive amount of white smoke. It was as though a basin of water had been poured directly onto a scorching steel block, and white steam enveloped the scene instantly. At the same time, a pungent stench spread out simultaneously. It was like the wails of hundreds of people, the piercing screams reverberating in the hearts and ears of those present. Witnessing this scene, everyone was stupefied. Freeman was especially frozen in place. However, due to the enduring nature of evil spirits, the young boy's phantom quickly appeared again hazily in mid-air. Yet, its overall state had deteriorated significantly. If its originally semi-transparent spiritual body had the consistency of jelly, then now it was much thinner, looking barely stronger than foam. Clearly, the annihilating hammer delivered by Rain had severely injured the young boy's evil spirit. At this moment, the summoned evil spirit, occupying the female doll, regained its senses, let out a scream with its head raised, while its claws suddenly extended with long nails, making a motion to pounce on Rain. And at that moment, Rain's warhammer lightly nudged the reappearing evil spirit of the boy. The effect of this hammer was distinctly different from the previous one. This time, everyone around felt that Rain's hammer was like an iron mallet striking a mirror. The young boy's evil spirit, which had just restored its form, appeared terrified. A quasi-legendary peak power evil spirit showing a look of fear was something unprecedented for those present. The scene froze at that moment. Snap! The young boy's evil spirit shattered instantly like a glass-made doll, fragmenting piece by piece from head to toe, and then these fragments turned into white powder, slowly drifting down to the ground. No reappearance, just directly transformed into a handful of evil spirit dust. Seeing this, the strong evil spirit that was making a move to attack trembled all over, showing fear. Its sharp claws almost touched Rain's back but dared not pierce him. At that very moment, a crisp crack sound came from Freeman's embrace. The dumbfounded Freeman looked down, seeing that the frame of the oil-painting gaze of the eye suddenly cracked open. This immediately stirred up a storm in Freeman's heart, shouting inwardly, "I knew it! I knew it! This Rain is a monster. Encounter him. Absolutely no good will come of it." Freeman's emotions turned nearly manic. No wonder, twice already. Twice this happened. Last time, he had spent tremendous effort to awaken the ancient hero Mong, who absolutely could not lose, yet he was slain by the opponent. And this time was the same. An evil spirit seemingly possessing almost immortal qualities was turned into evil spirit dust by the opponent with merely 2 hammers. This defies all logic. Didn't you see that the punishment knights of the goddess church could only barely contend with evil spirits? Even though their divine arts inflicted considerable damage on evil spirits, it still took repeated and sustained damage to completely annihilate them. But Rain, this monster, only 2 hammers took down a quasi-legendary level evil spirit. In an instant, Freeman felt a wave of chills rushing from the tailbone throughout his body, extinguishing all battle intent. At that moment, Rain slowly turned around, smiled at the female doll evil spirit poised to pounce. Why not grab it down? In the next second, the summoned evil spirit let out a scream. Its powerful aura suddenly vanished without a trace, while the female doll floating in the air seemed to lose some force, rapidly plummeting to the ground. Immediately after, it quickly weathered away and vanished. This left Rain just about to attack, shaking his head. Somewhat helpless, he had been ready to charge up to unleash the annihilating hammer once more, but hadn't expected the opponent to escape so decisively. What he had just cast was none other than a soul shatter strike charged with 10 portions of soul energy. Disregarding defense, true damage was so effective against evil spirit-like spiritual bodies. Last time when he encountered this young boy evil spirit, he thought of using it, but back then he hadn't gathered 10 portions of soul energy. As for, why not use soul shatter strike on the familiar face, Freeman? It's simple. He's unworthy. Punishment Knight Brandel had noted when he first met Rain that this young Imperial swordsman was powerful, but now it seemed that powerful was an understatement. He could understand Rain's first hammer appeared to be some kind of top-level secret technique of hammer-type weapons, pushing the shock power to the extreme, creating the force to crush everything. But the second hammer, he genuinely couldn't fathom. It was as if a strike exerted by the divine. Duke's advisor Minoru Levin was left utterly dumbfounded. From the expression, it seemed like some inherent perception was crumbling. Meanwhile, Freeman was in an ice-cold pit. To have the summoned evil spirit frightened away, is he even human? Whoosh. Freeman immediately turned and fled. He rushed swiftly into the distance, while his legs quickly became enveloped in black airflow. Slow technique. But Freeman forgot that his opponent, aside from Rain, also included the Duke's advisor, second-level liquidization wizard, who immediately cast the slow technique to impede his movements. The Punishment Knight and Rain chased after him nearly simultaneously, with 2 warhammers striking towards his back in an instant. If he got hit, he would be finished. Freeman steeled his heart and fiercely threw the oil-painting gaze of the eye towards the two of them. Boom! A violent explosion suddenly erupted between Rain's warhammer and the oil painting. In just a moment, the oil painting gaze of the eye was pierced through by Rain's annihilating hammer. Like a leaking balloon, hundreds of soul phantoms, trailing long tails of flames, soared directly into the sky from the breach. Multiple shockwaves swept through the surroundings. Even Rain and Brandel had to take defensive postures, using their techniques to fend off the impact of the massive soul energy. When the dust settled, Freeman had already used the momentum of the shockwaves to run several hundred meters away. This distance wasn't far for Rain, and he planned to catch up immediately. Last time, this guy got lucky and escaped when they were in Meister, but this time. Suddenly, everyone present turned to look towards the city peak, where the Mingster Administrative Hall was located. The originally extinguished 5 black light pillars were remarkably reactivated at this moment, and they seemed to be growing more intense. Clearly, someone was reopening the evil magic array. What a lucky guy. Escaped with his life again. Rain looked at the distant figure in the black robe, shook his head slightly, and said, he naturally knew what was important. The evil spirit that might endanger his family's safety had been eliminated. Now the most important thing was to stop the Black Flame cult's ritual from commencing. After all, no one knew what catastrophic consequences would come from the activation of the opponent's evil magic array. However, who could the person restarting the evil magic array be? Was it the Black Flame cult's backup plan, or that legendary-level individual called Exeter by the Duke of Mingster? Rain glanced down at the black two-handed warhammer in his hand. He was pleasantly surprised to find that after his warhammer shattered that bizarre oil painting, 10 portions of soul energy had been instantly replenished. This meant he could use Soul Shatter Strike once again. Meanwhile, Mingster Administrative Hall. On the entire hall floor, black lines, curves, semicircles, and other complex black patterns emerged, collectively forming a massive and mysterious pattern. The 4 people who had been pulled out of reality by the wave mirror had now returned to the center of the hall. All 4 were in poor condition, with the most severe injuries suffered by the goddess, Church's ascetic monk lying on the ground, struggling to get up. There was a baby fist-sized penetrating wound in the center of his chest, almost taking away all his vitality. Admiral Edward's injuries were also severe, kneeling on one knee with one hand on his sword. Part of his side, including armor and flesh, seemed entirely missing, with the wound forming a semicircle, blood gushing out continuously. The Duke of Mingster's armor of the coiling serpent was shattered in several places, revealing injuries deep enough to see bone. Your strength is actually this strong. The Duke of Mingster pointed at Exeter with a trace of astonishment and regret in his eyes. In contrast, Exeter, though covered in many wounds, suffered none that were fatal, making him the least injured. Moreover, black energy was swirling up from the ground, quickly covering his wounds. His wounds were healing rapidly, visible to the naked eye. Looks like I've won this time, Exeter said as he glanced around, noticing that Burgess and his elite subordinates were not present, feeling a bit puzzled. Although these sacrifices in the plan escaped, having you 3 here is enough. Plus, the effect will certainly be better than all of them combined. Thinking of something else, a smile appeared on Exeter's face, and he continued, by the way, I'd like to give you a piece of advice. In the face of absolute power, any scheme is meaningless. O great God of hunting, you are the eternal light, the newborn sun, bringing dawn and hope to the world. With Exeter's chanting, the evil magic array suddenly burst with surging energy waves. This wave of energy was so powerful that Duke of Minter and Admiral Edward's faces changed drastically, quickly retreating outside the area of the evil magic array. Just at this moment, outside the entrance of the chamber hall, dense footsteps sounded. Although after the recent attack, most of the decorated barons and viscounts had escorted their families away first, there were still a considerable number of elite guards within the chamber hall. After defeating most of the Black Flame monks, the guards now returned to the hall again. Seeing the injured Duke of Minter and Admiral Edward, the guards were shocked and rushed forward to assist. But as soon as they stepped into the core area of the evil magic array, they seemed to fall into a swamp, the mighty hindrance nearly immobilizing them. Trying to move legs or extend hands required all their strength, taking dozens of times longer, instantly making the guards within the evil magic array move in slow motion. However, this was not the most frightening. The The most frightening was the black air rising from the ground like pythons, wrapping around their calves and rapidly spiraling upward. In an instant, these elite guards, whose strength was roughly at the official knight level, began to tremble all over, seemingly unable to control their bodies, as if their blood had a consciousness of its own, being attracted by some invisible force. At this moment, the guards trapped in the evil magic array had crimson blood seeping from various apertures like ears, nose, mouth, and even eyes, floating in the air like tiny blood snakes, quickly converging towards Exeter's position. This horrific scene made everyone gasp in shock. "Quickly retreat. Those not at the level of Great Knight do not enter." Duke of Minter forcefully waved his hand towards the continuously arriving guards, his face anxious, shouting loudly. Meanwhile, the area where Duke of Minter and Admiral Edward stood was closer to the core of the evil magic array, the air heavy as if filled with silt. Although they could control the abnormal movement of their blood, it felt as though hundreds of hands were grasping their feet. In grave injury, even with their strength, retreating was extremely difficult, moving slowly. "O great God of hunting, please accept the humble, offer the sacrifice." Exeter's chanting grew more intense, his expression increasingly fervent and excited. He first focused his gaze on the goddess church ascetic who was on the verge of death. He reached out with his right hand, a loose grip, instantly enshrouding the other with massive black air, infiltrating, swiftly standing upright with arms wide open. The next second, the ascetic, originally exuding a sacred, serene aura, suddenly shook as if sieving, pupils rolling up. With a final scream, it exploded violently. The blood once belonging to the ascetic, shattered organs and broken bones splattered around, covering the center of the evil magic array. Stimulated by this, the ritual instantly reached its climax. It seemed influenced by their great priest's summoning. Sensing the increasingly intense aura of the prayer ritual, the remaining scattered black flame monks re-emerged from the side door. Each one appeared fervent, kneeling towards the center of the evil magic array, loudly praying. Compared to Duke of Minter and Admiral Edward's stunned expressions, Exeter's face was filled with immense excitement and joy. It is known that he paid immense effort and hardship to smoothly advance to the level of third-level crystallization wizard, but this was already the limit of what his aptitude could achieve. Chance was something beyond control. Without external influence, his strength would no longer have significant advancement in his lifetime. But the god of hunting gave him another option. In the next second, a surge of overwhelming black energy like a tornado arose around Exeter, slowly lifting him into the air, and around him flashed black lightning briefly. An indescribably terrifying aura spread out. It seemed a high-ranking entity cast a sliver of attention here. Exeter's aura began to surge sharply. Ha! Exeter found that his injuries healed instantaneously, not to mention his body filled with abundant energy. This feeling was unprecedentedly wonderful. Meanwhile, in the trade district at the Evil Spirit battlefield, 2 Griffin Knights arriving for support descended rapidly from the sky after grasping the battle situation. This Griffin Knight was none other than Fish. Descending from the Griffin, Fish looked anxious, quickly stepped forward and bowed slightly to Rain, Brandel and Minor, saying, "Lord Rain, Lord Brandel, Lord Minor, the situation in the chamber hall is unfavorable, urgently needing your assistance. The 3 lords can ride our griffins and go there immediately." The 3 exchanged a glance, nodded, and quickly stepped forward, mounting the griffins. Minor had intended to inquire about the mystery of Rain's hammer, but now was not the right time. As the griffin soared into the sky, in front, controlling the griffin, Fish quickly said, "Lord Rini, the situation isn't looking good. This time, the leader of the Black Flame cult is extremely powerful. Even the Duke and Admiral Edward together were defeated and seriously injured." Is the situation that bad?" Rini furrowed his brow. "You know, whether it's Duke Minter or Admiral Edward, judging by the aura they've just displayed, their strength seemed subtly superior to his. Moreover, there's that even more powerful ascetic aiding them. Under such circumstances, even the 3 combined were defeated." This made Rini feel somewhat uneasy. "Yes, Lord Rini. He's the one who reactivated the evil magic array." Fish quickly nodded. He greatly admired Rini, younger than him but far more powerful. Ever since seeing Rini go head-to-head with the ancient hero Mong, Fish replaced his idol from Viscount Filk to Rini. Administration Hall. At this moment, the reinforcements from the sword-bearer branch also burst into the hall. Leading the charge were Rini's old acquaintances, Rock team leader Batista, Ramil, and others. In truth, this was currently the highest-ranking team from the Sword-Bearer branch. Since Rossby County and Mace County were still engaged with the Sea Clan, most sword-holder teams had already been dispatched. On the other side of the hall, another door suddenly opened, led by a punishment knight who bore a striking resemblance to Brandur, similarly wielding a silver two-handed warhammer. Following him were more than 5 deans and dozens of temple knights, indicating that the support forces of the goddess church had also arrived. Upon seeing this, Duke Minter struggled to call out, "Quick, interrupt his ascension." The 2 reinforcements immediately noticed Exeter floating in mid-air, with his aura continuously rising, and swiftly reacted, launching various forms of witchcraft and divine arts at Exeter wrapped in black fumes, like fireworks released during a ceremony. But these colorful energy attacks were blocked by the immense whirlwind of black air spinning rapidly around him, meters away from Exeter's body. Close-range attacks were virtually impossible. 7 or 8 temple knights and sword-bearers, armed with sword and shield, had just stepped into the evil magic array, and they were like flies caught in flypaper, almost unable to move. Luckily, their teammates quickly pulled them out. In the central area of the evil magic array, any combatant below the level of a great knight couldn't control their own blood and bodily fluids. They were basically sent there to die. Instead, they become the resources for Exeter's ascension ceremony. Batista and that punishment knight were the only 2 who could charge into the evil magic array and not be significantly affected. Batista, don't worry about us, quickly interrupt his ascension. Otherwise, once he completes his ascension, there might be no one in Minter who can resist him. Admiral Edward struggled to support himself, solemnly instructing Batista, who intended to rescue him. Indeed, if he successfully ascends, he'll become an epic-level powerhouse, and Minter will be defenseless. Duke Minter, standing by, said with a grave expression. Batista nodded with a solemn expression, retrieving an imitation Emperor's scepter from his back, and swiftly hurled it at the enormous black vortex floating in the air. Instantly, the imitation Emperor's scepter burst out with a torrential and grand aura, violently colliding with Exeter's black stream of air. However, as a third-level crystallized wizard, Exeter's strength far surpassed the chief priest of a county town. Even the imitation Emperor's scepter couldn't break the defense of the black whirlwind, only causing a dent before its energy was depleted, falling to the ground. Nonetheless, Batista's strike caught Exeter's attention, who initially intended to attack Duke Minter. Raising his hand, palm directed at Batista, suddenly, a bowl-sized black beam shot straight at Batista. Boom! In an instant, Batista, wielding a shield, was blown away over 10 meters. His shield shattered at first contact, simultaneously almost completely shattering Batista's left arm. A single strike incapacitated a peak knight. This level of power nearly brings despair. Suddenly, Exeter's originally joyful expression changed drastically. Not good. This power. No, great god of hunting, you cannot. Ah! Only hearing Exeter's scream of anguish, he lost control instantly. The originally orderly black energy suddenly became berserk, and he rapidly spun in mid-air, with suction force surging. Originally, Exeter could control the ceremony's rhythm, but it seemed a majestic presence had just projected a streak of power onto this evil magic array, and onto him. Even as a third-level crystallized wizard, Exeter could not withstand such a majestic force. He seemingly overestimated his willpower, losing his self amidst the muttering and powerful energy absorbed excessively. At this moment, the essence blood absorption magnified at least tenfold, and the surrounding corpses that hadn't been processed yet were all turned into resources for the ceremony. In the next second, it wasn't just the essence blood, but those with insufficient strength within the evil magic array. Their flesh and skin were all absorbed by Exeter. This horrifying scene terrified the Black Flame monks participating in the prayer ritual, and they kept retreating in fear. Not enough. All of you, come into my embrace, with an incredibly sharp and almost inhuman howl from Exeter. Instantly, the red light of the ritual expanded suddenly, engulfing all the surrounding Black Flame monks, and in the next second, these monks screamed miserably as their flesh and skin were sucked away, leaving only blood-streaked skeletons on the ground. It seemed to have reached a certain tipping point. The red light no longer diffused, but swiftly contracted. The spinning Exeter, now quietly suspended in mid-air, uttered a deep, inexplicably terrifying voice from his mouth, strangely speaking. Such a disgusting aura. With a gentle gesture, A black beam as thick as a bowl shot directly into the defensive array of the goddess church, and the leading punishment knight let out a roar but was a tad too slow in swinging his hammer to block. The intensely condensed black beam instantly pierced through the chest armor on his body, went straight through his back, and even penetrated several temple knights behind him. Poof! This punishment knight, who resembled Brandel greatly, spat up a mouthful of blood. Kneeling on the ground, but he still struggled to support himself with the two-handed warhammer in his hands, preventing himself from collapsing. In mid-air, "Lord Rain, be careful, I'm landing now," Fee shouted, quickly maneuvering the griffin into a rapid dive. Suddenly, as Rain and his companions were preparing to land, they noticed the 5 black beams surrounding the administration hall seemed to be attracted by some force, rapidly converging towards the center. In the next second, they combined into a massive black beam several times thicker than before. The beam instantly pierced through the top of the administration hall, shooting straight into the sky. At the same time, the surging energy and the terrifying aura that filled the air was palpable even to those high up in the air. Under full control, the Griffin Knights barely prevented their terrified griffins from losing control. Not good, faster. The punishment knight Brandel on another Griffin Knight seemed to realize something and urged eagerly. Through the shattered hall top, Rain could clearly see the scene inside resembling a slaughterhouse, with their side utterly at a disadvantage. Brandel's pupils contracted sharply, because he saw his own brother, the punishment knight Brannar, kneeling on the ground with a basin-sized bloody hole in his chest, the corpse standing upright, propped by the two-handed warhammer he tightly clutched all along. Brandel, without a moment of hesitation, leapt down directly from over 10 meters high in mid-air in inexplicable grief. The Duke's advisor beside him timely interjected, confirming Rain's guess. "That's Brandel's brother, his only living relative." Rain nodded gravely. The two fell silent for a moment, then quickly kept pace with Brandel charging ahead. Seeing one's relative, even the only relative, die before your eyes, that feeling. Lord Brandel, the surviving members of the church side, seeing Brandel arriving, excitedly came forward. "Everyone, the goddess is watching everything here. Now, it's time to prove your courage, fearless in the face of a formidable enemy, worthy of the divine grace." As Brandel chanted loudly, the temple knights, their faces filled with excitement, also began to chant boldly. With each chant Brandel performed, his entire aura rose more and more. The 5 bishops exchanged glances beside them, nodded, their faces solemn to the extreme. Then they all began chanting and casting spells. With their hands facing outward, half a meter ahead, a dense blue energy converged. In the next second, 5 blue energy beams simultaneously shone on Brandel. Instantly, Brandel's aura surged dramatically, leaping from a quasi-legendary to a legendary level. This immediately caught the attention of the high-ranking being possessing Exeter's body. With indifferent eyes, he glanced at Brandel and coldly spoke, "Just a slightly stronger ant." "Seeking death," words that were cold, unfamiliar, and seemed devoid of any human emotion came from his mouth. This instantly reminded Rain of a term from a previous life called the uncanny valley effect. Though speaking in human language, the strange voice and tone seemed like some unknown creature mimicking human speaking, giving a sense of horror and dread. Rain looked at the scene in front of him and surveyed the surroundings filled with severely injured members of their side, Admiral Edward, Batista, Ramil, and others. He knew that at this moment he couldn't retreat. If he didn't want to end up like Brandel, seeing his family lying in a pool of blood, he must do something. Because once this monster, whether it's a human or an evil god's possession, completes the ritual, then, in the event that follows, there might not be many survivors left in Minster. Rain's thoughts moved slightly. As if hearing a summons, the spiritual greyhound Kai at Rain Mansion. The fast-stepping horned horse Little Black, and the blood-feathered horned eagle Blood Feather in the sky all rushed quickly towards Rain's current location. Rain drew his two-handed warhammer, staring directly at Exeter. At this moment, most of the opponent's attention was focused on the legendary-level Brandel. Brandel was surrounded by a dense blue glow, as tangible as amber. Facing the incoming black beam, the silver warhammer in his hand stood right in front of the black beam at the critical moment. Boom! One black, one blue, 2 mighty energies began their clash. Even with the anthems of many knights, plus the divine arts blessing of 5 archbishops, Brandel's situation was still very dire. Bang! Bang! Every crisp sound marked another knight falling heavily. Faced with such a fearsome scene, Exeter obviously directed all his attention here. Great opportunity. In an instant, the ground under Rain's feet suddenly cracked, and he shot forward like a silver lightning bolt straight at Exeter in the center of the evil magic array. Under the blessing of original force and will, the warhammer in Rain's hand charged into the energy-surging evil magic array unstoppable. Annihilating hammer. The dark two-handed warhammer in Rain's hand struck the black tornado before him, opening a small gap instantly. Exeter turned his head in surprise, as if he had not expected someone could break through his external defense. Soul shatter strike. Suddenly, an invisible ripple directly hit the opponent. In an instant, the opponent let out a miserable scream, extremely shrill, as if he had suffered tremendous damage. But the counterattack also arrived instantly, with the opponent's hands gathering intensely dense black radiance, striking fiercely at Rain's chest. The magic-enhanced silver shield was shattered instantly. The mithril-engraved chest armor also shattered at a touch. Even Rain's final defense, the advanced steel body, failed to stop this strike. Crack! Rain's chest bone was completely shattered, a grapefruit-sized bump protruding on his back, his entire body being catapulted tens of meters away. However, after delivering this blow, Exeter also became not quite right. His body started twitching like a sieve, and that trace of majestic aura seemed to slowly fade under the soul shatter strike. Although that aura disappeared following Rain's attack, Exeter in front of them did not die, but entered a kind of, how to put it, an oddly balanced state. As a third-level crystallized wizard, his spiritual strength was not weak. But he encountered a higher-level sudden projection possession, leaving him unable to resist temporarily. Yet Rain's attack just now shattered that higher-level projection and severely injured Exeter's original soul. This left him somewhat incoherent now. However, Exeter was still influenced by some unspeakable great power. Flesh, he kept muttering. Flesh, his whole body swelled like a balloon, acting purely on instinct, reaching for the remaining survivors around him. A guard was unfortunately caught, and in an instant, only a pile of bones remained, blood, flesh, and skin completely devoured and absorbed. Exeter now appeared extraordinarily bizarre, with no clear visage and his skin all bulging. Seemingly unable to contain so much flesh inside, yet it was still being stuffed in forcefully. After a bizarre transformation, what appeared before everyone was an enormously fat figure, 4 meters tall and 3 meters wide. At this time, in the corner of the hall, where Rain had been thrown, a big hand wearing a silver plate armor glove suddenly reached out from the rubble, touching the suddenly appearing gigantic spiritual greyhound. Instantly, a green arc, as thick as a child's arm and leaping like a squirrel, was conducted from the spiritual greyhound to Rain's palm. Immediately after, a second green arc appeared, originating from a robust black unicorn that had just entered. Finally, the sky echoed with a loud eagle cry, and suddenly, the third green arc appeared. In a moment, 3 visible green arcs, jumping like high-voltage currents, connected the 3 feral beasts in Rain's body. Rain slowly rose, and pebbles rolled off his body. It hurt so much. Rain looked down at the indentation at his chest. This was the first time he had sustained such a severe injury. Fortunately, before it happened, he had already commanded his 3 battle pets to arrive. After casting the signature skill of Beast Priest, Beastly Vitality LV3, active, Rain felt 3 surging torrents of heat emanating from his 3 battle pets, swiftly circulating at his chest. This heat flow had the dual effect of restoring energy and healing injuries. Rain half squinted his eyes, sensing the tingling sensation at his chest as the damaged bones and muscles rapidly healed. A few seconds later, at the cost of his 3 battle pets' exhaustion, Rain straightened himself again, full of spirit. Meanwhile, Sword-Bearer's branch. Ordinarily, the branch strictly prohibited non-sword-bearer personnel from entering due to the severe cult attack. The Sword-Bearer's branch allocated the first floor of the administrative building to shelter some of the displaced citizens. The elegant woman Jennifer was arranged in the office of the Support Enhancement Department, together with Deputy Officer Melanie. Now that the lady is settled, shouldn't we be supporting the captain? Viri said seriously. I agree. Evelyn was the first to consent. I agree too, we can't let the captain fight alone. Angus nodded. But we need to do something more. Nyoro added. This time the enemy is a cult. We should head to the exchange hall to rent a replica Emperor Scepter. I heard it's highly lethal against cult powerhouses. Exactly, so what are we waiting for? Quick, let's go exchange. In the administrative hall. The moment still in the corner, Rain did not opt to join the fray immediately, but instead quickly observed Exeter, who resembled a beast. Since the trace of high-level aura vanished, Rain noticed that this guy seemed to have lost his mind. Enormous Exeter raised his left hand, and several black spherical flames suddenly appeared above his palm. The next second, they were blasted towards all the living beings around. Even the few remaining black flame monks fell victim to the attack. Several black flame monks also fell screaming, quickly turning to charcoal, further confirming Rain's suspicion. Which means the opponent's attack at the moment had no specific target. All that was intended was slaughter, devouring flesh. Exeter's conduct of indiscriminate attack made him more like a beast than a human right now. However, having gone through a botched ascension ritual, Exeter's physical strength had now reached an extremely exaggerated level. He was probably even top level among the legendary. Rain saw colorful first-level witchcraft hitting Exeter's skin, and yet no wounds appeared. Terrifying defensive power. And for those below Great Knight level, Exeter was nothing short of a nightmare. Because despite his bulky frame, his speed was incredibly fast. Great Knights could barely react and tumble and dodge. But those slightly weaker could either die from a bump or get injured from a scratch. Quick, have everyone pull back. Anyone below Great Knight level staying here means death. Admiral Edward quickly said, wounded. Anyone not an official wizard or Great Knight, get out. Ramil shouted beside him as well. Seeing this scene, Rain knew it was time for him to step up. If he didn't go forward to restrain, the situation might soon become untenable. Without hesitation, Rain immediately used his attribute points, adding a point to strength, restoring his physical strength to peak, while gripping tightly his hardened essence gold warhammer. The next second, the marble ground beneath his feet suddenly shattered like a spider web. Rain dashed out a silver line, rapidly charging toward the out-of-control Exeter, the air rippling around him with water like waves, while a fierce airwave conducted in all directions. An opponent who has lost their mind is easier to deal with than in that previous state. Facing the incoming Rain, the mindless Exeter seemed to possess some instinct, almost as if he knew Rain was the culprit behind his ascension failure, and also seemed to know Rain wouldn't be easy to handle. Exeter swiftly grabbed a long-handled war knife left on the ground by someone unknown and viciously chopped towards Rain. Even though Rain could instantly transform his shield or cast witchcraft metal barrier to block, at this moment, he wasn't inclined to confront head-on. After all, the opponent's level was above his, and face-to-face confrontation had to be done out of necessity. His primary goal was to buy time for his side to breathe and adjust. So Rain's toes touched the ground again. He swiftly turned to Exeter's left side, launching an attack. However, Exeter's reaction was also extremely swift. Suddenly, he slammed the hilt of his long-handled sword heavily into the ground. Boom! Instantly, a visible shockwave shattered the marble floor within 4 to 5 meters around him into rubble. The power of this casual strike was completely on par with a peak knight using an advanced secret skill. However, at this moment, Rain was not fighting alone. As Rain captured the opponent's attention at the front, the Duke's advisor Minor and Ramil, among others, began to cast witchcraft to attack the opponent. In an instant, colorful witchcraft hit Exeter's bulky and massive body, exploding with a resounding boom. Due to his tough constitution, although most witchcraft could not inflict significant injuries, it greatly troubled him as witchcraft explosions caused pain and obscured his vision. This made Exeter increasingly irritable. Meanwhile, Brandel the Holy Knight seized the opportunity and gathered his last bit of strength to rush forward. The silver two-handed warhammer in his hand suddenly brightened, and a giant warhammer shadow several meters long struck heavily at Exeter's fat back. Boom! The legendary-level charging strike immediately hit Exeter's back, creating a large open wound the size of a basin. Although wisps of black gas continually tried to heal the wound, the dense blue energy attached to the wound hindered its healing. This strike made Exeter roar in anger and pain. The counterattack was instant. A circular black flame impact sent Brandel, who had just successfully landed a strike, flying over 10 meters, crashing heavily onto the ground. Due to the recent battle, the elite knights of the Goddess Church were almost completely wiped out, including the 5 bishops who fell to the ground after using some self-sacrificing divine arts. This caused the dense, almost tangible blue light around Brandel to begin dissipating. His power swiftly plunged from legendary level back to quasi-legendary level. Moreover, The kind of divine arts that gathered everyone's power and significantly boosted strength clearly had severe side effects. At this moment, after being knocked away, Brandel seemed to struggle even to stand up. Completely wiped out, Rain's peripheral vision noticed that all the Black Flame monks had been slaughtered by the figure before him. This forced him to abandon his plan of stacking tenfold soul energy to use Soul Shatter Strike to finish the opponent in one go. "Captain Catch." Suddenly, a familiar voice rang out from outside the hall. Yoro and Angus came rushing into the hall, and Angus tossed the replica Emperor scepter towards Rain. The white scepter traced an arc in the air and landed steadily in Rain's hand, and Yoro beside him continued to shout, "Captain, use them freely. We have more here." The remaining people took out replica Emperor scepters from behind them and waved them at Rain. Rain couldn't help but laugh. These guys, did they bring back all the stock from the sword bearer's branch? Now, perhaps there's no need to push so hard. Without further hesitation, seeing Exeter angrily charging towards Brandel again, Rain's hardened fine gold instantly transformed into 3 kite shields swirling around. Rain wielded the replica Emperor scepter and swiftly charged towards Brandel. He couldn't let a fearless hero die before him. Clang! In the blink of an eye, Rain stepped forward, standing directly in front of Brandel, parrying Exeter's sword strike with brute force. Under the control of the metal barrier, the 3 hardened fine gold kite shields had long overlapped. But still, they were sliced through 2 layers in an instant. Rain barely blocked the strike with the last shield, but his legs below the knees had already sunk into the hard marble floor. Annihilating hammer. Rain's muscles swelled as he roared, driving the replica Emperor scepter heavily into Exeter's fat abdomen. Boom! The annihilating force combined with the wisp of Emperor's power in the scepter doubled the impact, and with a loud boom, a basin-sized penetrative wound appeared at the opponent's waist and abdomen. The blow severely injured the opponent. Even in his confused state, Exeter showed a pained expression, staggeringly retreating several steps. "Captain Catch." It wasn't over. Rain caught the second replica Emperor scepter tossed by Nyoro, spun around swiftly to Exeter's left side and struck again. Boom! Now Exeter had 2 basin-sized bloody holes in his waist and abdomen. The black gas couldn't heal in time. Rain's consecutive bursts forced the opponent to kneel on the ground. Strike while the iron is hot. Rain replenished his strength to restore stamina, instantly leaping high, his hardened fine gold shield rapidly morphing into a 2-handed warhammer, delivering a heavy blow to the howling Exeter. Pop! The sound of a clean skull cracking rang out. Blackened hardened essence gold warhammer struck the opponent's forehead. A large clump of a white jelly-like substance, mixed with red liquid, sprayed out from the back of Exeter's head, forming a large fan-shaped splatter on the ground. No matter how hard the opponent's skull was, it couldn't withstand the attack of the top-secret technique Annihilating Hammer. Instead, due to its hardness, it caused the sound to be exceptionally crisp. The entire hall could hear it clearly. Huff Huff Rain still maintained his posture of holding the hammer with both hands, swinging downwards, his breath slightly hurried, seemingly not yet completely detached from the intense focus state of combat just now. And with Exeter's death, a peculiar aura began to diffuse around his bloated corpse. This aura was filled with a vast, grand, and majestic feeling, and Rain also vaguely felt it was somewhat familiar. It seemed to be the aura from that high-level projection he had just annihilated with the Soul Shatter Strike. Could it be that I can gain talent points again this time? This familiar scene made Rain's heart stir. At this moment, the system notification confirmed Rain's speculation. Ding! Detected unknown high-quality absorbable energy, absorb. Yes/no note. This high-quality energy can be directly converted into talent points upon absorption. Indeed. Seeing the system prompt, Rain was instantly delighted. For since killing the ascending stage Black Flame cult chief priest and the ancient hero Mong last time, Rain encountered situations where talent points could be converted. Regarding this, Rain also made a simple summary afterward. It seems that only enemies related to divine beings might have the chance to yield talent points. And this was the 3rd time. At present, this judgment should be accurate. Moreover, what made Rain even happier was that the aura in front of him was even denser than the previous 2 times. Naturally, Rain immediately chose yes. Instantly, the originally dissipating strange aura merged like streams into a river, and was completely absorbed by Rain's body. System prompt sounded again. Ding! A total of 4 talent points converted. Please choose to enhance the talent Elementary Weapon Mastery, passive, Elementary Extraordinary Understanding, passive, Intermediate Huge Strength, active or Advanced Steel Body, passive, Nice. There were 4 full talent points. Seeing the system prompt, the smile on Rain's face became even brighter. This meant that even high-level talents could be enhanced this time, although he still needed to carefully consider which talent or talents to improve. And now, naturally, was not the time to consider talent points. Admiral Edward was shocked as he watched the scene before him. Although he had already learned from a series of mission completion reports that Rain's strength was far superior to what he demonstrated during the swordsman assessment. But exactly how strong? The reports on paper were nowhere as shocking as witnessing it firsthand. Though Exeter was heavily injured from the joint attack of the 3 at the beginning, once that high-level existence's projection possessed him, his injuries instantaneously recovered. Yet Rain was able to directly hammer that projection back to the other dimension. This was something even the top-secret technique couldn't achieve. This left Admiral Edward somewhat puzzled, but he did not plan to inquire. With his rich life experience, he knew well that everyone has their secrets. As long as Rain was on the side of the Empire, that was enough. If Rain could fulfill his duties as an Imperial swordsman well, then he would staunchly support him. On the side, the Duke of Minster was incredibly shocked. Unlike Admiral Edward, this was his first time seeing Rain fight. At this moment, usually composed, he was wide-eyed and slightly agape as he watched the scene unfold. After a while, he began to glance between his old friend Admiral Edward and Rain repeatedly. Soon he walked up to Admiral Edward and said, "Old friend, I didn't expect you to have such a trump card hidden. You see, isn't it time to consider bringing Rain over to the administrative hall here?" "Stop, Farella, the Duke of Minster's real name, don't even think about it." Admiral Edward's demeanor turned stern, waving his hand and swiftly interrupting the Duke of Minster, refusing decisively. Mentally, he silently mused. I'm not even daring to raise his swordsman level to magic iron level, fearing it would directly lead to his recruitment by the Imperial city there. And here you are, trying to poach him away. To prevent Farella from speaking further on the matter, Admiral Edward swiftly changed the topic. This time the loss for Minster is probably significant. Hearing this, indeed, the Duke of Minster, originally about to speak, was immediately reminded of something. Glancing around, he nodded with a somber expression and said, "It's not just significant, it's enormous." However, this time the Goddess Church suffered even more than the Empire. It's a pity about Muggle the ascetic didn't even leave any remains. The Duke of Minster sighed. Alas, we had anticipated an attack and set up an ambush, but we didn't expect them to gain attention from that sort of existence. Admiral Edward nodded, agreeing. If it weren't for your subordinate, the other side might have directly turned the tables. And then the whole of Minter would be facing a huge catastrophe. Farella, you said that even our side here can be noticed by such an existence, so wouldn't the Imperial city over there be? Admiral Edward trailed off. The Duke of Minter's face hardened and he nodded, saying, "Naturally it is under great scrutiny, but I think the Emperor is not completely unprepared just. Alas, facing such an existence and more than one, I'm afraid no amount of preparation." "Captain, you were amazing." At this time, Viri and several others excitedly ran up to Rain, helping him slowly come back to himself. Rain slowly transformed the two-handed warhammer in his hand back into a metal plate, which as usual covered his armor. "Why are you all here?" Rain smiled, feeling a warmth in his heart upon seeing his team members daringly rush over despite the danger. After exchanging a few words, Punishment Knight Brandel struggled to his feet not far away and walked over, sincerely saying, "Lord Rain, thank you." Rain held great admiration for Brandel. The man was a true sacred knight. "No need to be so formal, Lord Brandel. We fought side by side last time, didn't we?" Rain smiled and stepped forward, extending his right hand. Brandel also smiled slightly, extended his large hand, and shook Rain's firmly. The Goddess Church had suffered great losses, and with his brother sacrificed, Brandel quickly departed. Meanwhile, Admiral Edward and the Duke of Minter approached. Neoro and others bowed in respect and retreated a few steps. "Admiral Edward, your health?" Rain inquired with concern, looking at the heavily injured Admiral. "It's not too serious." Admiral Edward waved his hand, smiling. "Rain, if it weren't for you this time, the situation would have been unimaginable." The Duke of Minter stepped forward. "We owe you gratitude for everything you've done for the Empire, for Minter, for the Bavarian family." "Duke, this is what I, as an Imperial swordsman, should do." Rain slightly bowed and said, "Truly a humble and capable young man. I'll handle the matters at hand first and will discuss your commendation with Admiral Edward. You will not be disappointed." "Thank you very much, Duke." Before long, Rain, along with Neoro, Angus, and others, left the administration hall. After returning home and comforting his mother Emma and other family members, Rain swiftly went to the sword-bearer's branch to retrieve the elegant Lady Jennifer. It was only after all this was done that he had time to return to his room to rest. At this moment, Rain gazed out onto the street from the window of the third-floor study. Seeing the shaded boulevard in front of the sword-bearer's branch bustling with patrolmen and city guards. Clearly, the cult attacks in the trade district and the administration hall had resulted in casualties and damage that were not insignificant. Furthermore, in the short term, the general populace of Minter would definitely be anxious and uneasy. After all, this time was different from last time. The giant evil spirit attacked at night with lesser damage. But this time, it happened in broad daylight, making the impact incomparable. The Duke of Minter will have his hands full. Up next, there'll probably be no shortage of assigned tasks from the branch here. Rain furrowed his brows, contemplating as he returned to sit by his desk. At the same time, he pulled up the interface and carefully reviewed the system notifications after the battle concluded. Meanwhile, Maste County, Flashgold Town. In a lush forest, a large horned deer suddenly emerged. The horned deer, a creature with large antlers, was 3 meters in length, with a shoulder height exceeding 2 meters and considerable battle prowess. But this horned deer seemed somewhat different. Its big eyes were particularly lively, scanning around. And it displayed a remarkably human-like satisfied smile. Suddenly, the horned deer underwent a rapid and dramatic transformation. In about 2 seconds, the horned deer turned into a lithe female supported by her hands and feet. She quickly stood up, brushed off the dust on her palms, and muttered to herself, "Transforming into a horned deer is quite fast for traveling in the forest, but it's a pity I haven't learned to transform into a cheetah yet. Otherwise, I could be even faster. Ah, if only I could learn to transform into an eagle." The young woman glanced at the sky, her beautiful eyes full of envy. Then she turned her head towards Flashgold Town, a look of surprise on her face, saying, Why do so many of Flashgold Town's buildings look collapsed?" This made Anna's heart clench, because her first thought was Flashgold Town seems to have been attacked. As the deputy chief of security, Rain might be injured, or even. One of the main reasons she came here this time was to check on Rain and Bohi. Only seeing Anna's graceful figure, she immediately rushed towards Flashgold Town, but after taking a few steps, she suddenly remembered something and stopped. With the crisp and short sound of a spell, specks of light flashed across her face, and her previously somewhat pointed ears became indistinguishable from those of a human. Her fair and clean face now had some freckles, and her complexion also dulled quite a bit. This made Anna look just like an ordinary human. Girl, no different at all. After casting the spell, Anna continued to run toward Flashgold Town. Additionally, this time she did not choose to transform into a great deer. After all, in human settlements, transforming into an animal is too conspicuous. Soon, Anna reached the outskirts of Flashgold Town. Sure enough, she was right. Inside Flashgold Town, although a period has passed since the Black Flame cult's attack, the streets have mostly been cleaned up. But due to the massive decrease in population, many houses remain collapsed and appear abandoned. The whole town presents a bleak appearance. Anna's face changed drastically. She quickly ran to Rain's new home location as she remembered. A few minutes later, she stood dumbfounded before a wide expanse of ruins, staring blankly while murmuring to herself, "How is this possible? It can't be. Rain is so powerful, there shouldn't be any accidents." Yet the sight before her seemed to tell her that this world is unpredictably dangerous. Thus, even unexpected occurrences are not surprising. In fact, when the Black Flame cult attacked, the town's administration was one of the main targets, and many surrounding buildings were destroyed. Located next to the town's administration hall. Naturally, Rain's new home wasn't spared. After a brief panic, Anna calmed down and decided to inquire with others. But looking around, she found the streets had few pedestrians, and most were unfamiliar faces hurrying along. Fortunately, she soon saw a group of 3 security officers patrolling, and she immediately ran up, somewhat anxiously asking, "Hello, may I ask about the original deputy chief of security of Flashgold Town, Rain?" Anna did not finish her sentence, but pointed to the ruins instead. The leading security officer looked at Anna with a puzzled expression, feeling very confused. If this young girl is a relative or friend of Lord Rain, how could she not know that he has already left Flashgold Town? However, her eyes seemed clear and her demeanor had a neighborly girl sense of warmth, so perhaps she was unlikely to be a cult spy. Thus he replied, "Lord Rain, he hasn't lived here for quite some time." "Ah, not living here anymore, that's good." Anna breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, nothing happened. It seems he merely moved. Then, do you know where he moved to? I am a friend. Anna thought for a moment and asked again. Another young security officer seemed to admire Rain as an idol, speaking with eyes full of admiration. "Lord Rain is quite something now. I heard he has moved to the province Minster. But the Baron seems to have an estate in the county town. You could inquire there." "Baron?" Anna's beautiful eyes widened, her small mouth slightly open in amazement. Did she hear wrong just now? "Baron, has Rain become an imperial noble already?" Anna's heart was instantly filled with a raging storm. Though she had watched Rain's powers grow rapidly, she never expected that after only 3 months apart, he would leap to become a Baron. Rain's pace of promotion is incredibly fast. "Right, aren't you Lord Rain's friend? Don't you know he has been promoted to Baron long ago? How long have you been away?" The young officer looked at Anna, surprised. I indeed haven't returned for quite some time." Anna explained, a bit embarrassed. Though she said so, she was actually a bit confused inside. Is 3 months considered a long time? "Thank you so much." Anna gave the 3 security officers a ladylike curtsy. By the way, has Flashgold Town been subject to an attack? Since she knew where Rain was, Anna was no longer anxious and instead asked about the situation in Flashgold Town. "Yes, you haven't returned in a long time, so you don't know. Flashgold Town is right." Facing the girl's inquiry, the officers were more than willing to answer. After a lively conversation, Anna gradually digested the series of events that happened in Flashgold Town during her absence. Hearing those familiar names, some sacrificed, others missing, made Anna's heart tighten. Fortunately, Rain Bohi are all right. No wonder Aunt Delana strongly opposed my venturing out, saying things are tumultuous outside, and I have just stepped into the formal druid tier. My fighting power is not strong. Actually, this time, after successfully advancing to a formal druid, Anna hurried from Ferdinand Forrest's druid circle to Flashgold Town, thinking she should be able to help Rain now. Once, she watched Lagare and Rain go to Nightingale Forest to eradicate evil together, feeling quite envious. But now she also has enough strength to join Rain. Besides, she has another important matter for this visit. When her Aunt Delana went on a trip, she tidied the study and happened to see a secret letter. The content of the letter was unexpectedly related to Anna's missing mother. Unfortunately, it was vague, merely suggesting her mother's disappearance might be somehow connected to the Yixon auction house, whose influence spans the entire empire. This made Anna both excited and anxious, and after thinking it over for a long time, she decided to secretly leave the druid circle. She doesn't know why her Aunt Delana didn't inform her of this news. Perhaps it's because she's worried that once Anna learns about this, she would be unable to resist investigating. Of course, before leaving, Anna also left a letter for her Aunt Delana. The letter briefly mentioned that she was returning to Flashgold Town this time and planned to stay for a while, assuring her not to worry. "Now I'll go to Mace County City once and first find out where Rain has moved to. I should be able to see Rain and Bohi soon." Anna looked into the distance, a smile on her face. This time coming back, she feels much more confident than before. After undergoing druid training at the druid circle, her whole person, including her figure, is no longer that bean sprout-like girl. The current her has a well-proportioned physique. Where it should be convex, it's convex. Where it should be concave, it's concave, full of a girl's vitality. Coupled with the unique charm boost of a druid, if Anna shows her true appearance, most of the opposite sex would likely stare at her without turning away. More importantly, Anna has advanced to become an official druid in about 3 months. According to her Aunt Delana, her druid talent is rare even among pure-blood elves. Perhaps now Rain is no longer a match for me. Anna couldn't help but clench her little fist and laughed. Thinking of Rain's surprised expression, a faint blush appeared on Anna's fair face. After leaving the Flashgold Town area, the slender girl quickly lay on the ground, and in less than 2 seconds, a tall and strong great stag appeared in her place and swiftly ran. Soon, the great stag disappeared at the end of the road, Minster, inside the sword-bearer's branch. At this time, Rain was reviewing the system alerts. "Congratulations, You've defeated a powerful enemy and earned 13 golden skill points. Congratulations, your will hidden attribute has been enhanced. Congratulations, your Warhammer Wizard Legendary Profession level has advanced. Only saw the Warhammer Wizard Legendary Profession level rise this time to level 9 with experience points at 380/10,000. Meanwhile, the previous level 5 Beast Priest Legendary Professions level also advanced one level in this battle, reaching level 6, 1022/3000. Calculated like this, it equals advancing 2 levels, giving Rain 2 more skill points and attribute points each. Combined with his remaining points, he now has a total of 8 attribute points and 2 skill points, with 16 golden skill points. Rain looked at the attribute panel. Constitution, 47 Strength, 51 2 points of strength were gained during battle. Agility, 47 Spirit, 55 Will hidden attribute, 7. A will increased by 3 points. Rain's face showed surprise. No wonder I feel the influence of the evil flame mark on me seems to be getting less, and my attack power has also slightly increased. Feeling happy, Rain refocused attention on the talent points. This time, having witnessed a trace of projection power from a higher realm, Rain felt he should quickly change professions, with the most likely epic-level profession being King of Thousand Blades. The strength increase brought by an epic-level profession should be above the Warhammer Wizard Legendary Profession. Twice in succession, if Rain hadn't relied on the core skill soul-shattering Warhammer, he likely would have struggled to overcome these challenges. This made Rain's urgency to change professions stronger than ever. As for the prerequisite for changing professions mastering 9 different secret techniques, Rain's progress is currently 6/9, with 3 remaining. Based on previous experience, with 3 skill points, he only needs a week to cultivate an extraordinary battle technique to the level of comprehending a secret technique, such as Shadow Spear throwing technique. But the current issue is, his skill points are insufficient, and 3 points are only enough to elevate one extraordinary battle technique. On average, one extraordinary battle technique can only be allocated 1 skill point. If after level 9 skill points can't be used to upgrade, this will at least take several months. As for changing into some subsequent profession to brush for skill points, Rain naturally considered this idea. For example, the subsequent line for Deadly Poison Master, Transcendent, might be found over at the Royal Alchemist Association Munster branch. But how long until it triggers? This is difficult to control. It's not that Rain lacks patience, but with continuous attack incidents and the current turbulent situation in the Empire, it may not allow him much time. However, after upgrading basic extraordinary understanding, passive, to intermediate talent, how much can the speed be improved? At present, it is still unknown. But judging by the threefold enhancement from junior level, Rain estimates that intermediate extraordinary understanding is likely to boost by more than 6-fold. Knock, knock, knock. The sudden knock on the door interrupted Rain's thoughts. Rain opened the door and saw Olna standing outside. However, unlike her usual shrewd and capable demeanor, she now seemed anxious and dejected. This surprised Rain a bit. Could it be due to the recent attack incident? Lady Olna. Lord Rain, Admiral Edward hopes you can immediately attend an emergency meeting. Olna forced a smile and said, "All right, let's go right now." Rain nodded, his face turning serious. Clearly, the Sword-Bearer's branch must have received some rather important or not-so-good news. While walking, Rain couldn't help but ask, "Lady Olna, what is the main topic of the meeting?" Admiral Edward just received a red crystal transmission. Olna pondered for a moment and said, "Red crystal transmission?" Rain appeared surprised, not knowing what such a communication level represented. Yes, it's the highest level of transmission for the branch. It's also a method to receive transmissions in real time from the Imperial City Tamriel, but it requires consuming a special crystal stone, usually not easily activated. As for the content, apologies, Lord Rain. The red crystal is set in Admiral Edward's office, so I'm not entirely sure of the details. But it won't be good news, Olna explained. Rain nodded. It seems this red crystal transmission is somewhat analogous to the red phone in the office of a provincial official from previous lives. This made his heart tremble, with an implicit sense of foreboding. Meeting attendees include Diamond Star Swordman captains like you and heads of various departments within the branch, Olna said while walking with Rain. Soon, the two arrived at the large conference room located on the top floor of the administration building. By this time, The elliptical conference table was almost full. Central was Admiral Edward, flanked by department heads including Yumas from the Task Hall and Major General Stanley, Admiral Edward's secretary. Everyone's expressions was solemn, and the atmosphere in the hall was heavy. Seeing Rain enter, Admiral Edward nodded at him. Guided by Olna, Rain sat next to Burly Man. "Ladies and gentlemen, almost everyone is here. We are now convening an emergency meeting," Admiral Edward said after glancing around. "I just received news from the Imperial City Tamriel. Very bad news." At this point, Admiral Edward paused. "Our great Emperor, at a critical moment of ascending to demigod status, was ambushed by avatars of several foreign deities. Although the Imperial Guardians did their utmost to fend them off, the Emperor was severely injured. Now, the Dragon Empire has fully entered Level 1 war readiness." As Admiral Edward finished speaking, the conference room fell into complete silence for several seconds. But then, it erupted into a flurry. "What? Ascending to demigod? Emperor severely injured? This?" Clearly, the few sentences uttered by Admiral Edward contained an enormous amount of information. Although everyone present were middle to senior members of the Sword Holder Minter branch, understood the implications of the Empire Emperor being severely injured for the entire Dragon Empire. The recent news was no less impactful than a bolt from the blue, and Rain was also taken aback, but he soon calmed down and quickly connected some dots. No wonder Prince Minya unexpectedly abandoned the advantageous situation of severely injuring the magic-tailed three-headed sea dragon to return immediately to the Imperial City. Turns out, the Emperor was ascending to demigod status. The attackers were avatars of outer gods. Although Rain wasn't clear on how much stronger an avatar is compared to a projection, it was obviously much stronger. But with a bit of thought, one could understand that being able to injure the even more powerful Emperor under the defense of immensely strong Imperial Guardians like Prince Minya, the Divine Incarnation's strength must be at least epic level, if not higher. Looks like I need to expedite my strength enhancement efforts, even quicker. I must quickly shift to the epic level profession, King of Thousand Blades, once back. I'll invest more in the talent, Extraordinary Understanding. If the situation further deteriorates, the Empire in turmoil may hardly remain a reliable shelter as a towering tree. In that case, the only reliance will be myself. Silence, Admiral Edward commanded loudly, exuding authority immediately. The noisy conference room gradually quieted down. "Ladies and gentlemen, a small fortune amidst misfortune. The Empire Emperor was severely injured after ascending to demigod status. Moreover, news from Tamriel states that those divine incarnations all perished in the Imperial Palace, even for a high-grade presence across. Losing an incarnation isn't an effortless affair. So, the situation isn't as dire as imagined by everyone. But still, the Emperor needs time to recover, and though these evil gods are gradually awakening, they too need time to recover." Upon hearing this, many people breathed a sigh of relief, yet Rain continued to furrow his brows, because he understood very clearly Admiral Edward's speech was essentially a strategic optimism. The Emperor's injury is real. In the short term, the Imperial City might not have the time for support across various provinces, which is also true. This news from Tamriel has been circulated to all provincial departments, including the Administration Hall and the Goddess Church. Both have received the related information. Unlike the Administration Hall that's responsible for relocating the small town residents to the county town, now the Empire has entrusted us sword bearers with two main tasks. First, the sword bearers branch in each province must thoroughly investigate the existing and yet undiscovered sealing gates and ensure the enemy forces do not open any sealing gates. Secondly, to comprehensively eliminate all cult organizations within the jurisdiction. At this point, Admiral Edward slightly turned his head to glance in Rain's direction, because the seats on Rain's side represent the Diamond Star Sword Bearer captains, who are also currently the strongest combat force within the Sword Bearers Mingster branch. And Rain immediately thought of a problem, which is whether his trip to the Bixiu Guzhuang school is now off. Or at the very least, impossible at this stage. It's not convenient to ask today, I'll see tomorrow. Rain glanced at Admiral Edward, who looked both exhausted and yet to recover from injuries, and thought to himself. The meeting was convened rather hastily and ended quickly. As well, several minutes later, the meeting concluded. Back at his residence, Rain no longer hesitated and immediately invested one talent point into elementary extraordinary comprehension. Passive, he planned to see the effect first. If the increase is too low, it would prove that this fast-track method is unfeasible at that time. Other methods would need to be considered at least. He still had 3 talent points left over, which could be turned to enhance other talents, which counts as the second option. Rain focused his attention on the talent elementary extraordinary comprehension. Passive, and began to mentally allocate points. Instantly, a cool stream of air sprang up in Rain's mind, the feeling reminiscent of the state of being especially awake and sharp just after deep sleep. At this moment, a system prompt also appeared. Congratulations, your talent elementary extraordinary comprehension, passive, has advanced to intermediate extraordinary comprehension. Passive, Rain eagerly checked this intermediate talent intermediate extraordinary comprehension. Passive, the description read as follows: Weapon Master. Legendary, exclusive talent, intermediate extraordinary comprehension. Passive. Effective intermediate extraordinary comprehension. Passive Weapon Master can handle all kinds of combat skills with ease, increasing the learning speed of any extraordinary battle techniques by an additional 80%. 80%? Rain raised an eyebrow, showing delight. This is much higher than expected. I thought it would be only about 60%. If learning extraordinary battle techniques used to give plus 10 experience, now it would be plus 18. Great, this means the time spent training battle techniques can be almost halved. The key is, I still have talent points left, so I can upgrade it to an advanced talent. After some quick thought, Rain's eyes brightened. Immediately, Rain once again mentally allocated points on the talent intermediate extraordinary comprehension. Passive, the same effect reappeared, followed by another system prompt. Congratulations. Your talent intermediate extraordinary comprehension, passive, has advanced to advanced extraordinary comprehension. Passive, effective advanced extraordinary comprehension. Passive, Weapon Master can handle all kinds of combat skills with ease, increasing the learning speed of any extraordinary battle techniques by an additional 200%. 200%. If learning extraordinary battle techniques used to give plus 10 experience, now it would be plus 30, according to the calculation. Where advancing from LV1 to LV2 requires 100 experience points, it would only take a third of the original time to complete the advancement. Rain quickly figured out the growth rate. Knock, 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 Lord Rain. There's a Master Megaro from the Imperial City outside the door. He wishes to meet you. At this moment, the guard's announcement sounded from outside the door. Rain, have you heard about what's happening in the Imperial City? Megaro said with a hint of urgency when he first saw Rain. Yes, Admiral Edward just held a meeting with us. The Empire Emperor is heavily injured, and the situation is quite uneasy now. It's more than just uneasy. The exchanges between the Empire and the school are now paused, and all active personnel have been recalled. The plan for you to advance your studies at the school will likely have to be temporarily shelved. Rain nodded at Megaro's words. During Admiral Edward's emergency meeting, he had anticipated this mentally, so he wasn't too emotionally affected. Of course, there was a slight disappointment. Moreover, I must return to Temrail shortly to repair the supergiant war magic statue. The magic steel giant, I probably won't be able to take care of you for a while. Megaro looked at Rain with regret. For such a talented disciple, he originally wanted to guide him well. No rush, Master Megaro, let's wait until the situation stabilizes, Rain comforted him. No, you might not be in a rush, but I am. You are my disciple, and I've decided. Megaro's tone immediately became high-pitched. He spoke excitedly while pulling out a sheepskin scroll emitting a dense witchcraft light from his arms and handed it to Rain. Here, this is the contract to join the Bixiu Guzhuang school. Look it over and sign it if there's no issue. I've already discussed your situation with the dean. After you sign, you are an official member of the school, and you will be my disciple. Nobody can take you away. A contract. Rain was slightly surprised as he took it. He didn't expect Megaro to be more anxious than him. Apparently, the wizard aptitude he showed really intrigued Megaro. However, through his initial interactions with Megaro, Rain had a rather good impression of him. Megaro was quite straightforward, or perhaps one could say emotions written on his face. Rain could feel that Megaro might have a high proficiency in puppetry technique, but his strength was very average, only at the level 1 wizard peak. This point becomes clear in a comparison with Duke Advisor Minor, a second-level liquidization wizard known to Rain, whose aura is considerably stronger. Even though the other party's strength wasn't very strong, Rain was looking for more of a guide on the wizard path. In terms of strength, being strong is naturally better, but if the strength is average, it's not too concerning either. After all, with the system in his hands, even if they are stronger than Rain now, he will likely soon surpass them. Of course, when it comes to contract signing, Rain naturally wanted to review it carefully. Took the scroll filled with witchcraft fluctuations and opened it to read through it item by item. A few minutes later, Rain found no issues. The contract terms mostly stated not to harm the interests of the school, not to spread the school's secret knowledge, and similar contents. After another careful check, Rain didn't hesitate anymore and picked up the quill, swish swish, signing his name. At this moment, the sheepskin scroll contract suddenly emitted a burst of white light and quickly weathered and disappeared. Simultaneously, a complex witchcraft symbol appeared in the air, flashed a few times, and then vanished as well. Very good. Megara, who had been anxiously waiting on the side, was overjoyed after checking the signature Rain Carlin on the scroll. In fact, Megara cared more about Rain joining the school than Rain himself did. After that day, he immediately contacted the school, and after receiving news from the Imperial City this morning, he was very anxious and quickly came over with the contract and a few other items. In that case, I have a few things here, and I can give them to you now, Megara said as he took out a transparent, prismatic crystal from his arms. The crystal had 8 faces, consisting of 2 regular tetrahedrons stacked together, about 2 fingers wide and 1 finger long. This is a memory crystal, storing the most important advanced meditation method of the school, Steel Heart. First level. Although it's only the first level of the advanced meditation method, it's a secret not passed on among major wizard schools. Generally speaking, new members of the school have over a year of observation period, along with background checks and assessments. But you are different. With your aptitude and status, these procedures seemed a bit redundant to me. The Steel Heart Advanced Meditation Method allows official wizards to enhance and condense their spiritual power further, and has an additional ability to improve metal manipulation, making it perfect for you. However, the entry-level difficulty is quite high. You should take your time to understand it. At this point, Megara took out a slightly thicker book from his arms and handed it to Rain. The puppetry technique principles are relatively easy to grasp, considered easy to learn but difficult to master. Focus on the creation principles of metal puppets. This matches your metal affinity well, allowing you to make the most of the combat power of metal puppets. As for others, such as the Clay Series puppet, Rock System puppet, and Flesh Series puppet, you don't need to master them. A cursory understanding will suffice. And lastly, the crafting method for the entry-level battle puppet, Iron Plate Battle Puppet. Megara pulled out an ancient sheepskin scroll and handed it to Rain. Of course, you don't need to make this. The main purpose is to help you better understand and master the principles of the puppetry technique. Take good care of these 3 items. Given the current turbulent situation, I estimate that once His Majesty the Emperor recovers in 2 to 3 months, things should settle down. During this period, these items should be enough for you to learn. Hopefully, during these few months, you can study well, so that when you return to the school, you'll pick up quickly. Megara instructed. Seeing these 3 items, Rain was first startled and then, naturally, extremely delighted. He didn't expect that, after signing the contract, the benefits would come so quickly. Especially the Steel Heart Advanced Meditation Method. Rain had long checked this at the exchange hall over there. It wasn't there. Perhaps the sword holder headquarters might have it, but the branch definitely didn't. Moreover, even if the headquarters did have it, there could be very high exchange conditions, or it might require a task evaluation medal of Diamond Star level or higher. For this, he had also asked Olna, and from what she knew, it seemed the only chance to acquire it would be to go to the sword bearer headquarters. Unexpectedly, he obtained it so easily now. Even though it's just the first layer, it seems that his super-level metal element affinity might be even rarer than he had imagined. By the way, Mentor, how do you use this memory crystal? Rain examined the transparent crystal in his hand, which emitted a faint white light, and couldn't help but ask. Rain also changed his form of address, calling Megara Mentor, which immediately made Megara stroke his red beard and beam with joy. Hearing Rain's question, Megara couldn't help but tap his own head, saying, "Oh, I almost forgot about this important matter. Focus your spirit on the memory crystal. You will see 9 light points arranged in a square pattern, 3 in a row. 3 rows in total. Draw Z across the square to activate these light points and you can read the contents of the memory crystal. Oh, and keep the memory crystal carefully. Once you have memorized all the contents, just squeeze it hard and the memory crystal will shatter, preventing any accidental leaks. Magaro's face became solemn as he instructed. Okay, mentor. Rain nodded. That is convenient, though making it might not be easy and there should be some limitations. Otherwise, so many ancient books would not be preserved in the form of books. All right, Rain, I must go. The airship to the Empire is departure in 2 hours. I still have some things to pack and organize. Magaro stood up and said, Okay, mentor, let me see you off. Rain smiled. Back in his room, Rain gazed at the 3 items in his hand with delight. I thought the school journey might be a lost cause. I didn't expect to find hope at the end of the tunnel. He placed the 3 items on the desk in a line, and his attention was immediately drawn to the memory crystal. Steel Heart, Advanced Meditation Method. He picked up the slightly glowing memory crystal and immediately focused his spiritual power on it. Following Magaro's previous instructions, he quickly unlocked the memory crystal. Suddenly, a very complex 3-dimensional pattern appeared in Rain's mind. Is this the first level of the Steel Heart Advanced Meditation Method? Rain examined it closely. It was indeed a 3-dimensional shape, but its complexity far surpassed any will rune in his previous basic meditation method. If the 24 will runes previously cultivated were different building blocks in childhood Lego toys, then the 3-dimensional pattern before him was like an assembly of building blocks. Like a toy car or a toy house built from numerous building blocks. The difficulty is naturally incomparable, but the power is also incomparable. The latter not only enhances and refines spiritual power, but also achieves some special effects, or allows the practicing wizard to possess some special ability. An excited Rain immediately began to try it out. After some time, even with Rain's current spiritual power, he hadn't made any progress. It seems the mentor Magaro was right. The learning difficulty of this Steel Heart Advanced Meditation Method is truly not low. Although Rain has a system, he also needs to first get started. Only then can he use the point allocation to enhance it after it appears on the system attribute panel. However, Rain calmed himself slightly and set the memory crystal aside. With his arms crossed, he paced back and forth in the room for a while, then focused his attention on his system attribute panel. In the current situation, the most crucial thing is to first switch to the epic level profession King of Thousand Blades. Then, consider spending the energy and time on cultivating the Steel Heart Advanced Meditation Method. The goal must be clear. After thinking it over, Rain decided to prioritize the job transition. Moreover, he had 1 talent point left unused. In fact, if he wanted to use this talent point instead of saving it, he didn't have any other options. Because whether it is Intermediate Giant Force, active, Advanced Extraordinary Comprehension, passive, or Advanced Steel Body, passive, none could be cultivated by just 1 talent point. After pondering a bit, Rain decided to use the talent point instead of saving it. In the current situation, every bit of strength improvement increases the confidence in dealing with crises. As Rain focused his attention on the talent Intermediate Weapon Mastery, passive, a system notification soon appeared. Congratulations! Your talent Intermediate Weapon Mastery, passive, has been upgraded to Intermediate Weapon Mastery, passive. Rain immediately checked this intermediate talent of Intermediate Weapon Mastery, passive. The text description was as follows: Weapon Master Legendary. Exclusive talent, Intermediate Weapon Mastery, passive effect of Intermediate Weapon Mastery. Passive, the Weapon Master has a natural familiarity with various weapons, and using any weapon brings the Mastery Level 2 effect. Note: Hammer Mastery Level 3 remains unchanged due to exceeding this effect. After thinking for a bit, Rain casually transformed the hardened essence gold into a throwing spear, and when he held the throwing spear, he clearly felt the difference from before. He had an added sense of familiarity, a feeling of greater ease of control. From the text description, this was because his all-weapon mastery had been upgraded from level 1 to level 2. Additionally, after improving to level 2, there was another major benefit. With the support of all-weapon category mastery level 2, it will be easier for him to comprehend the secret technique in his subsequent extraordinary battle techniques. Level 11 might be enough. Considering I still have 3 skill points, that means after upgrading the extraordinary battle technique to level 10 with an additional point, I can basically comprehend the secret technique. If that's the case, it might only take 3 to 4 days for me to master a new secret technique. That is to say, in the quickest 9 days or at most half a month, I could change profession to the epic-level profession King of Thousand Blades. Rain quickly calculated the approximate time needed for his job change. This greatly reassured Rain and made him show a slight smile of excitement on his face. However, which weapon category should I choose for the next extraordinary battle technique? Unintentionally, Rain glanced at the adjacent trophy cabinet. He found that there were more than 3 daggers placed inside, yet he had never cultivated any dagger-type extraordinary battle technique. Is it possible that I have a natural aversion to the assassin profession? Rain thought for a moment and couldn't help but laugh. Then, next, I'll choose the dagger. Having made his decision, Rain quickly went out and headed to the exchange hall. Actually, with Rain's current level, having relatively complete melee and ranged attack methods, learning any extraordinary battle technique wasn't that crucial. Rain planned to first learn a dagger-type extraordinary battle technique. Next, he would consider learning a long-handled weapon, such as a riding spear, to use in conjunction with riding the fast-stepping horned horse Little Black. As for the 9th secret technique, Rain hadn't decided yet. Half an hour later, Rain returned to his room with a sheepskin scroll in his hand. After sitting at his desk and opening the scroll, he saw several big words written on it, Barrack's assassination dance steps, and couldn't help but smile and nod. This was the dagger-type extraordinary battle technique Rain had just exchanged for. As for why he chose this one, the reason was simple. Because the price to exchange for this one was the highest. Higher than other dagger-type extraordinary battle techniques. Perhaps because Rain had experience using short blades like the Finger Tiger, this time, it only took him a few minutes to grasp the basics of Barrack's assassination dance steps. So, Rain went to the training room next door, instantly transformed 2 daggers, and began practicing. The system notifications popped up like a revolving lantern. You have trained in Barrack's assassination dance steps, related comprehension improved. Your skill Barrack's assassination dance steps has improved. Experience +3. The system notified an experience gain of 3 every 6 to 7 seconds, which was in stark contrast to the previous experience gain of 1. In just over 10 minutes, Barrack's assassination dance steps entered level 2. This incredible speed delighted Rain immensely. Is this the effect of the advanced talent advanced extraordinary comprehension? Amazing. Although Rain had predicted this situation earlier, when it actually happened, he couldn't hide the joy in his heart. After about half an hour more, Barrack's assassination dance steps advanced to level 3. And in less than an hour, it reached level 4. This speed is unheard of. It's comparable to a rocket's ascension. Rain himself felt it was a bit exaggerated. Knock, knock, knock. At this moment, a knocking sound came, and when Rain opened the door, he saw Nyoro, Viri, and other team members had arrived. Captain Rain, please come in. Since Rain moved into the suite for a Diamond Star swordsman, equipped with a separate training room, it had also become a gathering place for Rain's team. Everyone would come here regardless of whether there was a reason or not. Captain, are you practicing daggers? Viri, with sharp eyes, immediately noticed the difference in the weapon Rain was holding this time. What made him more curious was that it was the first time he saw Rain using a dagger. Yes, Captain, I remember you were practicing the throwing spear a few days ago. Why the change to daggers today? Angus, beside him, looked puzzled as well. After all, just the other day, his shield suffered terribly, almost getting pierced to pieces by Rain's throwing spear. I got a sudden impulse, so I picked up a dagger-type extraordinary battle technique to practice casually. Upon hearing Viri and Angus's question, Rain glanced down at the dagger in his hand, casually finding an excuse. After all, he couldn't possibly say his talent suddenly increased, allowing him to comprehend secret techniques in just a few days. Yet Rain's words still left everyone puzzled. An impulse, practicing casually. Among those present, perhaps only Nyoro, being a scroll master, didn't quite realize just how much sweat, time, and effort a regular knight has to put into learning an extraordinary battle technique. Whether it was Angus, Viri, or Evelyn, all who trained in knightly ways, they knew well the difficulty involved. In their hearts, a thought quietly emerged: he's truly a talent freak. By the way, you all came at the right time. You can help me test this new dagger combat skill, Rain said with a smile. Captain, you just learned it today. If you lose, don't be embarrassed. Viri volunteered first. Jokingly, trying it out will reveal everything. Rain couldn't help but laugh. Minutes later, A contest ended, Viri looked at Rain with a ghost-seeing expression. Captain, did you really not lie to me? You just started learning the dagger today. Being a short weapon, the dagger has many similarities to the finger tiger I master. So I learned quickly. Rain thought for a while to find such a vague explanation. On the side, Evelyn blinked her beautiful eyes twice, internally muttering, "Is this fast? That's flying fast." While Angus silently nodded, rubbing his chin in contemplation, appearing to find it quite reasonable. Due to the team members taking turns to spar with him, Rain's new combat skill barracks assassination dance steps soared at a speed ordinary people could hardly imagine. 2 days later, in the morning, the sun had just risen. A slender girl arrived alone at the shore of Stillwater Lake, looking travel-worn. Some groups of camping men and women by the lakeside curiously observed the girl, seemingly surprised she was journeying alone. Considering the Empire's recent turmoil, with refugees, bandits, and even ruthless cultists appearing repeatedly, most people traveled safely only relying on large caravans or mercenary groups. The girl washed her face with clear water briefly, stood up, and looked at the towering mountains afar and the massive city Minter built by the mountains. After staring a few seconds, the girl sighed quietly. "So this is Minter. It's magnificent." The girl was Anna, traveling from Maest County City to Minter. From the staff left behind at Rain Mansion in Maest, Anna gathered specific news about Rain, discovering he was granted the title of Baron, joined the Imperial Swordsman organization, and recently his family moved to Minter. Thus, Anna continued her journey towards Minter. The journey, however, wasn't entirely smooth, but Anna's transformation into a giant horned deer proved very useful. Transforming into a giant horned deer provided not only considerable combat ability, but also travel speed, rivaling the little black fast-stepping horned horse. Coming across bandit groups along the way, Anna didn't hesitate, accelerating to take a detour. Encountering those who wouldn't give up, relentlessly chasing, Anna unleashed a giant horn collision, immediately breaking their tendons and bones. Meanwhile, Minster Swordsman Division. Knock, knock, knock. Knocking sounded outside Rain's room. "Oh, Lady Olna, so early. Lord Rain, good morning. Admiral Edward invites you over." Recently, Duke of Minter also arrived at the division, apparently to commend your outstanding contribution in the recent cult incident, Olna said with a smile. Very soon, Olna led Rain to the top floor of the administrative building, into Admiral Edward's office. "Viscount Rain, we meet again." The Duke of Minter greeted Rain with a smile as he entered. "Good morning, Duke and Admiral Edward." Rain slightly bowed and smiled. After some pleasantries, the Duke of Minter went straight to the point. "Viscount Rain, to commend your outstanding contribution in dealing with the Black Flame cult attack, I, on behalf of the Minter Provincial Administration, have decided to award you the Minter Province Distinguished Contribution Medal. Furthermore, considering your recent arrival in Minter, you may need a residence befitting your status. There's a former Count mansion located in the noble district that I believe will suit you well." At this point, the Duke paused. He then opened a meticulously crafted dark brown wooden box on the coffee table, retrieving a golden medal styled like an orchid. "Thank you for the Duke's generosity." Rain immediately expressed gratitude and leaned slightly forward, allowing the Duke of Minter to hang the medal on his chest. He naturally understood that the symbolic significance of the medal was greater than its practical value. The real benefit of this reward was the residence. Secondly, Admiral Edward and I have agreed that your achievements already qualify you to be recommended for the title of Earl. Therefore, we will soon jointly write a letter of recommendation to the higher-ups, suggesting you for Earl. However, with the Emperor gravely injured, any noble rank promotion above Earl requires the Emperor's consent. Though this matter may be delayed for quite some time, thank you for the appreciation from both of you. Rain stood up and expressed his gratitude once more. The first reward is quite beneficial for Rain in practical terms. It's known that the situation in the entire Minter province is rather turbulent, and many noble families from various county towns have relocated to the relatively safe provincial capital. This has resulted in the housing prices in Minter rising continuously. Not to mention the noble district, even in the upper city district, a decent residence is hard to come by. Now the Duke of Minter has directly allocated a Count mansion to him, relieving his urgent need, and the location is in the noble district, which in terms of environment and security is arguably the best area in Minter. One of the reasons Rain has been staying at the Sword Bearer's branch lately is the Diamond Star Sword Holder Captain's suite allocated by the branch, which includes a training room. The residence he currently has near the branch, let alone a training room, only has 5 bedrooms in total, and his family is almost unable to live comfortably. As for the second reward mentioned by the Duke of Minter, the matter of the Earl application, Rain is not in a hurry. Because, with the current situation, even if he were granted the title of Earl and had his own hereditary territory, the defensive pressure would be equally immense. This can be seen from Cleashab's family. Now, with the Empire's turmoil and continuous attack incidents, the nobles with hereditary territories are forced to disperse their combat forces due to their vast lands, making it difficult to defend against various assaults. After staying a while longer, the Duke of Minter left. Being responsible for all administrative affairs in Minter, he was quite busy. Rain observed that within a short span of about 15 minutes, his trusted aide came over to report thrice, each from different county towns with urgent communiques. At this time, only Admiral Edward and Rain were left in the office. And Admiral Edward, showing a bit of regret, said, "Rain, regarding the request sent to headquarters for an Imperial Guardian to help remove your mark, we have received a reply. The recent battle in the Imperial City caused many of the Imperial Guardians to be injured, and others are tasked with urgent missions, thus not being in the Imperial City. Hence, your request might be postponed for a while." As he spoke, Admiral Edward took out a gray wooden box from the drawer and continued, "Of course, you need not worry too much. Here is some advanced purification potion sent from headquarters. Although it cannot completely remove the mark, it can at least suppress its effects on you for 3 months. "Thank you, Admiral Edward." Rain slightly bowed and accepted the wooden box. He had somewhat expected this outcome after attending an emergency meeting a few days ago. Given the current situation in the Empire, it's likely that every Imperial Guardian is in a rather busy state. When it comes to priorities, removing his mark naturally would be placed further down the list. Of course, Rain's biggest assurance in facing this situation calmly lies in the fact that he has already completely suppressed the evil flame mark. In fact, from combating the evil flame mark, he gained a blessing in disguise by rapidly enhancing his willpower attribute. Rain has a premonition. Perhaps when his willpower attribute reaches 10 points, he will be able to completely obliterate the evil flame mark. Of course, he alone knows of this situation, and he does not intend to report it to Admiral Edward before him. After all, it is a rather difficult situation to explain. If others learn that someone harbors many secrets, the likelihood of them desiring to probe into those secrets naturally increases. Rain does not intend to test human nature, and Admiral Edward, after speaking, was subtly observing Rain's expressions. Seeing Rain's calm demeanor, he couldn't help but appreciate him even more. He genuinely liked the young, humble, yet powerful subordinate before him. "Rain, rest assured. Regarding your situation, I've already written to Cardinal Osborne of the Goddess Church in the Imperial City. He is an old friend of mine. Even if the situation worsens, I believe he will have a solution. By the way, how is your body after the last battle?" "It's not a big problem, sir." "Is there a rather tricky mission?" Rain is quite grateful to Admiral Edward. "Not at the moment, but I have a bad premonition. Perhaps you will be assigned a task soon." Admiral Edward furrowed his brow and said, "During the last emergency meeting, I mentioned the headquarters requirements. First, we need to inspect and protect all the sealing gates within the province, and second, to cleanse the cult. These 2 tasks must be done separately, but we lack manpower in the branch. So after discussion, our initial plan is to combine the 2 tasks and operate them in assigned zones. Considering the limited number of Diamond Star swordmen, the plan is to allocate 1 Diamond Star team, 2 to 3 gold-level teams, and multiple silver-level teams to handle the above 2 tasks for every 2 county towns. Regular searching and combat tasks within the assigned areas will be handled by these silver or gold-level teams. However, if they are unable to handle it, you will need to intervene. Regarding the choice of county towns, Rain, do you have any preferences?" Admiral Edward asked proactively. Rain naturally knew that Admiral Edward was giving him favorable treatment, as he already knew Rain was from Meister. With this in mind, Rain thought for a moment and decided not to decline. After all, Clea was still there, and Vinica was in Fishing Port Town. "Sir, then Meister and Rossby County, what do you think?" Rain smiled and said, "Of course, though the pressure from the Sea Clan over there is not light. Although the Imperial Navy is dealing with it on the front lines, unexpected situations are also very likely to occur. Admiral Edward reminded. "Thank you for reminding me, sir. I will be careful." Rain nodded and said. Back at his residence, Rain continued to have Viri and Angus practice with him using daggers. In the center of the training room, Rain instantaneously flashed into two different phantom stances, one jumping down and stabbing and the other turning and stabbing left, both attacking Viri. Although these phantoms were just illusions and would soon disappear, unlike the witchcraft phantom art, which is some kind of energy conglomerate, they still serve to confuse the enemy in battle. In fights between experts, often a moment of hesitation can determine victory or defeat. The illusion caused Viri a brief moment of hesitation, and Rain's dagger stab grazed by his left ear's hair tip. Instantly, a small tuft of hair was cut off. And on the side, Angus was similarly grazed on his forehead's hair tip by another dagger from Rain. Both were defeated simultaneously. Captain, was that a secret technique? Angus's eyes widened in disbelief. These days, Rain had been practicing daggers with them consistently. Initially, they thought their captain was simply acting on a whim to practice daggers. But after 2 days, they, as training partners, understood all too well how exaggerated their captain's progress was. From 1-on-1 to later 1-against-2, this is no mere whim. In a few days, it's like achieving what others take years to do. Rain nodded and said, "Yes, it was a sudden epiphany. It's the secret technique of my practice, Barrack's assassination dance step, shadow step." As he spoke, Rain glanced at the system prompt, feeling quite delighted. The system notification read, "Congratulations, you have comprehended the basic secret technique of Barrack's assassination dance steps, shadow step." Shadow step, another secret technique mastered. Only 2 remaining extraordinary battle technique secret techniques of different weapon categories, and once accomplished, I'll meet the requirements for job transition. At the same time, Rain noticed a brand new icon appear directly above Barrack's assassination dance steps on his Weapon Master Legendary panel. The icon depicted 3 slender men holding daggers in different attacking postures. Upon closer inspection, you'd notice that the figures on the sides appeared slightly blurry, suggesting they were illusions, while the one in the middle was a real person. At the bottom left, the secret technique's description read, "Shadow step, basic secret technique, effect, utilizes a special footwork combining original force with leg power to leave 2 additional illusions within a 3-meter radius around oneself to confuse enemies. To upgrade Shadow Step to intermediate secret technique, the following conditions must be met. 1. Barrack's assassination dance steps above LV14. Proficiency can offset part of the level requirement. 2. Fire Dragon breathing technique above LV12. 3. Strength 30, Agility 38, Constitution 34 or more. 4. Consumes 1 golden skill point. Rain had not expected to have such an exaggerated understanding of the extraordinary battle technique so quickly, supported by advanced extraordinary comprehension. Of course, intermediate weapon mastery and that last crucial skill point also played a significant role, shortening the time needed to reach those difficult last 2 levels. Otherwise, just relying on advanced extraordinary comprehension, Rain would need at least about 20 days to reach the current level. At this moment, Viri and the others beside him opened their mouths, wanting to say something but not knowing what to say. These past few days, they were completely shocked by their captain's abnormal learning ability. Even the scroll master Neoro was at a loss for words with Rain at this moment. With such an abnormal level of knight talent, is there even a need to dual train as a wizard? Rain, however, was considering another issue. This extraordinary battle skill, Barrack's assassination dance steps, from its name alone reveals some clues. It differs in concept from typical dagger-related extraordinary battle skills. The founder of this extraordinary battle skill, Barrack, believed that for assassins using daggers, the most crucial aspects are swift attack speed and nimble movability. Therefore, this extraordinary battle skill he created focuses on enhancing and improving movement speed, while relying on fast and special footwork to create illusions and confuse enemies. Mastering the secret technique Shadow Step actually made up for a shortcoming Rain had. Originally clad in plate armor, his linear acceleration was not inferior to anyone, but his mobility honestly left something to be desired. But now it was different. Should I upgrade Shadow Step to intermediate secret technique? Looking at the attribute panel, noting the 16 remaining golden skill points, Rain thought for a moment, and decided to upgrade Shadow Step to Intermediate Secret Technique. After consuming 2 golden skill points to enhance Barrack's assassination dance steps, and then using 1 golden skill point to break through, the system notification chimed again. Congratulations, you have comprehended Barrack's assassination dance steps Intermediate Secret Technique, Shadow Step. At the same time, on the Weapon Master Legendary panel, the icon for Barrack's assassination dance step Secret Technique Shadow Step changed somewhat. Within the icon, the slender male wielding a dagger became 5 figures. In other words, besides the real person, the number of illusions increased from 2 to 4. Sure enough, Rain found confirmation in the textual description of the secret technique. Shadow Step, Intermediate Secret Technique, Effect. Utilizes a special footwork combining original force and leg power, leaving 4 additional illusions within a 5-meter radius around oneself to confuse enemies. Requirements to upgrade Shadow Step to Advanced Secret Technique. 1. Barrack's Assassination Dance Steps LV16 or above, proficiency can offset some level requirements. 2. Fire Dragon Breathing Technique, LV14 or above. 3. Strength 35 points, Agility 42 points, Constitution 38 points or above. 4. Consumes 2 golden skill points. The range increased and the number of illusions increased. The practicality of this secret technique is very strong. Rain rejoiced in his heart. At the same time, in Minster City. Having never been to such a prosperous city, Anna looked around with great curiosity, especially as she ascended Minster City's main road Leavenworth Avenue. The various shops along the way, and the city rising gradually upward, offering a distant view of the expansive dune plains, everything made Anna quite awestruck. After walking a bit more, Anna arrived at the Minster Trade District. The abundance of goods around, the stalls, the people bustling to and fro left her a bit overwhelmed. But soon Anna was suddenly stunned as she saw herself looking at a tall building with an extremely ornate exterior, lost in thought. The large sign above clearly read Yakeson Auction House. Is this Yakeson Auction House? Anna muttered to herself, the clue to Mother's disappearance. In an instant, the 6 words Yakeson Auction House seemed like a black hole, irresistibly drawing Anna closer. At this time, in the flow of people entering and exiting the auction house, a middle-aged man wearing a black wizard robe, accompanied by several well-equipped personnel, walked out. The few of them chatted casually. I heard Marquis Orance hit a tough nail here in Minster, and had no choice but to relinquish all the family shares in the Munster branch. That's right, I heard too. It is said that the Bloodtop Mercenary Corps was completely wiped out. That powerful, the Scorpion Woman and Iron Man aren't easy to deal with, especially the strength of the Bloodtop group's leader Asimov, which was comparable to the boss. Could they not escape? Indeed, this time that beautiful woman was the representative of the other side. That beauty, so she's the new shareholder, truly captivating in appearance. Boss, shall we probe her background? Don't cause trouble for me. We're heading to Nome Province tomorrow. The black-robed middle-aged man said sternly. However, as the man passed by Anna, he suddenly paused slightly, nostrils twitching. This scent. His eyes lit up as if he discovered something. He then turned to look at the graceful young girl he had just brushed by, carefully sensing. No mistake, it was the essence of flora and fauna. Is this girl a rare nature-type wizard? The middle-aged man showed contemplation, thought for a moment, and appeared to stroke a ring on his hand directed towards Anna. Seemingly having drawn a hint of Anna's aura, the ring emitted a faint green light. No, this is the aura of a druid. Is she an elf? The middle-aged man's eyes widened suddenly, then he stared at Anna's graceful figure with a meaningful smile. Such good fortune. Coming to Minster for a meeting and encountering an elf girl. If I offer her to Duke Drum, I'll surely receive many valuable rewards. The middle-aged man's name was Sam Yagil, originally one of the captains of the numerous slave-capturing teams under the Yakeson Auction House headquarters. Due to his outstanding performance, he caught the attention of one of the Yakeson Auction House's shareholders, Duke Drum, and became the Duke's agent, responsible for the affairs of Yakeson's branches in several provinces of the Empire. This time, he came to Minster because the Minster branch was holding a shareholder change meeting. Dixon, follow her and see where she's staying. Perhaps we can take action tonight. Sam pointed at Anna and said, All right, boss. The lean, leather-armored man named Dixon eagerly agreed immediately. With many clients coming and going, coupled with Anna's immersion in observing, she was wholly unaware that she was being watched. After standing and examining the auction house for a long time, she started heading toward the administrative district. The servant left behind at Maest County City Rain Mansion told her she could go to the Sword Bearer's Minster branch to find Rain, and Dixon tailed her all the way, following Anna to the entrance of the Sword Bearer's Minster branch. She's connected to the Sword Bearers. Dixon furrowed his brow, watching the scene from afar. This is a bit tricky, but then he relaxed his brows, thinking to himself, as long as it's not one of those few Diamond Star swordmen inside the branch with the boss around, we should be able to handle it. No rush, I'll just observe for now and find out. Soon, a tall young man hurried out, accompanied by several young people of similar age. These were Rain, Nioro, and Viri, among others. Seeing the girl's friend was such a group of young people, Dixon's heart instantly relaxed. Previously, he had heard that the Bloodtop Mercenary Corps were wiped out in Minster, and the perpetrator was a Diamond Star captain from the Sword Bearer's Minster branch. But this group of young people in front of him looked nothing like the Diamond Star team. Because in his impression, not to mention the Diamond Star team, even a gold-level team would consist of men with beards or rugged faces, and women who were mature and alluring, given their age would be at least 27 or 28. Unlike this group of young people, some of whom he couldn't tell if they were even 20 years old, the one with the shield looked somewhat older, but probably only in his early 20s at most, just a bunch of rookies. At most silver-level team members, possibly even newbies. Dixon smiled, quickly jotting down the investigation details on a small note, and soon released a small but incredibly fast Rain Swift from his pocket. Watching the Rain Swift dart into the sky, Dixon hummed a little tune, tailing Rain and his group all the way. When Rain saw Anna, he was naturally overjoyed. Upon hearing the guard's report saying a girl named Anna is waiting outside, he rushed over, and Nioro and the others, seeing the excitement and happiness overflowing on their captain's face, immediately followed out of curiosity. Seeing Anna, they began to examine her. Anna, long time no see. This time don't leave without saying goodbye. Rain originally wanted to reach out but thought of Anna's shy nature and the team members' watchful eyes. He let his raised hand fall. Long time no see, Rain. Wow, Rain, you've grown so much taller. Last time I was following Aunt Delana, it was really embarrassing. Seeing Rain, Anna's beautiful eyes lit up, and she measured their height difference with her hand, exclaiming in surprise. You've changed a lot too. By the way, Anna, did you come with Aunt this time? Rain smiled and took a closer look at Anna, noticing her significant transformation. From a frail figure to a well-nourished and developed one now. No, actually I sneaked out this time. Anna shyly lowered her head and said softly. Upon hearing this, the boys behind Rain looked at each other in disbelief. Whoa, our captain must be really something. Managed to infatuate such a young maiden to travel all the way alone to find him. A real charmer, though the girl in front, with her figure and girl next door vibe, wasn't bad, she just wasn't pretty enough, feeling somewhat unworthy of the captain. Viri scrutinized the girl and then glanced at the red-haired beauty Evelyn beside him. If he had to choose, of course, he'd choose the prettier Evelyn. After some pleasantries, Rain led the way, accompanying Anna towards his mansion. Anna missed Bohi very much. After walking a short distance, Rain suddenly stopped and they heard him say, "Don't turn around, someone's tailing us back there." As soon as he spoke, Rain left a shadow at the spot, and with the speed of lightning, whoosh, arrived right in front of Dixon. It was the newly mastered intermediate secret technique Shadow Step, and Dixon was leisurely tracking them because he instinctively believed Rain and his team were sword-bearer rookies, so he hadn't kept a far distance. Suddenly, he saw a blur as a tall figure appeared suddenly like a wall in front of him. Just as he was about to curse, his eyes fell and his heart clutched suddenly, his back drenched with cold sweat. You. Dixon wore an expression as if he'd seen a ghost, trembling as he pointed at Rain. Dixon, once a member of the slave capturing team, was adept at tracking and reconnaissance and was usually proud of his agility. But what did he just see? He just felt a blur in front of his eyes and Rain appeared right in front of him. How fast exactly is this guy? Rain smiled faintly, saying, "From your reaction, I think I've found the right person. You're the one tracking me, right?" "No. Don't talk nonsense. There are so many people on this street, how could I be following you?" Dixon's eyes clearly showed a trace of panic, but his mouth, as stubborn as a dead duck, insisted otherwise. Yoro and the others nearby also gathered around. Many passers-by threw curious glances in their direction. Rain knew arguing with this type of person was purely a waste of time. Moreover, is it necessary? Not necessary at all. Rain reached out his large hand like lightning and grabbed the opponent's neck, then carried him like a chick, striding towards the sword-bearer's branch. This immediately made Dixon's face turn red, struggling desperately. But with his neck clutched, he couldn't call out, just holding onto Rain's plated armored arm, seemingly trying to pry it open, but after a few attempts, found Rain's big hand motionless, like iron pincers. Just as he planned to kick Rain seemed to have foreseen it, exerting a little force with his right hand. Looked down at Dixon. The murderous look made Dixon behave. He knew if he dared move again, Rain might unhesitatingly break his neck. At that moment, seeing Rain returning with a skinny man in hand, this scene immediately drew guards at the sword-bearer's branch around. Another guard saw this situation and immediately went inside the branch to report. Someone actually dared provoke Lord Rieni. The guards were curious too. The last time they saw someone daring to assault Lord Rieni in public was that ice mage, whose appearance was much more impressive than this guy now. But as a result, was sorted out by Lord Rieni swiftly. Find a cell and thoroughly interrogate this guy. Rain said to the guards. Yes, Lord Rieni, Captain, leave this guy to us. We served in the military with Viri. Interrogation and questioning are our specialties. Angus volunteered. Yes, Captain, leave it to us. Viri echoed beside. Rain thought for a moment. Clearly his team members would be more reliable, promptly nodding, saying, all right, I'll leave it to you then. He's busy reuniting with Anna, naturally won't waste time on such trivial characters. Anna blinked her big eyes, silently watching the scene. She noticed Rain's aura had grown even stronger than when he was a deputy chief of security in the town. Every gesture carried a compelling aura. Rain, is it right to handle someone like this in public? Why not? Rain smiled gently. We sword-bearers also serve as security consultants in certain city areas. Anna looked enlightened, nodding, suddenly understanding, saying, yeah, I get it, just like when you were the deputy chief of security. Exactly. Rain nodded. Yoro and Evelyn exchanged a glance and smoothly bid farewell. Thus, only Rain and Anna were left, chatting and heading towards the mansion. Upon reaching the entrance, Anna glanced around and exclaimed, wow, such a big house, and to be in Minster. Must be expensive, right? Well, not too much. Oh my God, it's Sister Anna. Seeing Anna appear, Bo-He, who was playing with Kai in the front yard, wore a face of disbelief and immediately charged over, throwing herself into Anna's arms. Sister Anna, I missed you so much. Bo-He clung tightly to Anna. Bo-He, I missed you too. Looking at Bo-He, who once brought her spiritual comfort in her toughest times, waves of emotion surged in Anna's heart. She gave Bo-He a kiss on her face and ruffled her hair. Bo-He, you've grown quite tall. Sister Anna, you've grown up too. Bo-He curiously eyed the bulge on Anna's chest. When she rushed over, she felt she hit something soft and big, so comfy. Anna followed Bo-He's gaze and immediately blushed. Sister Anna, you're not leaving this time, right? Bo-He fluttered her innocent eyes, urgently asking the question. Well, Anna hesitated to answer Bo-He's question. Brother, can I share a room with Sister Anna? Don't worry, brother, I won't disturb Sister Anna's sleep. Bo-He suddenly thought of another question, immediately asking Rain. Clearly, Bo-He was both happy and excited at that moment. Of course, though, we're about to move into a new house. Then you and Sister Anna can each have a room. Rain remembered what the Duke of Minter said, smiling and nodding at his sister Bo-He. Move into a new house? Bo-He asked curiously. At this time, Jenny and Agatha curiously walked out from the villa. He had just heard Bo-He's happy laughter from upstairs. The two women instantly saw the graceful figure of Anna. As for Anna, Jenny didn't have much of an impression, but on the contrary, Anna had quite a deep impression of this noble Lady Jenny. Moreover, the other party hadn't changed much up to now, so Anna recognized Jenny at first glance. Seeing both Jenny and another noble girl living in the Rain mansion, this situation clearly stunned Anna. Could it be that these two and Rain are already? The young girl's heart was uneasy. But soon, Anna noticed from the two women's conversation and behavior towards Rain that it seemed different. From what she thought, the two women showed great respect for Rain, and the words also had a hint of awe. It seemed completely different from the relationship she initially imagined. This made Anna breathe a sigh of relief. Before long, everyone, including her mother Emma, knew Anna had arrived. For a while, the Rain mansion had never been so lively. Looking at the graceful figure holding hands with Bo-He closely, Agatha nudged her friend Jenny with her elbow and said, Jenny, I feel you are facing a strong opponent this time. Look at Bo-He and Aunt Emma's intimate attitude towards I think you've already lost half of it." Facing Agatha's teasing, Jenny shook her head and didn't say anything, just silently adding in her heart, "Mother, I fear you've encountered a strong opponent this time." At this time, a luxurious carriage stopped at the entrance of Rain Mansion. A butler dressed in a tailcoat stepped off the carriage, slightly bowed to Rain and said, "Excuse me, are you Lord Rain? I am the butler of the Duke of Minter Mansion. The Duke has said there is an estate he would like you to receive. I am Rain." Rain didn't expect that just after he mentioned the matter of the new estate. The Duke of Minter's butler came to the door. "Lord Rain, would you like to receive it right now? Or set a time to go later?" The butler said respectfully. Let's go now. By the way, do you all want to go together?" Rain thought for a moment, then turned to ask the crowd. "All right, brother, I want to go. Sister Anna, will you accompany me?" "Bo," he said happily. Everyone was naturally very curious about the new estate and agreed readily. Thus, the Duke of Minter's butler's carriage led the way, followed by 2 carriages carrying Rain and others heading towards the new estate. Since it was in the noble district, it didn't take long to arrive at the destination. The new estate gifted by the Duke of Minter was spacious and beautiful, with a rather large plot, divided into front and back gardens. The 3-story main building with white strip stone exterior walls in the middle and a 2-story annex nearby, probably for servants and guards. As everyone entered the estate, praises echoed incessantly. The front yard primarily consisted of a lawn of several hundred square meters, with a slightly larger, oval-shaped sculpture fountain in the center. The sculpture depicted children playing, adding a touch of softness and liveliness to the somewhat square and serious villa. The backyard was also a garden, though slightly smaller in size, the location of the stables. Inside the villa's main building, He counted with joy, finding there were a whole 11 bedrooms on the 2nd floor. This left Anna gawking. Even Jenny and Agatha, who were accustomed to seeing various luxurious noble estates, were astonished. Judging by the size, it's probably one of the best among the Count Mansion in Minter. Inside the villa, there was also a surprise for Rain. On the 1st floor, there was an indoor training room covering several hundred square meters, with nearly all kinds of weapons including swords, spears, etc., being fully equipped, along with training dummies and target boards, not missing a single one. Finally, I don't have to stay in the sword bearer's branch every day, Rain thought to himself, nodding in approval. After a tour, Rain discovered, apart from the lack of an outdoor training area, the estate could practically match the scale of Count Hab's estate in Maest County City. This made Rain very satisfied. The configuration of 11 bedrooms also allowed Rain to accommodate everyone at once, with a substantial surplus left over. Because the interior furnishings were complete and daily sanitation maintained by a few staying servants, it was clean and tidy. In other words, as long as Rain nodded, they could move in any time. "Lord Rain, if you are dissatisfied with anything, you can tell me, or I could help find another estate," the butler said respectfully. Rain waved his hand and immediately said, "Let's settle with this one. Please convey my gratitude to the Duke for his generosity." Thinking about it, Rain then turned to everyone and said, "How about today? Pack some necessities slightly and we move in. The rest can be gradually moved in later." "Wow, amazing, He was the first to cheer. "I want to sleep next to Sister Anna's room." Looking at the joyful crowd, Rain smiled and went alone to the training room of the new estate. Since Anna was taken over by his sister he planned to learn the 8th extraordinary battle technique, Lance of Langacero. He took out a sheepskin scroll and carefully began to study it. This is the extraordinary combat skill of the riding spear he found in the exchange hall yesterday. Suitable for use in a mounted state like on a warhorse. On flat ground, it's somewhat unwieldy, but after changing the length of the spear, it can still be used. Conversely, if riding a griffin, the lance can be chosen to be longer than in the state of riding a warhorse. This is a versatile riding spear type extraordinary combat skill. Soon, Rain got started with the Lance of Langacero, and the system prompt sounded accordingly. "You have trained in the Lance of Langacero, related comprehension improved. Your skill Lance of Langacero has been improved. Experience +3. Just as Rain was learning the spear technique, suddenly, the door of the training room slowly opened, revealing a charming face. It was Anna. Anna, you came." Rain was taken aback, then immediately waved with a smile and said, "I was just about to ask about your life in Ferdinand Forest." His sister he had been pestering Anna just now, and later it was Aunt Emma who chatted with Anna for quite a while. He wanted to chat with Anna too, but didn't find an opportunity. Bo-hee and Aunt Emma went to the kitchen, saying they want to personally make me something delicious. Anna smiled slightly and walked over. Being alone in a room with Rain, Anna felt both sweet and a bit nervous. She shyly said, "Rain, I find you're not quite the same as before." After hearing this, Rain scrutinized Anna up and down and said, "The same, you are not quite the same as before either." But Rain's tone was inexplicably meaningful, which couldn't help but remind Anna of the sentence Bo-hee said when they first met. Instantly, Anna's face turned red like a brush. She lowered her head, tightly clutching the hem of her clothes. However, immediately after, Anna looked up, her beautiful eyes gazing at Rain, waved her little fist and said, "But you're not wrong, I really have changed." Rain, look. Under Rain's astonished gaze, Anna bent over, her hands supporting the ground. Just when Rain was still unaware of what incredible thing was going to happen the next second, as a flash of witchcraft light passed. Suddenly, a vivid, shoulder height of over 2 meters, body length of over 3 meters, large antlered deer appeared in front of Rain, especially the antlers, which were very distinctive, different from other deer. The antlers of this large deer in front of him were not in a branch shape, but a main trunk flat like a spade, with a rough surface, and many small tines branching out in all directions. Is this a druid transformation? Rain was instantly stunned. Seeing Rain's dazed expression, Anna, who had transformed into a large antlered deer, flashed a trace of cunning in her big eyes. Suddenly, she charged towards Rain. Anna planned to take this opportunity to play a joke on Rain, to knock him high into the sky and then carry him. But just as she was about to reach Rain, Anna found that she suddenly couldn't move. She saw Rain extend a hand, grasping her wide antlers, and an overwhelming immense strength emanated from them. No matter how she tried, she couldn't budge the antlers a bit. This instantly made Anna very discouraged. The next second, as a flash of witchcraft light passed, Anna transformed back from the large deer into her human form, and Rain's big hand was touching her head. At this moment, Rain was knocked over by Anna. Instantly, Anna landed entirely on top of Rain. Rain felt a soft and delicate body with the fragrance of grass and would leap into his arms. But immediately, Anna's face turned so red it seemed it could drip blood. How could she not know that Rain did this on purpose? After all, even a fool would know, if he couldn't be toppled in a large antlered deer form, how could she topple Rain in human form now? Fooled like a child. But her posture at this moment was a bit indecent. She was straddling on top of Rain. Felt uncomfortable, unable to exert any strength. "Anna, have you become an official druid?" Rain asked softly. Anna straddled on Rain, her voice barely audible like a mosquito, responding with a nodding head. "Well, Rain, how come your strength is so great? Even a peak knight should not have such strength." Anna was shy and perplexed, asking in a puzzled tone. This question really baffled her. After all, after mastering the transformation into a large antlered deer, she had tested its power multiple times. Even a 1,000-pound brown bear could be easily flipped over by her. According to what Aunt Delana said, the strength of a large antlered deer is comparable to a peak knight among humans. Its speed isn't much less than a senior knight. Only when facing attacks from sharp instruments, its defensive power is a bit lacking. But Aunt Delana also advised, if encountering danger, escaping is the best option. "Because I'm a great knight." Rain smiled and revealed the answer. "Great knight?" Anna's beautiful eyes widened in amazement, looking at Rain in disbelief. But weren't you just barely entering Transcendent as an official knight 3 months, no, at most 4 months ago, and now you've become a great knight?" Anna couldn't believe it. Maybe I have some talent in the knight path," Rain shrugged and said with a smile. "My God, compared to you, I feel my druid talent is really ordinary." But Aunt Delana complimented my druid talent, saying it's rare even among the pure-blood elves. When Anna said this, she deliberately erased the 2 words genius after rare. After all, compared to her and Rain's speed, it was truly too embarrassing to mention the word genius. At this moment, Anna uneasily twisted her delicate body, feeling increasingly uncomfortable below, a sudden panic without reason. And Rain's big hand had already quietly caressed Anna's slender waist. Knock, knock, knock. Suddenly there was a knock on the door. Instantly Anna bounced up like a startled fawn. "Captain," it was Angus and Veery who entered. The two, seeing Anna's flushed face and unsettled demeanor and their captain still on the ground, immediately understood that they came at the wrong time. "You guys talk, I'll go check on Bo-hee." Anna lowered her head immediately, a fresh fragrance trailing as she fled hurriedly. As Angus and Veery watched Anna run off, thoughtful expressions appeared on their faces. How was the interrogation? Rain stood up and asked. Captain, you wouldn't believe it, this guy actually followed Miss Anna here. Viri's first sentence surprised Rain, making him raise an eyebrow. Followed Anna, followed from Meister all the way here. Rain asked for confirmation again. No, Angus shook his head saying, the other side followed all the way from the Minster Trade District. Moreover, the person's identity is quite interesting. A member of a group called Sam Group. This Sam Group is considered a subordinate team of the Yaxon Auction House. Yaxon Auction House again? This truly surprised Rain. Yes, Angus nodded very confidently. Rain immediately looked pensive, pondered for a moment, then asked again, there are many shareholders within the Yaxon Auction House. Do we know which shareholder's vassal this team is? Well, the person isn't very clear either, just knows that behind their team seems to be a certain duke. This person named Dixon was once a member of the slave capturing team, just a small fry because he has a knack for tracking and is usually eloquent, was recently summoned by their former captain. Rain nodded, saying, did you find out why he was following Anna? This. Angus and Viri exchanged a glance, seeming somewhat uncertain about the content they were about to speak. Rain looked puzzled, watching the two. Here's the thing, the other person said. Miss Anna is a rare elf. Angus repeated the other person's original words. Although in his and Viri's view this was simply nonsense, an elf clan girl. How is that possible? Miss Anna, though youthful and energetic, still falls far short compared to the beauty of the elf clan. Yet instinctively, the two felt there was surely something amiss here. Because according to that guy named Dixon, the order to track was given by their powerful leader Sam. Obviously a master of at least the second-level liquidization wizard, the probability of him having made a mistake was extremely low. Interesting. Rain couldn't help but laugh. The other side actually saw through Anna's witchcraft disguise, discovering Anna's true identity. If it was before, he didn't have enough strength and influence to protect an elf clan girl in Minster. But now he had that capability. Captain, could it be that Miss Anna is really an elf? Seeing his captain's expression, Viri immediately understood something, stunned. Well, to be precise, a half-elf. Rain nodded, saying, with disguise-type witchcraft covering? Angus instantly reacted, saying, at the same time the two exchanged glances again, seeing surprise in each other's eyes. Their captain was truly incredible. A half-elf girl running away from home came all this way to find him. For a moment the two didn't know what to say. Being extraordinarily talented was one thing, but a love master too. Can you handle that? Additionally, the two expressed great admiration for their captain's ability to attract trouble. Previously both had experienced battles with the Bloodtop Mercenary Corps. Although they arrived late and mainly helped clean up the battlefield, they naturally learned about the cause and effect later on. They knew that their captain, Rain, actually had a conflict with one of the shareholders behind the Yaxon Auction House, the family of Marquis Orentz in the Imperial City. And this time it was the Yaxon Auction House again, and it seemed to be a vassal team of a duke. This is a duke we're talking about, who would be easy to deal with if they were granted the title of duke. However, after witnessing Rain's exaggerated and abnormal learning ability, they developed a kind of, how should I say, almost irrational confidence in their captain. They felt that even when facing a duke, their captain would still have the upper hand. Captain, how should we deal with this guy? Angus asked. Rain thought for a moment and said, no rush, let's detain him first and see how they react. He had many things to do right now, primarily changing jobs, and secondly learning the advanced meditation method. He really didn't feel like engaging in some hypocritical communication or negotiations with these nobles. Rain planned to ask the beautiful woman Jennifer about it after she returned. It seemed she mentioned that today was a shareholders' meeting. Now that Jennifer had become a shareholder of the Yaxon Auction House Munster branch, her level of busyness had significantly increased. And precisely because Jennifer was handling the business side, Rain could fully immerse himself in training, avoiding a lot of trivial matters. By the way, keep Neoro and Evelyn in the loop about this matter. All right, Captain. Captain, this mansion of yours is really nice, and plus, there's such a spacious indoor training room, it's like it was tailor-made for you. Viri, having finished his report, couldn't help but look around at Rain's new mansion. Just now, when they arrived at Rain's original mansion, they were slightly surprised to hear from the stay-behind servants that Rain went to look at the new mansion. Yes, the training room is indeed nice. By the way, Viri, remember to take the stuff with you. Let's move it here today. Just right, we can practice together sometimes. Rain smiled and said, Viri was happy at the first half of the sentence, but the second half gave him a bitter expression. He knew all too well the hard times when serving as a sparring partner for his captain. To describe it in 2 words, it would be bittersweet. However, the improvement in strength was indeed evident. And for any shortcomings in details and key points, Rain would point them out to them. "Okay, Captain, I'll go get the stuff now." Viri nodded and said, "Captain, I'll help Viri." Just as the two were about to leave, Rain suddenly called them and said, "Wait, one of you stays and practices riding spear with me." Angus and Viri exchanged a glance, seeing surprise in each other's eyes. Did they hear correctly? Riding spear. But when they looked at Rain's hands, they knew their ears hadn't deceived them. Because at this moment, the dark metal in their captain's hands was slowly transforming into a riding spear over 3 meters long. "Captain, this time, could it be yet another spontaneous decision?" Viri's eyes went wide as he looked at the riding spear. "This time it's not spontaneous, let's say it's been planned for a long time. After all, I think as a knight it's necessary to master a long-handled weapon for charging." Rain said with a smile, "Captain, I'll move the stuff first. Later on I'll practice with you. Angus, sorry for troubling you." With that, Viri hurried away. Angus glanced at the 3-meter riding spear in Rain's hand and then at his own shield held in one hand, feeling a bit speechless. Facing such a stabbing from a riding spear, even though he had a shield, it still felt utterly inadequate. Previously, just those 2 short daggers made his heart ache. His shield had needed repairs over a dozen times, and now this was a riding spear. Its stabbing impact was far beyond what the small daggers could compare to. The difference in power was like night and day, in a mansion near the Yaxon Auction House Munster branch. This place is also part of the auction house's property, generally used to accommodate important guests of more than 3 people. Of course, if it's just 1 or 2 people, the auction house's VIP lounge can also be arranged. For example, Drac preferred to stay in the VIP lounge before. But this time Sam brought quite a group. So they were arranged here. Sam, who was resting in the bedroom, came out and went into the reception room. After looking around, he found that Dixon hadn't returned yet and asked the others in the team curiously, Dixon hasn't come back yet?" Several people shook their heads and said, "No, not yet." "Something's not right, Garcia. You go check and find out what's going on." "All right, Captain Sam." The long-legged woman with a longbow on her back stood up, nodded, and said. The remaining 2 exchanged a glance, thinking that their boss might be making a fuss over nothing. But Sam frowned and quickly pondered. A few hours ago, Dixon had sent a message saying that the elf girl was going to the sword holder Minter branch to meet a sword bearer. Judging by their ages, the elf girl's friends seemed very young, and they all appeared to be new sword bearers. Therefore, at that time, he didn't pay much attention to this news. Could it be that Dixon saw the target as easy to deal with and acted without permission? After pondering, Sam shook his head, thinking this was unlikely. Let's wait for Garcia to come back before making any decisions. In less than half an hour, Garcia returned, and her first words upon entering made Sam's face turn somewhat grim. "Captain, Dixon has had an incident." Garcia quickly explained the situation. After all, there were many passers-by who witnessed the conflict between Rain and Dixon, and Garcia, being a woman with good rapport skills, easily found out what happened. Additionally, she communicated with the guards at the sword bearer's entrance to confirm that Dixon was currently detained within the sword bearer's branch. What? Dixon is detained in the sword bearer Minster branch? This is an abuse of power. What charges are they using? Someone angrily questioned. This was the first time the Sam group encountered having one of their own team members detained by the Imperial swordsman. Suspected cultist attacking an Imperial sword bearer on the street, Garcia said. Bullshit. What nonsense about suspected cultist? They're just looking for an excuse. A bald man touched his head and said. This Minster sword bearer's branch seems quite fishy. Another person said. Everyone present knew that the Bloodtop Mercenary Corps was purportedly wiped out in combat with a Diamond Star sword bearer from Minster. Do you guys think that Dixon might have encountered that person? You mean the sword bearer who took out the Bloodtop Mercenary Corps? No way. Is Dixon's luck that bad? After listening to Garcia's report, Captain Sam, who had been silent, finally spoke up. The person in charge of the Munster branch here should be Fabian. Have him help with the communication to get Dixon out first, and also find out the details of the young sword bearer who had the conflict with Dixon. Garcia, I'm going to have to trouble you to make a trip to the auction house. Sam thought it through clearly, In Mingster, seeking help from someone like Fabian familiar with the local scene would be more efficient than sending his people to investigate. "All right, Captain, I'll get in touch immediately," said Garcia the Archer lady as she walked out. Yixon Auction House Mingster branch. Inside an office on the 3rd floor. Miss Garcia, you said Sam's attendant, Dixon, was detained by the sword-bearer's Mingster branch?" Fabian asked in surprise. "Yes, there might be a misunderstanding, so we need to trouble you, Lord Fabian, to find a way to get him out," Garcia smiled and said. Fabian's mouth twitched slightly. Now, whenever he heard the term sword-bearer, a young man's figure naturally appeared in his mind. "All right, I'll try, but I can't guarantee I can do it." After thinking it over, Fabian didn't refuse but nodded in agreement. After all, being someone with years of experience at the auction house, he naturally knew that behind the Sam Group was Duke de Lam of the Imperial City, a man of high status and power. "Of course, we'd appreciate it if Lord Fabian could be a little quicker. According to the plan, Sam will be leaving Mingster tomorrow," Garcia said, nodding. "Okay, I'll handle it right away." Fabian nodded in agreement. When Fabian got in touch with someone he knew at the sword-bearer's Mingster branch and understood the situation fully. "What, it's rain again?" Fabian stared at the paper in his hand, his eyes wide, mouth slightly open, feeling utterly baffled. Couldn't they clash with someone else? Why does it have to be him again? Fabian felt a sharp headache. Whether it was the Sam Group or Rain, both were people he couldn't afford to offend. Wait, no, Rain is now a shareholder at the Mingster branch. No, to be precise, the actual controller. The shareholder is that beautiful woman, Fabian muttered to himself. And Sam is under Duke de Lam, one of the major shareholders of the auction house. From this perspective, both Sam and Rain are insiders of the Yixon auction house. Since they are insiders, let them handle it amongst themselves. Why should I get involved? Fabian's eyes sparkled as he thought of a good solution instantly. Half an hour later, Garcia returned to the temporary residence from the auction house. "What, it really is that Rain who wiped out the Bloodtop mercenary corps?" Sam listened, stunned. "Yes, Fabian also mentioned that the person is now a shareholder of the Mingster branch, his superior, and you are also his superior. So, as an internal conflict of the auction house, he suggests you communicate directly with Lord Rain," Garcia said. Just hearing Fabian's words left her speechless. "Since when was that Rain one of our own?" Sam stroked his chin, quickly calculating. This Rain, a Diamond Star swordman, capable of defeating the Bloodtop mercenary corps, undoubtedly possessed significant strength. Confronting him directly wouldn't be wise. However, the elf girl rarely appears in human territories. He, as a former slave-capturing team leader, naturally understood the risks involved in venturing into elf habitats to capture elf girls. But precisely because of this, elf girls among top-level nobles symbolize status and power. And Duke de Lam has a special obsession with elves. He once caught an elven wife in Mingster, by chance 2 years ago. It was that excellent performance that allowed him to receive a generous reward, greatly improving his power, thus enabling him to leap from being the captain of the slave-capturing team to becoming the Duke's spokesperson in several branches. This time, such an opportunity arises again. If he were to give it up, he would naturally feel unwilling, making it somewhat difficult for Sam to make a decision at that moment. The few team members beside him could, of course, see their leader's hesitation. But there's a saying, doesn't risk come with opportunity? What comes without risk? High risk means high reward. "Boss, I have a suggestion," the bald man said. "Oh, tell me." Sam, as the team leader, had a commendable quality in that he was willing to listen to reasonable suggestions from his subordinates. "Actually, our target is that elf girl, meaning, as long as we find an opportunity to directly kidnap her, wouldn't that be enough? Why do we have to confront them head-on?" The bald man might seem like a tough brute, but the suggestion he offered was somewhat nuanced. "You mean?" Sam instantly understood his intention. "Distract them with a feint in one direction and, after securing the elf girl, directly leave Mingster." "Exactly, boss. We can split into 2 groups, one to hold off the opponent, the other to directly kidnap the elf girl. Then we immediately leave Mingster. What could they possibly do to us?" Another team member supported as his eyes sparkled with excitement. "This isn't impossible. But who would go to divert or hold off this Rain?" Sam looked around at his subordinates and asked. At once, everyone present hesitated, exchanging glances with one another. "Well, I'm willing, just afraid my strength might not suffice and disrupt the boss's plans." The bald man rubbed his head, chuckled awkwardly and said, "For diverting that Rain, Commander, we don't necessarily have to act ourselves. I suggest inviting Hansel to draw Rain away. Garcia thought for a bit and said, Earth Dragon Knight Hansel. Sam raised an eyebrow, instantly recalling someone. Yes, Commander. Earth Dragon Knight Hansel with his Earth Dragon mount beneath him is extremely fast. Having him distract Rain is undoubtedly feasible. By then we can directly kidnap the elf girl. The Earth Dragon is a type of sub-dragon beast with relatively thin giant dragon bloodline. Although its strength doesn't stand out among dragon descendants, it is nonetheless a dragon descendant. Whether in strength or speed, it surpasses other fierce beasts significantly. Without the Earth Dragon beneath him, Hansel would merely be a peak knight, but with it, he's quasi-legendary. And among the quasi-legendary, he's a rather formidable figure. But Earth Dragon Knight Hansel's hiring costs aren't low, the bald man interjected. The cost is indeed high, but it's nothing more than a slightly higher price. If he can join us, our risk will greatly reduce. After contemplating for a while, Sam nodded, saying, All right, let's proceed as planned. Let's invite Earth Dragon Knight Hansel over. Spending a bit but greatly reducing the risk is feasible. Yes, the other party is currently in Sava province. Contacting him and having him come over would take at least 4 days, Garcia added. All right, 4 days then. Tomorrow, according to plan, we'll visit Nome province, and when we're back, the other party should arrive in Mingster. Sam nodded and said, when Viri returned to Rain's new residence again. Upon entering the training room, he was taken aback. Because at the center of the venue, Angus held a shield, defending tightly without any leaks. Yet their commander Rain wielded a riding spear, either thrusting or lifting, leaving Angus no room for a counterattack. Is it really a knight's lance? Viri murmured to himself. But just getting the hang of it, and being able to push Angus to this extent. That's too exaggerated. Since he met Rain, it was the first time he saw him use a knight's lance. Moreover, it was clear that there was still a slightly awkward touch when Rain wielded the knight's lance, clearly showing it was recently acquired. Yet despite this, he was still pushing Angus back steadily. It made Viri somewhat puzzled. In fact, it's not just Neoro. Angus in the center of the venue didn't understand either. Clearly, Rain's riding spear move still had a touch of awkwardness. Whenever Angus saw a chance and tried to counterattack, Rain quickly adjusted his position, preventing him from reaching a suitable range for attacking with the knight's longsword. This unpredictable change in distance between far and near made Angus so frustrated that he almost wanted to spit blood. Stop, Commander, I need to rest, can't go on, Angus shouted. All right, well done. Commander, your control over the sense of distance was truly agonizing. Just when I was about to attack, I realized the distance was too far to reach, and hesitating lost me the counterattack opportunity. This is actually a secret technique called Shadow Step that I grasped when practicing with the dagger a few days ago. Utilizing original force combined with leg power and a special footwork for twice quick movement forward and backward over short distances. Rain shared with his team without holding back. Also, Angus, when you're using your shield for defense, I feel there's some parts where your power and original force aren't well integrated. After sharing, Rain pointed out Angus's current issues. Oh, Captain, can you help me identify them specifically? Angus asked with delight. This was something everyone enjoyed, the reason why they liked practicing with Rain. Their captain was proficient with nearly all the weapons used by their team, so he could accurately point out any problems in battle for everyone. These 2 areas. Rain stepped forward and patted Angus on his left scapula and the right side of his lower back. Think over it more, you should gain something from it. Thank you for your guidance, Captain. Angus slightly bowed and expressed his gratitude. No need to be so formal. Rain waved his hand. Angus's strength was actually quite good, with a solid foundation in shield and sword combat skills. If he could readjust his force in those 2 areas, his strength could increase by half a level within a week. Don't underestimate that half level, sometimes it's crucial. 2 people with originally similar combat strength could see a victory or defeat decided by such a small difference. Meanwhile, Rain glanced at the system, seeing his Lance of Langacero had already reached level 4. Ever since gaining the talent Advanced Extraordinary Comprehension, his upgrade speed when learning new extraordinary battle techniques was incredibly fast. If nothing unexpected happens, it should be the same as when practicing Barrack's assassination dance steps. In about 3 days, he should comprehend the secret technique of riding spear-type weapons. Captain, I've moved the items. Regarding this matter, I just informed Neoro and Evelyn. Viri stepped forward with a smile. Good, it's good that you've notified them. Come, join me for some practice. Rain nodded. Ah, I don't have a shield, how could I withstand it? Viri showed a wry smile but didn't hesitate, quickly stepping onto the field. Approaching evening, the beautiful woman, Jennifer, returned looking weary. However, upon seeing the new mansion, besides her joy, she was once again clearly aware of Rain's influence. Duke of Minter personally bestowing a mansion as a reward, this kind of honor, at least she hadn't really heard of it before. Originally, she planned to purchase a slightly larger mansion after receiving this year's auction house dividends. But now it seemed completely unnecessary. Moreover, it's almost a one-step process. It's significantly superior to the best mansions she had seen on the market. Rain immediately recounted today's events to the beautiful woman, highlighting the key points. Elf bloodline. The beautiful woman was astonished when she heard Anna was an elf, covering her cherry-like mouth. No wonder they are tracking her. Is there anything particular about that? Rain asked. Of course, elf girls are highly sought after by the top-level nobles. The beautiful woman evidently understood quite well about these matters and explained to Rain. As for the Duke behind the Sam group, I think I know which one it is. I don't know much about the Imperial City side, but here at the Munster branch, there are only two dukes involved, which are Duke of Minter and Duke de Lam of the Imperial City. Obviously, it couldn't be Duke of Minter, so naturally. The answer is Duke de Lam of the Imperial City. Rain raised an eyebrow. He hadn't known that Duke of Minter also held shares in the Yixen auction house, but it made sense upon reflection. Indeed, as the most powerful family in Minter, Yixen auction house, if somewhat foresighted, would certainly invite them to join. Darling, elf girls are extremely rare, make sure you don't miss out, haha. In response to the beautiful lady's teasing, Rain smiled but didn't reply. Instead, he countered, how much do you know about this Duke de Lam, Jennifer? Upon hearing Rain's question, the beautiful lady shook her head and said, I've just taken over the Munster branch, so I'm not quite familiar with some things yet. Moreover, although this Duke de Lam's a major stockholder, he has been in the Imperial City for years and seems to have never appeared at the Munster branch's shareholder meetings. Here, he merely has a representative, a man named Sam, who is the head of the Sam group. I even met him today during a meeting. He seems to be a rather powerful second-level wizard. A wizard, huh? Rain nodded. Have someone investigate this Sam group over the next couple of days. Should we take the initiative to communicate with them? The beautiful lady thought for a moment and suggested. Rain shook his head and said, no need, I don't have time to talk with them right now. Besides, they should be the ones to come to me about this, not the other way around. In the evening, at Rain's new residence, a grand dinner was held to welcome Anna's return. The beautiful lady, Jennifer, volunteered to sit on the other side of Anna, frequently introducing delicious food to her and constantly talking about Rain's glorious achievements, with praise overflowing. This left Jenny, sitting nearby, utterly dumbfounded. She couldn't understand her mother's mysterious behavior at all. Was she really pushing her own lover away? Though having lovers among the nobles in Dragon Empire was quite common, she had expected it. Even if her mother was with Rain, it was normal for Rain to have a few lovers outside. But the problem was, her mother's stance seemed like, how to put it, it seemed as if she was impatiently pushing Rain towards Anna. This scene also left Agatha, sitting nearby, baffled. After a moment, she lightly nudged her best friend, saying, Hey Jenny, did you have a fight with your mother? She's not trying to matchmake her own daughter next to her, but is instead matching Lord Rain and this new girl. Jenny also looked bewildered. Not knowing how to answer her friend's question, shaking her head, she said, I don't know either, but I haven't fought with my mother. Additionally, she silently corrected her friend's words in her heart. This girl is not new. She knew Rain even before my mother. The great enthusiasm the beautiful lady showed towards Anna left Anna a bit at a loss. She didn't quite understand why this elegant and beautiful noblewoman was so fond of her. Meanwhile, Rain's mother, Emma, couldn't stop smiling. Initially, with the natural sensitivity of a woman, she vaguely sensed that this enchanting Baroness Crowley had an unusual relationship with her son. Because sometimes, the way she looked at her son was so gentle that it was almost dripping. Someone who had experienced it, Emma naturally knew what that meant. Although this enchanting Baroness Crowley was capable and quite beautiful, the problem was, she was too old and was a widow. Though a noble lady, a widow is a widow, isn't it? However, seeing today's scenario where the beautiful lady was so eager to matchmake Rain and Anna, it completely dispelled Emma's worries. It seemed she was being overly sensitive before, and Baroness Crowley must have been merely admiring her son. That was quite normal. After all, women are drawn to strength. Actually, for the beautiful Lady Jennifer. The reason for her actions wasn't that complicated. Last time, she wanted Rain to find a noble lady with extraordinary abilities, because, as a normal person, she truly couldn't handle it anymore. Though it wasn't a noble lady that came her way, surprisingly, it was a rare elf girl. But as long as she could share some firepower, that would be fine. However, when she subtly asked about Rain's thoughts, it turned out he was going with the flow, which naturally made her even more anxious than Rain. That's why she was matchmaking variously at the welcome dinner, creating opportunities for Anna and Rain to be alone. After dinner, thanks to Jennifer's efforts, Anna and Rain finally got some rare alone time. Wow, has Kai grown this big? You know, when Anna left, Kai was still a little puppy, but now it's tall and mighty with an exaggerated size comparable to a pony. Rain, what did you feed Kai? Wait. Did Kai become a ferocious beast? How is that possible? Bending down just now, Anna's beautiful eyes widened, and after she stroked Kai's head, she immediately noticed something. As a formal druid, her perception of animals and plants far exceeded that of ordinary people. Woof woof, feeling that the soft and warm little hand suddenly stopped stroking its head, Kai barked twice in dissatisfaction, expressing "I want more." This guy. Rain couldn't help but shake his head with a smile. Anna giggled and continued to rub Kai's head, which made Kai so comfortable that its eyes squinted. The scent of this female owner was well remembered, but it seemed even lovelier now, giving it a sense of intimacy, which made Kai rub against Anna's pant legs to show affection. This scene made Rain feel a bit envious. Although he was a beast priest, in terms of affinity with beasts, he couldn't compare to Anna. The druid, the two of them tread completely different paths in taming beasts. Do you remember the diary where we found the basic meditation method? It mentioned a mutation growth potion which I concocted and used on Kai. Now it seems the effect is quite good. By the way, Anna, I also used this potion on the horses. Let me show you, Little Black. I think you will really like it, Rain said with a smile. Facing Anna, Rain felt a special sense of calm inside. Sure, Little Black, is that the name of a black horse? Anna couldn't help but chuckle. As they talked, they soon arrived near the stables in the backyard. Seeing the large build and forehead horn of the fast-stepping horned horse, Anna's beautiful eyes lit up with interest, and she quickly stepped forward, saying, "This isn't Little Black, it's clearly Big Black." Just as Rain was about to warn Anna that the fast-stepping horned horse had a bad temperament, Anna's fair hand extended, and Little Black voluntarily poked its head through the stable's fence for her to touch. This greatly surprised Rain. But after a bit of thought, Rain understood that it was due to Anna's druid nature, which had a similar natural affinity effect. By the way, Anna, you mentioned last time that you had an important matter this time. Rain suddenly remembered something and turned to ask. Yes, Anna nodded. Upon mentioning this topic, Anna's smile faded. She slowly lowered her arm that had been stroking Little Black, frowned slightly, as if pondering how to speak. After a while, Anna finally said, "In my Aunt Delana's study, I saw a secret letter. It mentioned that my mother's disappearance might be related to the Yixin auction house." Yixin auction house? Is this information accurate? Rain raised his eyebrows, quite surprised. He hadn't expected that not only was Anna's matter related to the Yixin auction house, but her mother's disappearance was as well. It seems to be information from unique channels of the elf clan. I'm not entirely sure, but it should be true. Anna nodded and continued, "Rain, do you know anything about the Yixin auction house?" "Yes, it's a giant entity. In every city in the empire that's slightly larger, they have a branch or an outpost." Rain nodded and said, "So, does that mean there's no way I can do this alone?" Anna's beautiful eyes dimmed slightly. "Not really. First of all, you're not alone." Rain looked into Anna's eyes, speaking earnestly. This made Anna blush slightly. Additionally, although the Yixin auction house is a giant entity with complex interests, internally it's divided into multiple interest groups according to shareholders. Therefore, as long as we pinpoint which shareholder is involved in this matter, the subsequent handling will be much easier. Rain then briefly explained what he knew about the Yixin auction house to Anna. So does that mean you're a shareholder of the Yixin auction house now?" Anna fluttered her eyes, looking at Rain in shock. Anna never expected that Rain had become a shareholder of the Yixin auction house, even if it was only the Munster branch. "Isn't this a good thing? You can see me as your inside man within the Yixin auction house," Rain chuckled and said. "However, investigating your mother's matter might require some time." Rain's smile faded and he spoke seriously. because Jennifer just became a shareholder of the Munster branch. Cultivating personnel and influence requires some time. Moreover, Rain guessed that if Anna's mother's disappearance were truly related to the Yixon auction house, she was likely sent to the Imperial City. So, investigating this matter would take even longer. Yes, my mother has been missing for over 2 years. I was anxious for a while before, but now I just hope she's safe. Of course, if we could find out where she is, that would be even better. Anna nodded, showing no significant emotional fluctuations. Rest assured, if it truly is related to the Yixon auction house, your mother would actually not be in danger. This wasn't just Rain comforting Anna. If this matter were related to the Yixon auction house, Rain believed, in all likelihood, it involved the various slave-capturing teams or similar groups under them. The other party would certainly have captured Anna's mother, rare pure-blooded elf female, to sell at a good price. And only the Empire's wealthy merchants or great nobles could afford this price. In other words, although Anna's mother lost her freedom, she most likely wouldn't be in life-threatening danger. At this time, as the two of them strolled, they slowly walked to a corner of the new mansion's backyard. The previous owner had planted 7 or 8 beech trees there, which had grown quite tall and lush. Moonlight spilled through the mottled shadows of the trees, illuminating the outline of Anna's delicate figure. By now, Anna was no longer the same as when Rain first met her, with a thin frame. Instead, she now had the undulating curves of a female body. Although not as full and delicate as the beautiful Jennifer, it was just right. On the girl's face, there remains a hint of the subtle shyness she had when alone with Rain. But at this moment, upon hearing Rain's comforting words, she responded with a soft hum, lifted her head and looked at his face with serious eyes, saying, "Rain, thank you." Rain smiled gently, about to say something when suddenly he felt a fresh, fragrant breeze approaching. And Anna, like a butterfly, approached swiftly, tiptoeing to give Rain a swift peck on the cheek with her soft and warm lips. Next, like a startled fawn, she quickly pulled away, bowed her head and said, "Well, then I'll head back now." Anna said, not waiting for Rain's reply, shyly intending to leave immediately. Yet just as she turned around, she was taken aback by a strong hand wrapping around her slender waist. With an irresistible huge force, Anna's delicate body was pulled back and pressed against a strong and warm chest. Instantly, Anna was flustered, raising and lowering her hands, feeling utterly at a loss. And the next second she could only make sounds. Her cherry lips were already covered. Anna completely lost track of time, feeling as if floating on clouds, until she needed to catch her breath to regain the right to breathe fresh air. At this moment, her pretty face was flushed like she was drunk, feeling entirely dizzy. 2 consecutive days have passed. While Rain continues training Lance of Langacero in the training room, he still hasn't awaited formal negotiations from the Sam group. On the contrary, quite a few people approached the elegant woman to forge connections, implying if Dixon could be released. The elegant woman expressed that she could make decisions regarding business matters, but for such things, she'd prefer they communicate directly with Lord Rain. Now, she no longer needs to compromise and yield. As one of the shareholders of the Munster branch, she stands backed by Rain, which is her confidence. Moreover, according to the latest sword-bearer intelligence, Rain finds the turbulence within the province is intensifying. Almost every day, small towns and county towns suffer attacks from cults or giant beasts, with considerable casualties. Most reports just list casualties, with attackers identified as unknown or unclear. The ability to learn these secretive messages promptly is thanks to Rain being promoted to Diamond Star Swordbearer, bringing some changes. From a status perspective, a Diamond Star Swordbearer is no longer merely a combatant or team captain. In terms of importance, every Diamond Star Sword-Bearer captain is a pillar of their sword-bearer's branch, participating in decision-making to some extent. Just like this instance, Admiral Edward seeks Rain's advice. Evidently, the branch also listens to other Diamond Star Sword-Bearer captains' opinions. Conversely, Diamond Stars represent Rain's contributions to the Empire, indicating if he chose to serve the Duke of Minter, entering the Empire's administrative system inevitably would provide a considerably high position. If as a governor responsible for a county town like Count Habs, the records might seem insufficient. But serving as deputy head of security in the provincial city Munster is unquestionably feasible. Even if joining the Griffin Guard, he would assume at least a captain-level rank, and potentially higher if there's a vacancy. Rain acknowledges these changes, knowing the fundamental reason lies in his ever-growing prowess. If not, progress to the next step might be hindered, perhaps incapacitating him in a precarious mission. Thus, these days he hardly spends time accompanying Anna, avoiding attending those avalanche-like banquet invites, remaining secluded instead. Rain's time primarily consumes within the training room, rapidly enhancing his riding spear extraordinary battle technique, Lance of Langosero. After 2 days, he's reached level 8. 122/7000, a mere step away from level 9. Simultaneously, he's urging team members to heighten their combat skills, inside the study of Rain's new residence. Knock, knock, the sound of knocking came. Come in. Olna, the capable lady, entered. Lord Rain, a task has arrived. However, here is today's latest combined intelligence, which I think you should review first. Olna said solemnly, handing over a set of materials to Rain. Given the Empire's dramatically changing situation, the Sword Holders Mingster branch has timely established a temporary coordination agency primarily to fulfill 2 tasks assigned by the Empire. Specifically, multiple assistants from each department have been tasked to liaise one-on-one with a diamond. Star Sword Bearer Captain, enhancing communication efficiency. Therefore, Olna, most familiar with Rain, continues serving as the mission hall assistant while part-time responsible for coordination and communication with Rain. Rain received the materials, attentively flipping through them. The sword bearers provide intelligence content divided into 2 parts, concerning cult activities in both Maest County and Rosby County. What grabbed his attention was a notation about suspected secret snake sect personnel appearing again in Maest County. Seeing this message, Rain's gaze lingered for a moment. Thinking it over, Rain believed that the other party was likely here to search for the legendary Earth Snake. Because the message showed that after the other party appeared, they quickly concealed themselves, as if they were looking for something. Of course, it cannot be ruled out that after finding the Earth Snake, they might initiate retaliation or an attack. Rain had a profound impression of the combat power of the secret snake sect. Compared to the Black Rock cult, they focused more on physical training and possessed more secret skills related to it. From a certain perspective, it was very similar to his dual practice as a knight and a wizard. Except their methods were more bizarre. The people from the secret snake sect have appeared again? Rain looked up to confirm. Yes, Lord Rain, and unlike last time, this time there is a team from the secret snake sect, currently discovered to be at least 7 or 8 people. Olna nodded and said, Lady Olna, please quickly convey this message to Lady Kreia of Meister and advise her to be cautious and vigilant. Is it the one from the Habas family? Olna had a strong impression of the beautiful lady who returned from the Imperial Royal Academy. Yes. Okay, Lord Rain. After handling one message, Rain quickly looked at the next one. The next one was about intelligence regarding the coast of Fishing Port Town, particularly the underground caves of the former blood-cursed Naga. The permanent silver-level sword-holder team stationed there has gone missing. Then, the gold-level team dispatched to investigate the rock team has not sent any messages back for a day. At this point, Rain frowned, looking thoughtful. Just as Admiral Edward said, currently both Rosby County and Maest County are at war with the Sea Clan, so tasks involved are numerous and rather troublesome. Ever since the sealing gate was unsealed, Red Queen Prince Mania severely injured the magic-tailed 3-headed sea dragon. This whole area was completely abandoned by the Sea Clan. If there is any change now, Rain thought it is very likely the Sea Clan is returning. They must have sensed that the Imperial Guardian Prince Mania has left, and so planned to take action. Rain saw Admiral Edward's note. This was also his task this time. Is there more intelligence from the blood-cursed Naga cave? No. Dispatching of teams has already been stopped, because the rock team is very strong and even they. Olna shook her head and said. Rain nodded. The remaining messages were not as important or urgent. For example, the activity level of the Sea Clan in Rosby County has further increased, and the frequency of attacks launched by the Sea Giants has risen. These won't cause too big of a problem in the short term and can be put aside for now. The second part of the intelligence is a summary of important information within the entire Mingster province. When Rain flipped to this part, his gaze immediately sharpened. One piece of news instantly caught his attention. In the northern part of the province, at the Dragon Tooth Mountain Pass, the Atachi mine is suspected to have discovered a sealing gate. Currently, the Diamond Star Sword holder Team Black Sword is already investigating. Dragon Tooth Mountain Pass, regarding some important mountain passes within the province since joining the Sword Bearer. Rain had gradually gained understanding. He knew that the Dragon Tooth Mountain Pass, in terms of location, was already extremely close to the neighboring northern Sava province. The road from Mingster to there is very far, requiring passage through Howling Wind Fortress and the Bright Star Mountain Pass to reach the Dragon Tooth Mountain Pass. Has the information from the Dragon Tooth Mountain Pass been confirmed? Not yet. Olna shook her head, showing concern when Rain mentioned it. Because if it really is a new, undiscovered sealing gate, then there would be big trouble. If confirmed, remember to notify me as soon as possible. Rain nodded and said, "All right, Lord Rain." Olna nodded and said. At this moment, Rain was contemplating two things in his mind. The first concern was about whether he should take Anna with him to the blood-cursed Naga Cave. For the Sam group from the Imperial City, acting within Minster City, posed no significant concern. This was evident from the previous attitude of the Bloodtop Mercenary Corps. As a mercenary group from the Imperial City, they naturally had a sense of superiority. Even if they lost a battle, they would consider it just an accident. Therefore, once he left Minster, it was very likely they would directly abduct Anna. This was something he could not accept. Thus, he decided to take the initiative and eliminate the hidden threat in its bud. As for the possibility of Duke de Lam coming to find trouble afterward, he already had a fitting excuse. The Sam group sent someone to follow Anna, so he went to ask for an explanation. As a result, the Sam group attacked him first, and then he eliminated the Sam group. This was the explanation Rain had thought of. Whether or not Duke de Lam would believe it was another matter altogether. As for the second concern, he would address it once the first was resolved. By the way, Lady Olna, please arrange for our group to take the earliest Imperial military airship to Meister this afternoon, Rain said, looking up at Olna. Lord Rain, why not choose the morning? Olna asked, a bit puzzled. In the morning I have a small matter to handle. Rain smiled and said, 15 minutes later, Mingster Auction House. Viscount Fabian was leisurely in his office, leaning back in his large armchair, sipping Yadun tea with an extremely satisfied expression. Ever since he deflected the conflict between the two significant figures, Sam and Rain, allowing them to resolve it themselves, Fabian had felt a lot more relaxed. Simultaneously, he felt quite proud of his wisdom and cleverness. For this reason, he thought of a phrase to describe himself, the transient big shots but the unyielding Fabian. No matter how the shares and power struggles at the Yixen auction house changed, he, as an old member of the Munster branch, could still keep his position and live quite comfortably in the cracks. That his skill. Knock, knock, knock. The sound of knocking was heard. Please come in, Fabian said casually. PFFT. When Fabian saw clearly who walked in, the Yadun tea he had in his mouth sprayed out instantly, splattering all over himself, and the desk was covered in tea, leaving him quite in disarray. But he didn't have time to clean up. He hurriedly stood up, flustered, and greeted respectfully. Lord Rain. Lord Rain, why have you come? Although he was also a Viscount, as was Rain, not all Viscounts were equal. He had become a Viscount by relying heavily on family connections and exerting immense effort to barely reach the rank of Viscount. But Rain was different. Being a Viscount was just a minor milestone in Rain's path of advancement. If Fabian couldn't understand this, he might as well not be in the game at all. Viscount Fabian, sorry to bother you. I'd like to inquire about something. Rain smiled slightly and got straight to the point. Please go ahead, Lord Rain. Please have a seat. Fabian nodded promptly and said, I'd like to know where Lord Sam is currently staying. I wish to pay him a visit. Well, Fabian wiped the sweat from his forehead, his eyes shifting uneasily. Although Rain spoke quite calmly, Fabian knew well enough that Rain was very likely going to personally seek trouble with Sam. The so-called visit might very quickly turn into a conflict. The crucial point was, he didn't want to get involved in this matter. If he led Rain there and later the Sam group retaliated against him, he'd be in serious trouble. But if he didn't comply, the issue seemed even more severe. Most likely he'd be facing trouble right then and there. So the choice was quite simple. It seems Viscount Fabian doesn't want to do me this favor. No, Lord Rain, I'd be more than willing. They're staying in a guest mansion not far from here. I'll take you there immediately. Fabian hurriedly said. Good. Rain nodded in satisfaction. He planned to deal with the Sam group before heading to Meister. Soon, Rain and Fabian, along with their group, arrived at the guest mansion. What, they left yesterday and haven't returned since? Fabian exclaimed in surprise after hearing the attendant's response. Lord Rain, I sincerely apologize. Their actions don't need to be reported to me, so I didn't know they had left yesterday. Rain looked at Fabian's expression and saw it wasn't insincere, causing him to feel a slight disappointment. With this, he'd have to take Anna along with him after all. As for his family, Rain wasn't particularly worried. After all, the target was clearly Anna, not him. The other party also belonged to the Yaxen auction house. Although they were from the main branch, they wouldn't attack his family without reason. Because if they did, it would only infuriate him, and not even Duke de Lam could protect the Sam Group. So, as long as the Sam Group wasn't foolish, they wouldn't take such action. Viscount Fabian, once Lord Sam returns, please notify me immediately, thank you. Of course, of course. After Riani left, he did not head to the new residence, but went toward the Sword Bearer's branch. Before leaving, he had to finish the second task, go to the exchange hall and exchange for the 9th item, the last extraordinary battle technique that he needed to master the Rictillo's guardian staff. An exceptionally rare extraordinary battle technique related to staffs. The inventor of this technique, Rictillo, was actually a high-order wizard, but he also practiced the Path of the Night. Since he wasn't a Metal Series wizard, he usually carried a staff about 1.5 meters long. Therefore, he gradually explored and perfected a set of extraordinary battle techniques using the staff as a weapon. To perform this combat skill, a crucial condition must be met, possessing a sufficiently sturdy staff, and Rictillo's weapon is the renowned iron skin staff. Except for the top of the staff, considering the need to connect with mysterious side energy, which was not covered with iron skin, most of the staff body is covered with thick metal, which can be used to block and parry close attacks, making it very handy and useful. This is also something that Riani learned about during a casual conversation with Nioro, while contemplating and searching for his last secret technique over the last few days. It turned out there was this kind of extraordinary battle technique with staffs. Although it might seem a bit redundant for him. But Riani thought, since he was also a wizard, holding a staff could have a confusing effect on the enemy. Half an hour later, Riani satisfactorily held a piece of sheepskin scroll and returned to the residence. After asking Viri to spread the word about the afternoon's mission to Mingster, Riani found Anna. Anna, you might need to prepare to go with me to Meister for the mission. After all, if you stay here, they might still come knocking, Riani said. Ah, great. Anna clenched her fists, swung them excitedly, and continued to ask, when are we leaving? Seeing Anna's excited expression made Riani pause, swallowing the words he was about to say. Initially, he thought he would have to spend quite some effort in persuading Anna. We'll leave in the afternoon. There's a high chance there'll be a fight, so you should prepare a bit. All right. Anna nodded emphatically. At dusk, at the airship docking point in Meister Fishing Port Town. After getting off the airship, Riani's group made a hurried journey from Fishing Port Town to the vicinity of the cave, where they once encountered the ancient blood-cursed Naga. And at this moment, stationed there was not only an elite squad belonging to the army, but also an official member of the Rock team. Because of weakened strength, he was assigned here by team leader Batista as a contact person, and was in charge of vigilance. Upon seeing Riani's group arriving, he immediately hurried forward and said anxiously, Lord Riani, you finally arrived. Riani quickly glanced at the other party, seeing his fatigue. It was evident that in the 24 hours of the Rock team being missing, the person hadn't slept a wink, his spirit constantly being in a highly tense state. Don't rush, tell us what you know, so we can better rescue the Rock team. Angus, who had executed many missions in the military department and was experienced, came forward and patted the other's shoulder, comforting him. Thank you. The other gave Angus a grateful look, and then turned to Riani saying, Almost 30 hours ago, Captain Batista led Ramil and 2 other team members into the cave. As agreed upon, there would be a transmission every 2 hours, but until now there was no transmission or news. So, something must have gone wrong with them. The other quickly briefed them. Have they been missing for so long? Riani thought for a while and said, You all stay here, I'll go take a look. Captain, let me accompany you inside. Nioro volunteered. Riani paused hearing this. He didn't expect Nioro, the Marquis offspring, would be the first to jump out saying he wanted to go down. Aren't you afraid? Riani asked with a slight curiosity. Nioro smiled calmly and said, Precisely because of fear, that's why it's necessary to go. Yes, Captain, we know we are far less capable than you, but we can't live under your wing forever. In the military department on missions, we often face casualties. Angus and Viri said one after another. Captain, although I know you're concerned about the danger inside, we are a team, and only through trials can we grow. Evelyn also chimed in. Furthermore, I believe in the captain. As long as the enemy isn't a legendary strongman, other enemies would seem insignificant before the captain. Evelyn chuckled. Riani, I also want to go down with you. Hearing Riani's teammates speaking up, Anna also showed willingness. All right, let's go down together then. Riani smiled slightly and nodded. Inside the ceiling gate, it was a deep and vast cavern, filled along the way with various large marine creature skeletons, some towering over 10 meters in height, with length stretching 40 to 50 meters. There were giant whale-like skeletons, as well as smaller ones, like deep-sea plesiosaurs, and certainly smaller ones, such as the remnants of brutalized beasts like sharp-shelled turtles that are several meters long. And in the deepest part of the cave, there were 7 or 8 already shattered purple eggshells. Most of the eggshells had disappeared, and inside was already empty. These were once the eggs of the magic-tailed three-headed dragon. Beside them, beneath the huge skeleton, there was a repeatedly drawn formation, flickering with dim green light. If you look closely, you can see at the bottom inside the skeleton there is even an egg, most of it buried underground, only a small part exposed. And even this small part is obscured by the skeleton. Beside the gigantic skeleton, 2 people are having a conversation. One of them, the taller one, is a male blood-cursed Naga with a 2-meter-long sharp-tailed conch on his left hand, over 3 meters tall, exceptionally large and powerful. He is respectfully speaking to the 6-armed female Naga beside him. High Priest, your strategy is truly effective. Using the Siren's song, we have now captured a second group of elite human combat squads. Each of these people is a great knight, and one of them is even the peak knight who escaped last time. Additionally, there is one official wizard. Using their blood and flesh to awaken the eggs of the magic-tailed sea dragon should be most effective. Ruljets the sea-tide piercer said with a smile. However, he has lost a left eye and his smile makes him even more hideous. Ruljets, well done. Although there are still some sacrifices missing, it should soon be completed. The High Priest smiled and nodded, saying, Only this time, you need to be careful. For humans are not foolish. So many elite squads disappearing, they will certainly realize something is wrong. So, even if the coming enemies aren't of the Dragon Knight level, they are surely troublesome. Don't worry, High Priest, as long as they're not Dragon Knights, I believe with your help, victory will surely be ours. Ruljets's grotesque dragon face smiled again. The High Priest nodded with satisfaction. Simultaneously, she looked at the broken sea dragon eggs nearby, displaying a look of regret. Due to being sealed for a long time, in order to maintain the eggs' vitality, they had all been subjected to the deep sleep spell by the 3-headed sea dragon, drifting into slumber with it. Until the sealing gate was opened. Dragon Knight Menia suddenly appeared, and during the ensuing battle, all these eggs were completely destroyed by the shockwaves. But during a chance return of a blood-cursed Naga scout, a perfectly intact sea dragon egg was discovered in a hidden spot inside the skeletal remains nearby. Upon hearing this news, she was naturally overjoyed. About this discovery, she did not inform the Sea God sect. For her, once she could bond with a magic-tailed 3-headed sea dragon hatchling, her power could bridge the gap, reaching a highly advanced level. However, there were many problems to solve in the meantime. The sea dragon egg, due to prolonged contact with the gigantic skeleton, it almost fused with the enormous bone remains. This very reason kept the sea dragon egg undetected, but it also posed a problem. That is, the egg is nearly immovable, and any attempt to forcefully move it might damage the egg, collapsing her plans. While she was troubled over this conundrum, good news came from the Sea God sect. It reported that the human Dragon Knights had left the area, and they had reliable intel that Dragon Knights would not return shortly. Moreover, the Sea God sect hoped the blood-cursed Naga clan could secretly return to the human coast to set up a stronghold, facilitating their subsequent counterattacks. Receiving these 2 messages in succession was simply a godsend. However, upon reaching the sealing gate, they encountered a second problem. Meanwhile, Rain and his party, not long after delving into the cave, saw traces of the battle from the last time he left. Beside them, scattered stones lay on both sides of the passage, but the passage had evidently been cleared and reinforced a second time. Otherwise, it would be completely impassable. Rain remembered clearly that he had collapsed most of the passage, barely halting Ruljets the sea-tide piercer's pursuit. This way, Rain walked at the forefront, accompanied by the spiritual greyhound Kai. Captain, you seem very familiar with this place. Nyoro couldn't help but be curious. Yes, I've been here before, and I fought a battle with an ancient blood-cursed Naga. Rain recounted while walking. Soon, they arrived at the subterranean hall where Rain had previously slain the blood-cursed Naga leader. The hall's surroundings still retained the style Rain had seen earlier, with massive light blue stones forming the walls, and in the center, there were 2 rows of Doric columns. At this time, an odd singing voice started to echo from all around. Because there were 3 passages here, the sound waves reflected variously when transmitted to this place, making it sound like surround stereo and difficult to pinpoint the sound origin. Why is there someone singing here? Anna asked in surprise. Everyone raised their heads, looking around to find the source of the sound. There's something strange, everyone stay cautious. Rain warned seriously. Rain had a vague sense of discomfort from the singing voice. As the sound grew louder and louder, Rain suddenly noticed his vision blur, and he could no longer see the crew or Anna. Illusion technique, illusions caused by sonic waves. In that instant, Rain thought of a solution. Quickly closed his eyes and used his heightened perception to explore his surroundings. It was then he discovered that Anna's familiar aura was not far from him, but she was rapidly moving in the opposite direction. In a flash, Rain understood the enemy's plan. The other side intended to use this hypnotic melody to completely separate his entire team. Once successful, dealing with each member individually would be easy and straightforward. No wonder the previous gold-level team, Rock Team, fell for it. Regardless of the enemy's actual strength, this tactic alone could easily lead to their downfall. Not caring about others, Rain quickly charged toward the direction of Anna's aura. Just as his large hand was about to touch Anna, she let out a piercing scream and suddenly transformed into a huge antlered deer, charging at Rain. This left Rain momentarily stunned, but he quickly realized what was happening. This song was no ordinary tune, it could even cause mistaken identity. After Rain's large hand forcefully held Anna's massive antlers, he immediately shouted, "Anna, it's me." But the huge antlered deer under Rain's hand continued to struggle violently. Because in Anna's perception, she was being grabbed by a giant demon, who laughed while saying, "Come on, little darling. Come into my arms, little darling." This panicked Anna, who struggled with all her might. Seeing Anna like this, Rain couldn't help but shake his head. Seems like there's only one way. Roar. Rain's neck suddenly swelled, and his mouth opened wide. In the next second, a massive wave of white sonorous energy burst forth from his mouth. Immediately, a series of circular airwaves blasted outward. Anna experienced a tearing pain in her eardrums, and suddenly, her sight cleared to reveal Rain in front of her. This left Anna in a state of confusion. She wasn't sure what was real now or if what had just happened was real. Rain smiled, quickly recalling something, and said, "That day in the beech forest of the manor I held you." Ah! Anna quickly used transformation magic to revert to her human form, her face flushing red as she covered it with her hands, saying, "Stop. Stop it, I know you're the real Rain." Rain nodded and said, "This sonic wave is peculiar. It seems to have a strong illusion effect." He glanced around and noticed that the other 4 were moving rapidly in different directions, as if haunted by ghosts, flailing their limbs. For instance, Nyoro was facing a wall in the hall, continuously casting multiple scrolls, launching fierce witchcraft attacks. Rain's shout had momentarily interrupted the eerie song, but now it was beginning to subtly re-emerge. What was that sound? In the distance, the sea-tide piercer Ruljets, who was planning an attack, suddenly froze. The sound was so familiar. Soon he realized it was the owner of this voice who had blinded one of his eyes. "It's that guy. Human, you dare to come back. This time, there's no way I will let you escape again." An angry, deep voice rumbled from Ruljets's throat. He flicked his massive serpent tail, accelerating his pace as he headed toward Rain's position. On Rain's side, he noticed that his teammates were already 20 meters away and still quickly moving in a direction away from him. He frowned slightly, because in the darker parts of the underground hall far away, Rain could vaguely see certain figures that didn't appear human. Evidently, in a little while, his team members would be completely separated. When that happens, the enemies behind them would suddenly strike. Moreover, it's very likely that these enemies, in the twisted senses of the team members, would instead appear as allies. In other words, the current situation of his teammates is extremely worrying. Of course, it's not that Rain's speed isn't fast enough, but rather that his teammates are in a state of fighting while retreating, with heightened nerves. Rain was certain that once he got close, he would inevitably be affected again by this strange sound, twisted into a monster in his teammates' minds. Under such circumstances, even if he could save one or two people, he might not be able to save them all, which was not the outcome he desired. At this distance, I'm afraid even an intermediate secret technique level roaring battle cry wouldn't reach. The main issue is that the enemy hiding in the dark is somewhat troublesome. Rain thought quickly. Soon that peculiar song sounded again. Rain only felt a blur before his eyes. That extremely special illusion technique appeared again. Fortunately, he was holding Anna's hand at this moment. Anna was still Anna. However, Rain was very aware that if he couldn't quickly think of a solution, it would be too late. As the opponent is using sound waves, perhaps I can also break their strange song by enhancing sound wave-type secret techniques. Determined, Rain quickly glanced at the upgrade requirements for Roaring Battle Cry on the panel. Roaring Battle Cry upgraded to Advanced Secret Skill requires meeting the following conditions. 1. Fire Dragon Breathing Technique Level 14 or above, originally Giant Bear Breathing Technique Level 16 or above. 2. Constitution above 35 points. 3. Consuming 3 golden skill points. Regarding the sound wave type secret technique Roaring Battle Cry, Rain hadn't upgraded it for a long time. He had already met conditions 1 and 2, and now he just needed to consume 3 golden skill points to upgrade it again, to which Rain naturally hesitated not at all. In an instant, as he added the points, a torrent of training memories about the sound wave type secret technique Roaring Battle Cry surged into Rain's mind. It was as if Rain had practiced the sound wave type secret technique Roaring Battle Cry diligently for over 10 years in some mysterious space by himself. And the system prompt immediately appeared. Congratulations, with the blessing of bloodline power. You have comprehended the special sound wave type advanced secret skill, Dragon Roar. Dragon Roar, bloodline blessing. Rain was initially startled, and then a smile couldn't help but appear at the corner of his mouth. On the Weapon Master Legendary panel, the sound wave type secret technique Roaring Battle Cry had now changed to Dragon Roar. At the same time, the advanced secret skill Dragon Roar icon differed significantly from the previous intermediate secret technique Roaring Battle Cry. The icon's practitioner had changed from a strong man to a smaller black wormling. Similarly in a state of roaring with an open mouth, and the dense arc lines roaring from its mouth looked almost like a tangible shockwave. The small text in the lower right corner of the icon also changed. Dragon Roar Advanced Secret Skill Effect combines one's own special dragon bloodline, using a unique method combining original force with the vocal cords to roar a sound wave attack with a weaker dragon power, having a certain deterrence effect. Note the power of Dragon Roar decreases with distance and is directly proportional to one's dragon bloodline concentration and constitution. Note, Dragon Roar upgraded to top secret technique requires meeting the following conditions. 1. Bloodline concentration enhancement. 2. Fire Dragon Breathing Technique Level 16 or above. 3. Strength 42 points, Agility 40 points, Constitution 45 points or above. 4. Consuming 4 golden skill points. Confident, Rain patted Anna's shoulder and said, "Cover your ears." Okay, Anna quickly covered her ears. Just now Rain's roar almost tore her eardrums apart, and they were still faintly aching until now. Actually, Anna didn't know that Rain hadn't really used the Battle Roar secret technique just now, and compared to its full power, it was only about 1/3. Rain dodged, and in the next moment his figure appeared at the center of the hall. After distancing himself from Anna, Rain took a deep breath. The surrounding air seemed to be swallowed up, and Rain's chest cavity suddenly expanded, as if now, inside his chest cavity, there was a steam locomotive chugging at full speed, and that wide-open mouth was like the whistle about to blare out. As Rain's neck swelled like an angry cobra, a massive airflow in his chest erupted forth. A tremendously loud roar, impossible for a human to produce, echoed through the hall. Besides the fierce white airwaves, the roar also contained a strong deterrent. The extremely powerful sound wave released by Rain's advanced secret skill Dragon Roar reverberated repeatedly throughout the underground hall. That peculiar song vanished without a trace as a result. In an instant, the eyes of 4 squad members, who were 20 or 30 meters away, showed clarity. Subsequently, they all looked bewilderedly at their positions, as if pondering how they got there. What just happened? But in the next second, they looked on in shock at the area several meters away. Not far away, holding tridents with hideous dragon-faced monsters, also showing surprise, stood there dumbfounded. These creatures were the male blood-cursed Naga. As it turned out, this group hiding in the shadows had seen the opportune moment and had come out intending to ambush several people. But who would have thought that the human in the center of the hall could emit such a powerful roar, so strong that it broke through the seraphim's song and tore open the created illusion? Moreover, the intimidation contained within the roar left them a bit dazed for a moment. Once they came to their senses, they realized the ambush plan had failed. These male blood curse Naga swiftly turned back to escape into the surrounding darkness. Meanwhile, at the top of the hall, where Rain couldn't see, there was a recess slot with 3 human-faced, eagle-bodied monsters who looked at each other in surprise, having also been frightened. Just now I felt a trace of dragon power, seraphim language. What about you? I felt it too. Could it be a dragon descendant? The seraphim instantly dared not make another sound. Inside the underground hall, slow technique, Nioro quickly tore open a slow technique scroll, slowing down the male blood-cursed Naga that was escaping in front of them. Rain's eyes lit up, not wanting to miss this excellent opportunity. The hardened essence gold in his hand instantly transformed into a throwing spear. Whoosh! A black flash streaked by, and with blood splattering, a male blood-cursed Naga, as if struck by a bullet, had its entire body nailed to the hard wall of the underground hall. The spear happened to be positioned at the head, so the male blood-cursed Naga died on the spot, but its strong life force still caused its entire body to convulse continuously. It really is an ancient blood-cursed Naga. It seems the disappearance of the previous 2 teams must have been their doing. Nioro quickly walked to the dead male blood-cursed Naga, saying with resentment, "Is this what an ancient blood-cursed Naga looks like?" Viri and the others, maintaining vigilance, looked curiously from the side. "Captain, I think I might know what that song was all about just now. If I'm not mistaken, that song should have come from an ancient sea monster, called a seraphim. It is said their song has a strange magic that can trap people in illusions, unable to escape," Nioro said seriously. "Seraphim, are you talking about those monsters with human faces and eagle bodies? But weren't those creatures said to have gone extinct 1,000 years ago?" Evelyn, who also practiced the wizard's path, seemed to have heard of such creatures and spoke in surprise. "Yes, there is indeed such a rumor. So I can't be 100% sure, just a guess." Nioro nodded, but judging from the effects, it is almost identical to the descriptions of the Seraphim's song in ancient texts. Nioro added. Evelyn nodded thoughtfully and said, "Now that you mention it, the sound did resemble the description of the Seraphim's voice in ancient texts. In ancient naval logs, whole ships often ran aground or sank, many of these attributed to the Seraphim's strange song, which bewildered the minds of captains and sailors. Who knows where these blood-cursed Naga found the Seraphims? But I didn't expect the captain to be able to break the Seraphim's song. The next battle is nothing to be afraid of." Just as Nioro's words fell, Rain suddenly turned his head towards the passage leading to the ceiling gate. Everyone followed his gaze and saw a monster that was far larger than the ordinary male blood-cursed Naga, rapidly slithering out with an intense aura suddenly spreading. Behind him were 2 teams of more than 20 male blood-cursed Naga following closely. Tidal Piercer Ruljats. Rain's face turned solemn as he spoke. Hearing this name, everyone couldn't help but shiver, and looking at the characteristic sharp-tailed conch arm of the opponent, they understood what was happening. This was equivalent to a human titled knight. A titled strongman of the blood-cursed Naga, the very one Captain Rain had mentioned. His sole surviving eye was focused intently on Rain. "Captain, don't worry about us. Without the interference of the Seraphim's song, we can handle these blood-cursed Naga." Angus raised his shield and said quickly. He knew that at Rain's level of combat, any distraction could be detrimental. As team members, they could be injured and bleed, but they must not be a burden. "All right, be careful." Rain walked slowly toward the opponent. Seeing Rain approach, the ordinary male blood-cursed Naga scattered, and whether out of fear or respect for the strong, they formed a semicircle around the field. "Human, you are very bold to dare to return. Then go to hell." With Ruljats, the Tidal Piercer's anger rising from the moment he saw Rain. Whoosh! As soon as the words fell, Ruljats' left hand, with the white pointed conch, attacked Rain with a fierce whistling sound. Facing the swift stabbing, the hardened essence gold in Rain's hand had already swiftly transformed into a riding spear, charging towards Ruljats in a counterattack. The spear tip of the riding spear and the top edge of the pointed seashell burst into sparks in an instant. Ding, almost simultaneously, a piercing clash echoed all around. Whether it was the two squads of male blood-cursed Nagas nearby or the members of Rain's team, they all frowned at this moment. In the arena, after exchanging a blow, the two quickly separated. Rain retreated 2 more steps, while the over 3-meter-tall Roljet slightly leaned back, showing an evenly matched stance. However, in the next second, Rain pointed his toe, shattering the stone ground, initiating an attack. Instantly, 3 figures with different postures appeared in the arena, attacking Roljets from left, center, and right. This was Rain applying the intermediate secret technique. Shadow step onto his riding spear, launching an attack. Although the number of phantoms didn't reach 4 as when using a dagger, even 2 phantoms greatly enhanced the power of Rain's spear attack. This scene made Roljet slightly stunned. Apparently, it was the first time he encountered such a situation, though he quickly regained his composure. But in a master duel, this pause allowed Rain to seize the opportunity. Rain's riding spear suddenly thrust from the left side, attacking Roljets. Roljets, unable to dodge, could only raise the white-pointed seashell like a shield and quickly block. Clang! At the moment of the clash, Rain leveraged the rebound force to swiftly thrust dozens of times, so fast that it seemed as if Rain was holding dozens of spears simultaneously, all charging at Roljets. Immediately, the dense sound of clangs echoed incessantly. On Roljets' white-pointed seashell, sparks exploded in this instant, forcefully pushing the massive Roljets back. This intensified the rage within Roljets' heart, as he realized the human he initially thought easy to dominate had such a substantial increase in strength. Tidal impact. With a low roar, a ring of blue waves burst from Roljets' strong body. Rain was instantly pushed several meters away by the overwhelming water energy. Seizing the opportunity to widen the distance, Roljets quickly gathered strength, his white-pointed seashell instantly forming 3 whirlpools of light blue streams. This was Roljets' signature trump card, Tidal Piercing. Seeing this, Rain squinted his eyes, and the riding spear in his hand began morphing quickly, turning into a black 2-handed warhammer in an instant. He had just fought evenly with Roljets using the riding spear, allowing Rain a clearer understanding and positioning of his own strength. Simultaneously, it deepened his insight into the profession of the weapon master. But the opponent was deploying a trump card this time, and Rain had to respond with one as well. Rain murmured a spell as well, then suddenly leaped up. In mid-air, Rain raised the warhammer high, his whole body like a fully drawn battle bow, fiercely swinging the warhammer at Roljets. Upon witnessing this, Roljets' single eye revealed a sneer. He remembered well, last time the opponent used the same hard clash, resulting in his 2-handed warhammer being shattered with a single strike. This human before him intends to contend again with the same move. How foolish. In a flash, Rain's 2-handed warhammer clashed with Roljets' pointed seashell. Clang! Upon contact, Roljets' expression drastically changed, as his white seashell tip was shattered into powder, while a piercing pain emanated from his left arm's palm. But the warhammer in Rain's hand also shattered simultaneously, which strangely relieved Roljets' heart. However, the bizarre part was, most of the rapidly exploded hardened essence gold fragments floated before Rain, then swiftly reformed into a new 2-handed warhammer. This sight left Roljets in a daze. Metal Series Witchcraft? Boom! Rain wielded the warhammer with both hands and launched the attack again. Due to Roljets' handy weapon, the pointed seashell, being damaged, he was immediately being overwhelmed. Rain seized the chance, consecutively deploying the secret technique, Shadow Step. Utilizing afterimages to slightly distract Roljets, then fiercely gathering strength to deliver an annihilating hammer. Caught off guard, Roljets had to lift the pointed seashell to block again. Creak! This time, the seashell was broken at the elbow, and Roljets emitted a muffled groan for the first time, his face in agony. His left elbow bent awkwardly backward, clearly broken. Yet Rain's assault was far from over, rapidly restoring his stamina through a swift energy recovery, continuously deploying the annihilating hammer. Boom, boom, boom. Immediately, Roljets' waist, chest, shoulder, and other parts exploded, creating large basin-sized penetrating wounds on Roljets' enormous body. This string of top-secret techniques left Roljets utterly defenseless. The next second, Rain sprang forward and leaped high. Boom! The black 2-handed warhammer carved a bright black semicircular arc in mid-air, directly striking Roljets' ugly dragon face. The forehead was instantly pierced with a small hole, yet the powerful impact shattered the entire back of the head, scattering red and white, jelly-like substances all over the ground. And the enormous body of Ruljats swayed slightly, before reluctantly collapsing backward. Immediately afterward, a massive transparent Naga phantom emerged from Ruljats's deceased body, trailing a long, fiery tail. After circling Rain several times, it disappeared into the head of his hammer. The scene instantly struck terror into the two squads of male blood-cursed Nagas, causing their fighting spirit to evaporate as they turned to flee. But whether or not they could escape depended on Rain's consent. Rain's two-handed warhammer swiftly morphed into a dual-handed greatsword once again, and small quadrangular darts rapidly emerged from its wide blade surface. In a swift spinning motion, Rain unleashed a flurry of black quadrangular darts, shooting them densely towards the fleeing male blood-cursed Nagas in all directions. Screams echoed continuously. Rain moved forward, seemingly slow but actually fast, as his weapon transformed from the dual-handed greatsword back into a warhammer. Crack, crack, with each skull-crushing sound, one soul shadow after another was extracted, and after spiraling around Rain for several loops, charged into the hammer. Rain counted internally, having hammered 11 by himself, while the rest was slain by Neoro and others. The 10 portions of soul energy required to release Soul Shatter Strike were already gathered. Wasn't that Rain foresaw the danger ahead, but rather that he wouldn't miss any rare opportunity to collect soul energy. After all, finding another place with 10 or more enemies of official night level wasn't so easy. The seamless switch between various secret techniques and even their interconnection. Through the recent battle with Ruljats, Rain vaguely comprehended this King of Thousand Blades epic profession. Captain, look. At this moment, Neoro and others chasing the male blood-cursed Nagas had moved ahead of him, and now, more than 10 meters in front of them, a blue water membrane blocked the path. It's a water membrane barrier, capable of obstructing external interference, including sound, light, energy fluctuations. There must be some secret inside. I can undo it. Neoro, as a scroll master, recognized the barrier's type at a glance. Meanwhile, inside the sealing gate, the blood-cursed Naga Great Sacrificial Rite, Selenis suddenly raised her head to gaze towards the underground hall where Rain was located. Moments ago, she sensed the sudden extinguishment of Ruljats's soul fire. How could this be? Ruljats is dead. Did the Dragon Empire send an Imperial Guardian? It shouldn't be. Then who could it be? Selenis pondered briefly before deciding to temporarily abandon hosting the ritual and head towards the blue water membrane. Suddenly, the blue water membrane disappeared abruptly, and a group of humans came face to face with her. From the perspective of Rain and his group, upon dismantling the blue water membrane barrier, they saw a beautiful female 6-armed Naga wielding a short stick coming towards them. Thus, the surprise encounter began. Get out of the way. Rain's pupils shrank as he shouted loudly. Immediately, he performed Shadow Step, creating 5 shadows that rushed towards the opponent. However, this time the weapon transformed in his hand wasn't a riding spear, but his specialty, a 2-handed warhammer, and he unleashed an attack combining the top-secret technique Annihilating Hammer with Soul Shatter Strike. The opponent's aura was constrained yet intimidating, but Rain could feel the terrifying power within her relatively small frame. This was the strongest entity he had ever encountered, almost comparable to Prince Mania. But when he attacked, it was with full force. Under the distraction of the 4 phantom shadows, Rain flashed from Selenis's flank and delivered a lightning-fast strike from behind her. Selenis first showed a slight surprise. Then a smile appeared on her face. With a swing of her short stick, 3 defensive witchcraft spirit lights suddenly emerged from her body and flashed by. But upon contact, her pretty face revealed shock and panic. 2 of the 3 defensive witchcraft lights shattered, and Selenis screamed in agony while clutching her head, though her counterattack was extremely swift and fierce. 1 pair of her 3 pairs of arms aimed a lightning-fast strike at Rain. Boom! Even though a metal barrier surrounded Rain with the hardened essence gold shield, he was still hit like a cannon shot, immediately sent flying backward. As Rain traced a parabolic arc through the air, he crashed heavily into the large skeleton behind him and rebounded off to the base of the side bone frame. Rain only heard a crack beneath him. Subsequently, he was immersed entirely in some viscous liquid with a distinct stench. Suddenly, a system prompt sounded. Ding! Host detected being baptized by the liquid of the magic-tailed 3-headed sea dragon egg. Small amount of absorbable dragon gene fragments found. Do you want to absorb them? Note: After absorbing this small amount of dragon gene fragments, it can slightly increase the host's dragon bloodline concentration limit. This is. The sticky, slippery, and slightly fishy substance is actually the egg of the magic-tailed three-headed sea dragon. Looking at the system prompt, Rain was slightly stunned, but immediately his eyes lit up. Great stuff. He hadn't expected that what he crushed beneath him was actually a sea dragon egg, which truly exceeded Rain's expectations. The key point was that the system could absorb part of the gene fragments from it. I've only heard of dragon blood baptism before, but never of egg liquid baptism. But no matter what kind of baptism, as long as it can enhance strength, it is a good baptism. Rain chose yes, without hesitation. Instantly, Rain felt a warm sensation on the part of his body smeared with the sticky egg liquid, as if warm spring water was penetrating from the surface of his skin into his body. The entire process lasted less than a second before it ended. Rain quickly glanced at his attribute panel. Dragon Bloodline Weak Effect. Fire Element Affinity slightly increased. Giant Strength Talent Effect slightly increased. Steel Body Talent Effect slightly increased. Battle Cry Skill slightly strengthened. There seemed to be little change. Merely thin turning into weak. The description of Battle Cry skill was expanded with 3 words slightly. No, the most important thing is, that sentence is gone. Rain suddenly realized. That sentence Dragon Bloodline has reached the current body limit, further development requires an increased bloodline concentration, is gone. In other words, I can enhance the fire dragon breathing technique to further develop my own dragon bloodline. Rain's eyes flashed. He looked up at the 6-armed Naga not far away, still in agony, and quickly decided to develop the dragon bloodline to the limit after increasing bloodline concentration, to improve his strength and face this 6-armed Naga. Rain glanced down at his chest and abdomen, only to see 2 bowl-sized wounds gushing blood. Although the wounds were not large, it's important to note that they were inflicted despite the metal barrier, secret silver engraved plate armor, and advanced steel body triple defense. This sufficiently illustrated the opponent's formidable strength. His danger perception was correct. The opponent's strength might indeed be that of a senior legend. Immediately, Rain allocated points to the fire dragon breathing technique until that sentence reappeared. Further development requires an increased bloodline concentration. At this moment, Rain could clearly feel changes occurring inside his body. It was as if he were a dormant volcano, and inside his body, magma was flowing, gradually expanding. Meanwhile, Rain noticed that his continuous point allocation just now totaled 3 golden skill points, making the fire dragon breathing technique reach LV 18. This time, the description on the attribute panel about Dragon Bloodline changed. Dragon Bloodline Weak Effect. Water Fire Element Affinity moderately increased. Giant Strength Talent Effect moderately increased. Steel Body Talent Effect moderately increased. Battle Cry Skill moderately strengthened. Note: Dragon Bloodline development has reached the current body limit. Further development requires an increased bloodline concentration. Just as Rain was about to take a closer look, a furious scream came from dozens of meters away. No! Rain looked up to see the 6-armed Naga had finally regained some consciousness from the effects of the soul shatter strike. From her fierce yet beautiful face, Rain could easily guess that the magic-tailed 3-headed sea dragon egg he had just smashed likely held special significance to her. Perhaps the reason she quietly returned here was for this very sea dragon egg. Moreover, the power of the Warhammer Wizard's trump card Soul Shatter Strike refreshed Rain's understanding. Once again, he hadn't anticipated that Soul Shatter Strike could incapacitate a likely senior legend 6-armed Naga to such a degree, keeping her in overwhelming pain for 4 to 5 seconds. The previous ancient hero Mong was already in an injured state, hence couldn't be used as a benchmark for Soul Shatter Strike's damage assessment. But this time it's different. The opponent is a perfectly healthy senior legend. To incapacitate the 6-armed Naga on the spot, rendering her wailing in pain for 4 or 5 seconds, what does this signify? If Rain hadn't been knocked back just now, chances are he would have further expanded his advantage, possibly securing victory. Moreover, if Soul Shatter Strike were used in a battle of the same tier, it would be enough for Rain to eliminate the opponent countless times. As for the blood-cursed Naga High Priest Selines, she had just recovered from the soul-shattering pain and witnessed an almost unbelievable scene before her. This human bastard actually smashed the sea dragon egg. Ruined. Her efforts are completely wasted. After spending nearly half a month meticulously plotting and investing so much time and energy, she was on the verge of success, but now it's all ruined. Besides the specific awakening ceremony required to hatch the sea dragon egg, more importantly, the ceremony needs a significant number of fresh sacrifices to activate and provide ample life energy to the sea dragon egg. The sea dragon egg, sealed for so long, requires high-quality sacrifices for perfect hatching, and they must be living creatures. Due to Selena's current operation needing to be conducted secretly, and with the cave's location currently under human control, it's impossible to hunt large sea beasts as sacrifices. That's why Selena's dispatched someone to the distant shipwreck bay to invite the remaining few members of the Siren clan. This was a plan she came up with after extensive deliberation. Silently eliminate the elite human squads sent to inspect, and leverage the repeated scouting parties to gather fresh and high-quality sacrifices required for the ceremony. Moreover, she believed that by the time humans fully react, the awakening ceremony would be over. She would have successfully hatched the sea dragon and departed, but unexpectedly she failed at the last moment. "Damn you, die!" Selena's forced herself through excruciating headache, her face filled with anger and serpentined rapidly toward Rain. She wanted to kill this bastard. Upon hearing Rain's warning, everyone quickly retreated. Furthermore, judging from the aura emanating from the six-armed Naga, it was undoubtedly a legendary-level powerhouse. That tangible sense of oppression couldn't be faked. Yoro and the others knew that advancing forward wouldn't hold much significance besides needless casualties. Yet they were stunned in the next moment. They hadn't expected their captain to be so reckless, directly engaging in a head-on confrontation with the opponent, at once causing everyone's heart to jump into their throat. Then, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Although their captain was injured, the wound seemed noticeably lighter than the opponent's. However, seeing Rain's ribs bleeding profusely, Anna couldn't hide her worry. Only hesitating for a second or two, Anna's expression tightened, making a decision, and immediately began chanting a spell. Seconds later, glowing small green leaves appeared before her, and as Anna swiftly pointed, luminous green leaves gathered together, resembling a rolling green serpent, charging directly toward Rain's fallen position. This was one of the few level 1 nature witchcraft spells Anna had mastered. Healing spell. As Rain barely stood up, the green serpent coiled around him, and the glowing leaves spontaneously attached to the wound under Rain's ribs. Instantly, Rain felt strands of coolness and itching emanating from the wound. Lowering his gaze, he saw the bleeding had quickly stopped, and the wound was visibly healing at a rapid pace. Nevertheless, Rain felt no joy, because Anna casting the healing spell could very likely draw the attention of the six-armed Naga directly toward her. In other words, Anna's recent action was extremely risky. But soon, Rain felt relieved, perhaps because he had shattered the magic-tailed three-headed sea dragon's egg, or maybe the true damage from Soul Shatter Strike muddled her consciousness. At this moment, the six-armed Naga ignored Anna, who was casting Cure Technique, and instead, with eyes burning in furious flames, charged relentlessly at him. Meanwhile, at the entrance of the ceiling gate, Angus shouted cautiously, sword and shield in hand. "Watch out, everyone. Those blood-cursed Naga are charging toward us." Just now, he acutely sensed that perhaps due to the six-armed Naga's scream or a certain summons, the blood-cursed Naga from the underground tunnels were quickening their march toward here. "Let's hold our ground here and try not to let them inside," easing the captain's pressure, Angus shouted. Several individuals nodded and immediately got into combat stance. Apart from Anna, the other four had undergone squad training, swiftly positioning and casting according to the previous tactical plan. Yet knowing the situation, Rain might have had them allow 10 blood-cursed Naga in. The reason? Naturally, to stack 10 units of soul energy, facilitating the use of Soul Shatter Strike again. To Rain's left, several meters away, about a dozen open-mouthed bags woven from certain water plants hung from the dim cave walls like net bags. These elastic bags outlined humanoid figures inside, but the most revolting thing was that each face had a gray creature akin to a scorpion yet soft, like an octopus clinging to it. The tail chamber of these monsters pointed at the trapped individuals' mouths and noses, occasionally spitting out yellow-green gas. This gas seemed hallucinogenic or sleep-inducing. If you approached, you'd see these restrained individuals had their eyes shut tight, yet the eyeballs under the eyelids were rapidly moving. Facing the approaching six-armed Naga, Rain intended to sidestep, but immediately felt something amiss in his feet. Looking down, he saw two transparent streams of water emerge from nowhere, binding his feet. The one casting water flow and tangle was Selene's. Selene suddenly halted, while the uppermost pair of arms swiftly aimed a small fishbone bow at Rain. The level 3 danger perception instantly bombarded Rain with warnings. Rain already knew that the opponent's strike was likely. Very powerful. Even though Rain stomped forcefully to shake off the restraints, that momentary pause allowed the opponent to seize the opportunity. It was too late to dodge, so Rain made a quick decision to instantly transform hardened essence gold into 3 kite shields in front of him. Boom! In an instant, there appeared a bowl-sized irregular hole in the center of the 3 kite shields made from hardened essence gold. But when the arrow neared Rain's chest, he lifted his hand to block it right in front of him. The fishbone arrow, emitting a blue witchcraft light, continued spinning in the palm of Rain's raised left hand. It seemed like a drill trying to bore into Rain's palm, making a sizzling friction sound, with sparks flying everywhere. At this moment, whistle, a sharp sound of air being cut through echoed through the cave. No wonder the power of this arrow was so immense. Its speed was way beyond supersonic. Initially, Rain judged that even though the arrow had been weakened by the triple shields, its power was still formidable. He was prepared for his palm to be injured, even pierced. But unexpectedly, amidst the shower of sparks, his palm remained unscathed. Even the pain wasn't that intense, just a tingling sensation. This was quite unexpected for him, but immediately, a look of realization appeared on his face. Clearly, this was due to the newfound, moderate enhancement of the power of the steel body, stated in his bloodline description after he gained the bloodline concentration increase. At present, assessing from a defensive standpoint, the advanced steel body with the moderate enhancement of the dragon bloodline likely reached the level of a top steel body. Even if not, it was not far off. Selene's was surprised seeing that Rain, relying just on what seemed to be a level 1 innate wizardry, withstood her aimed shot that had more power than second-level witchcraft, unscathed. At this moment, she was still tormented by a soul-splitting pain, unable to think strategically. All she wanted was to attack and kill this bastard in front of her. She swiftly swung her arm holding the short stick, and in a second, 2 puddles of green water suddenly appeared on the ground. The green water, about a meter in diameter and circular, reflected light as if it were a mirror. These 2 puddles of green water seemed to connect to another world. In the blink of an eye, out of them extended 2 massive green arms made of water currents, followed by a round, 3-meter-tall monster composed purely of green water flowing out of the puddles. Nyoro was blocking the charge of the male blood curse, Naga while keeping an eye on the main battlefield between Rain and the 6-armed Naga. When Nyoro saw these 2 summoned elemental creatures, his pupils suddenly contracted, and he immediately shouted to Rain, "Captain, watch out. These are poison water elements as strong as a liquidized wizard. Their sprayed toxic springs are highly corrosive and poisonous." Just as Nyoro finished speaking, the poison water element, as if to prove a point, instantly spewed a foul-smelling green liquid at Rain like a high-pressure water gun. For a moment, the poison water shot forth. But in the next second, most of the poison water recoiled, with a lot more splattering around. It turned out that a silver-white kite shield had suddenly appeared in front of Rain. This shield was instantly transformed from magic silver, a metal with extremely high resistance. The magic silver shield blocked the poison water a meter away from Rain, with a small amount splattering onto Rain's mithril plate armor, producing a hissing corrosive sound. Due to the immense force of the sprayed toxic spring, Rain's block caused the coverage area of the splatter to be quite wide. A lot of poison water splashed onto the trapped individuals several dozen meters away. The small creatures, originally covering their faces, resembling facehuggers, shrieked and fled when touched by the poison water, revealing tight-shut eyes on human faces. These people were naturally the previously missing members of the Sword Holder team. Among them were Batista and Ramil from the familiar rock team to Rain. With the facehugger-like creatures gone, the captured individuals were soon awakened by the intense fight. Especially Ramil, as an official wizard, he was the first to wake up. And when he saw the familiar figure fiercely battling the 6-armed Naga, he couldn't help but be overjoyed, his eyes widening. Ramil excitedly shouted to the people on both sides, "Wake up! Lord Rieni has come to rescue us. Captain, it's Lord Rieni. Everyone, we're saved, it's Lord Rieni." Batista, hearing Ramil's shout, struggled to open his swollen eyelids, glanced in the direction of the commotion, and couldn't help but show a trace of joy. He was in bad shape, with multiple wounds on his head, skin and flesh turned up, and severe injuries. To Ramil's right was 7 or 8 others, even weaker, presumably the earliest missing silver-level team. Among them, a young man who seemed in relatively good spirits curiously looked at Rain and asked shortly, "Lord Ramil, is this Lord Riani? N. I heard that the Diamond Star swordman responsible for Rossby County and Maest County, nicknamed Meister Siege Hammer, is Lord Riani, a rookie sword bearer as well, but I never thought he'd look so young, barely 20 is he. This young man is the captain of the silver-level sword holder team Broken Blade, Fammer, who naturally had heard of Riani, but had never met him. After all, from the time Riani joined the sword bearers to becoming a Diamond Star sword bearer, it hasn't even been 3 months. That speed is really incredibly fast. This also results in most members of the silver-level teams being less familiar with Riani than with Batista, Ramil, and others. Yeah, Lord Ramil, can Lord Riani, being so young, defeat this 6-armed Naga? Another person asked. This is someone much stronger than that sea-tide piercer Roljet. Well, hearing their question, Ramil couldn't help but hesitate, not knowing how to answer. Because he also didn't know how Riani got in here, if he used some witchcraft method to bypass the sea-tide piercer Roljets and come directly here. Then the situation is extremely unfavorable, and Lord Riani will face a pincer attack from 2 strong opponents. But if Lord Riani killed the sea-tide piercer Roljets before coming here, then it's different. However, such a situation really possible? Ramil glanced at Batista, the captain of his team. The miserable state of his team leader was exactly due to an attack by the sea-tide piercer Roljets. The opponent's trump card, Tidal Piercing, was truly formidable, breaking most of the bones of his captain, who was powered by drugs. At the center of the cave, Riani took advantage while the opponent's vision was obscured by the poison water, and his armored boots stomped heavily. Instantly, the water flow wrapped around his legs exploded, followed by the ground cracking like a spider web. Riani's whole body pulled out a silver line, head-on towards the 6-armed Naga. This made Selene smile disdainfully. She raised her dual fishbone bow, planning to aim and shoot again, when suddenly Riani flickered, leaving a shadow where he was, while his true form appeared next to the poison water element. The 2-handed warhammer in his hand instantly drew a black arc, smashing heavily into the unguarded poison water element. With a loud bang, this poison water element seemed to be hit by a heavy bomb. Instantly, the green poison water that made up its body surged towards the 6-armed Naga like a tsunami. Facing the huge wave-like poison water attack naturally made Selena's fishbone bow unable to aim. Simultaneously, a large amount of poison water hit her protective witchcraft, immediately emitting sizzling corrosive sounds. The second poison water element, the next second, followed in the footsteps of the first, also blasted directly by Riani's sudden annihilating hammer. Riani's 2 counterattacks made the trapped people's eyes shine. Amazing. Riani just used the poison water elements he killed to simultaneously weaken the opponent's witchcraft defense. The purpose should be to attack the opponent's main body. Batista quickly understood Riani's intention. Sure enough, wielding the 2-handed warhammer, Riani followed the mass of poison water and engaged in fierce close combat with the 6-armed Naga. Clang clang. Both movements were extremely fast. However, Riani's speed relied on shadow step, while the opponent's speed relied on 6 arms. The opponent's middle pair of arms wielded 2 short swords with extremely rapid attack speed, and the top pair of arms, although holding a fishbone bow and arrows, would occasionally swing or thrust towards Riani. Luckily, Riani's witchcraft metal barrier immediately used a kite shield to block the overhead attacks. Though the opponent had 6 arms, Riani relied on 3 shields swirling around his body and flexible movement, with phantom step to fight to a draw for a time. Oh no, Lord Riani is in danger. Continuously using secret techniques consumes a great deal of stamina, while the opponent, as an ancient race, far surpasses our human stamina. Continuing this way, Lord Riani will surely exhaust his stamina. Fammer's words made Batista and Ramil exchange a smile. Both of them had seen Riani's stamina. Finally, it was Ramil who explained. Fammer, perhaps you don't know yet. Lord Riani is not only a hammer skill specialist, but also a stamina specialist. Stamina specialist? Fammer looked puzzled, but even as long as that, can it be longer than the six-armed Naga in front of us? Clang! Rain's hardened essence gold warhammer clashed heavily with the six-armed Naga's pair of short swords. This time, Rain was thrown back several meters by the impact, while Selene's, although not forced back, leaned her entire upper body far back, her snake tail cracking the ground upon contact. It was evident that she transmitted the impact force into the ground. Huff huff, Rain panted heavily, with white steam rising from his entire body. The continuous deployment of secret techniques earlier had consumed a great deal of his stamina, yet his eyes became even more radiant. In the previous battles, Rain had leveled up twice. That is to say, Rain effectively recovered twice his stamina, allowing him to battle the six-armed Naga for so long. The opponent's six arms could all partake in attacks, putting an unprecedented amount of technical pressure on Rain. He had to manipulate the metal barrier witchcraft's three shields to fend off attacks the Warhammer could not block, while also executing secret techniques. Yet even so, it was the first time Rain encountered such an evenly matched opponent. At this moment, Rain felt a faint ember in his heart flicker, making his blood boil. Unlike the ancient hero Mong and the possessed great priest of the Black Flame cult Exeter, both of whom later relied on strength matches, the current opponent's sheer strength was not enormous, merely slightly stronger than Rain. When Rain activated the huge strength and dragon bloodline, they were almost evenly matched, relying solely on various melee techniques. This was simply an ideal sparring partner for Rain. In contrast, Selene's looked utterly exhausted at this moment, her central pair of arms holding the short swords trembling slightly. Evidently, the recent battle had also nearly drained her stamina. Yet despite using all her methods, she still couldn't defeat the opponent, which made the already irrational Selene's extremely furious. Damn it! She started waving the arm holding the short stick, murmuring something under her breath. In fact, if it weren't for her injured soul, the whirlpool of water she was about to cast would almost be instant. But now she had to chant to execute it. Roar! Rain immediately performed a dragon roar, interrupting Selene's spellcasting and causing her to pause for a moment. Suddenly, Rain appeared with two afterimages, and his real body attacked from the side. The two immediately engaged in fierce close combat again. With a sharp scream from Selene's, more than 20 male blood-cursed Nagas, blocked at the ceiling gate's entrance by Angus and others, suddenly went berserk, eyes bloodshot, recklessly rushing inside. This caused Angus and the others to retreat in continuous steps. This retreat opened up the best and narrowest entryway terrain, making it impossible to block the entry of blood-cursed Naga. Angus and others were shocked, and Nioro immediately shouted to Rain, "Captain, we can't hold it. Watch out for the blood-cursed Nagas charging in." At the reminder, Rain glanced with the corner of his eye and saw more than a dozen injured male blood-cursed Nagas charging toward him, which ironically brought him delight. To avoid unnecessary prolonged battle, Rain had long intended to quickly kill the six-armed Naga before him, instead of dragging it out. He hadn't expected soul energy to be delivered to his door. Rain fully performed the shadow step, appearing instantly by the 5 blood-cursed Nagas who had just charged, with 5 different hammer-wielding figures appearing almost simultaneously. Bang, bang. After 5 consecutive whip-crack-like hammer strikes, 4 of the shadows instantly vanished, leaving only Rain's true form, maintaining the stance of wielding the hammer with both hands and striking heavily down. The heads of the 5 blood-cursed Nagas exploded simultaneously, collapsing to the ground. Repeating this once again. 9 transparent shadows of blood-cursed Nagas, dragging long trails of tail flames, circled around Rain several times before being absorbed into the warhammer in Rain's hand. Dead soul system magic. Selene squinted, feeling a shock in her heart. The next second, Rain raised his warhammer high, rushing swiftly toward Selene's, delivering an all-out blow toward her. Clang. Locked, but before Selene's could feel any joy, she immediately clutched her head and screamed again. Though she could block the annihilating hammer, she couldn't defend against the Soul Shatter Strike. This Soul Shatter Strike inflicted even more damage on Selene's already wounded soul. If it weren't for her high legendary soul strength, this strike might have already killed her. But at this moment she, resembling a mad person, screamed in agony, her 6 arms wildly thrashing. This made it unsuitable for Rain to confront her head-on. However, a flash of insight crossed Rain's mind in an instant. His 2-handed warhammer quickly transformed into a riding spear over 3 meters long, leveraging agile footwork to launch distant attacks. Although the power of the riding spear lagged behind other secret technique weapons and couldn't compare to the top-level secret technique of hammer skills, it excelled in relative safety. This resembled controlling a criminal with an anti-riot fork in his previous life, maintaining distance to ensure personal safety, and then continuously attacking. Rain controlled the distance and commenced a series of stabbing attacks. It seemed that due to suffering 2 consecutive soul shatter strikes, the opponent's soul was severely injured, resulting in a totally disordered attack. Allowing Rain's riding spear to land hit after hit, the defensive witchcraft on the 6-armed Naga had disappeared, and now blood flowers were continuously bursting out from its body. It had evidently become a teaching target for Rain's riding spear. The opponent's movements became slower and slower. Rain squinted his eyes, and in an instant delivered a powerful stab, the tip of the riding spear directly piercing through the opponent's throat. God! God! Selena's eyes widened suddenly, sensing her life slipping away. In an instant, countless memories surged through her mind. How could I die here so unwilling? Clang! The continuous sounds of weapons falling echoed as the weapons held by Selena's 6 arms clattered to the ground, and she too hung her head motionless. Huff huff, Rain panted, recalling the sensation from that last riding spear strike. At this moment, he sensed a dense green energy swirling around him, palm-sized leaves glowing green, landing on his wounds. Rain looked up, and it was Anna casting magic, her forehead beaded with sweat, indicating she was exerting all her strength to perform the healing spell. This inevitably warmed Rain's heart. Seeing Rain looking over, Anna gave a sweet smile. Due to the enhancement from the dragon bloodline, Rain's advanced steel body's defensive power further increased, so even when facing the attacks of the 6-armed Naga, the injuries were not very severe, and under Anna's healing spell he quickly recovered. This is too incredible. Famer looked at Rain in shock, who had defeated the 6-armed Naga. However, Batista and Ramil were much more composed, because both had witnessed Rain's exaggerated combat prowess, so after a brief daze, they regained their composure. After a few shouts, Nioro and others quickly approached, rescuing Batista and more than a dozen trapped individuals. Though everyone was injured with their combat power greatly diminished, walking was still manageable. Batista and Ramil stepped forward, slightly bowing to Rain in thanks. Lord Rain, we owe you again, otherwise we might have all perished. Last time, Rain had also saved them here. This time it was the same. It made Ramil feel a bit embarrassed. Think nothing of it, Lord Batista, Lord Ramil, it's my duty. Rain waved his hand, smiling. Lord Rain, I am Famer, the captain of the silver-level team Broken Blade. Thank you for your rescue this time. A young man stepped forward, somewhat awkwardly expressing his gratitude. Hello, Famer. Rain smiled and nodded. After some small talk, everyone began to clean up the battlefield. It was only then that they had the time to carefully examine the spacious cave inside the ceiling gate. Soon, they discovered, in the depths of the bone-laden cave, a row of giant half-man-high eggshells, already broken, and then saw the one crushed by Rain, with its shell still wet with egg fluid. This left everyone glancing at each other in disbelief. Could it be an egg of the magic-tailed 3-headed sea dragon? Ramil exclaimed in shock. He could quickly recognize the origin of these eggs, because he had been present during the battle between Prince Mania, the Dragon Knight, and the magic-tailed 3-headed sea dragon, and naturally knew the general situation within the blood-cursed Naga cave. Yes, it should be. Rain nodded. Upon hearing Rain's confirmation, everyone was amazed. Hiss, an egg of the magic-tailed 3-headed sea dragon. How powerful would it be if it hatched? Wishful thinking. Don't you know how long it takes for a sea dragon to mature? By the time it grows, you'd already be in the ground. True. Rain, with system prompts, he naturally knew long ago that these were sea dragon eggs. However, he hadn't seen the row of already broken sea dragon eggs earlier. Immediately, Rain focused his gaze on the sea dragon egg he had just crushed. Hidden under the cover of bones, the sea dragon egg he crushed was extremely well concealed. Perhaps that was why it was the only sea dragon egg that remained. It's a pity that the last magic-tailed 3-headed sea dragon egg is also broken. Otherwise, there might have been a chance to raise it as a battle pet. Nioro lamented. Unlikely, the wild nature of the magic-tailed 3-headed sea dragon is hard to tame, unless you, as the master, can always overpower it in strength. Otherwise, it's prone to defect. Ramil explained from the side. I'm not up to it, but the captain should be capable. Nioro glanced at Rain and told Ramil, It left Ramil momentarily speechless. To say Rain's strength was below that of a three-headed sea dragon. Hard to say, not to mention Rain saved them. Not to mention, with Rain's current strength at such a young age, it's entirely possible he could continually overpower the magic-tailed three-headed sea dragon. Rain remained calm. After all, the essence of the sea dragon egg had already been absorbed by him, making full use of it. Most importantly, through this egg fluid baptism, he gained information far more valuable than a single battle pet. By now, the group had arrived beside the corpse of the six-armed Naga, and after closely examining its bodily features, Ramil said to Rain, "Lord Rain, according to ancient records, these six-armed Naga possess combat power of a senior legend, or even at its peak. Since this one is female, there's a high chance she's a priest of the blood-cursed Naga clan, or even the high priest." Oh, Rain glanced again at the six-armed Naga's corpse. This confirmed his previous suspicions. With such immense strength, she had to be either the clan leader or the high priest. The blood-cursed Naga clan is matriarchal. The high priest's position is superior to the clan leader, and these roles are occupied by female Naga. Ramil added, "Indeed, I have also seen similar records in ancient texts." Nyoro chimed in. "Captain, come quickly and see, there is a letter on her." As Rain's follower, Viri naturally took on the task of gathering loot. Raising a letter as a sign, Rain took it, looked surprised, and said, "It's written in common language, shouldn't it be in Naga language? High Priest Seleni's, please organize, outpost, strike when the opportunity arises." Turns out she is indeed the High Priest. Moreover, it's a letter from the Sea God sect addressed to someone named Seleni's. After reading, Rain passed the letter to Ramil at his side, while he contemplated and quickly outlined the outline of the situation. The purpose of their return to the sealing gate this time should be twofold. One is to incubate the magic-tailed three-headed sea dragon egg, which was miraculously preserved. The other is likely to carry out a counterattack at the request of the Sea God sect. It seems that I must immediately convey this news to the Navy and the sword-bearer to facilitate high-level decision-making. Evelyn, contact the branch right away to relay this letter and the rescue situation to Lady Olna. Understood, Captain. Evelyn took the letter, quickly inserted it into a small bamboo tube. "Let's leave here first," Rain called out. Without objection, everyone quickly followed Rain, heading toward the cave entrance. Along the way, Batista and Rain were conversing. "We were originally in Maest County, guarding against the recently emerged secret Snake Sect members, but after receiving news of the situation here, we rushed over immediately." What are the secret Snake Sect people up to now?" Rain listened, feeling a tightness in his chest. "They have scattered, seemingly searching for something, not launching any attacks against the Empire." Batista replied, "Looks like they're likely searching for traces of the ancient legendary Earth Snake." Rain nodded and said, "Legendary Earth Snake." Batista was clearly taken aback. Indeed, Rain immediately gave Batista a brief summary of the previous events. Only then did everyone realize the impressive feat of Lord Rain in front of them, having not only faced the legendary species Earth Snake, but also eliminated a great priest and a chief priest from the secret Snake Sect. However, once they control the Earth Snake, will they honestly leave Maest County? Viri asked. Highly unlikely. That would probably be when they launch their attack. Rain pondered briefly and then shook his head, replying, "Captain, in that case, what are we waiting for? Let's find and eliminate them first. We can't just passively defend after they've controlled the legendary Earth Snake." Viri suggested. "Yes, that's what I intend to do. We should return to Maest County City quickly." Rain naturally thought of Clea. If the opponent chooses to attack Count Hab's mansion directly, Clea would have a hard time holding them off, even though she's now at the level of a great knight. The reason is simple. Even the previous great priest Ganon he killed, Clea wouldn't stand a chance against in a one-on-one duel. This time the opponents are well prepared, presumably bringing forces stronger than Ganon's. "Lord Rain, I'll have Ramil and the others stay to help. They've tracked some secret Snake Sect members before and have some experience." Batista, knowing his physical condition offers no combat power, suggested. "That would be most helpful." Rain nodded. Soon the group exited the cave, and the guards at the entrance, naturally overjoyed, exchanged warm greetings. Anna, having slightly recovered her spiritual power, began quickly tending to and bandaging the wounded's injuries, utilizing Healing Touch. Healing Touch, as an entry-level druid witchcraft, consumes much less spiritual power, making it more suitable for the current situation. Rain then took a moment to check the system notifications. Congratulations, your skill Lance of Langacero has advanced to level 9. Congratulations, you have defeated a formidable enemy and gained 12 golden skill points. Congratulations, your hidden will attribute has improved. Congratulations, your Weapon Master Legendary profession level has increased. Since his Weapon Master Legendary profession level was on the verge of leveling up last time, it smoothly upgraded by one level, reaching level 10, 991/20,000. This earned Rain 1 skill point and 1 attribute point. Including the points he had previously saved, he now had a total of 6 attribute points and 3 skill points, with 22 golden skill points accumulated. Rain glanced at the attribute panel. Constitution 47. Strength 54, 3 points added through battle. Agility 47, Spirit 55, Will hidden attribute 9. Willpower increased by 2 points. Rain showed a look of surprise. Indeed, with this, just 1 more point and my willpower will cross the threshold of 10. Rain carefully felt again and realized the evil flame mark's impact on him was indeed minimal. Truly, one's own strength is always the best reliance. The Lance of Langacero upgraded to LV9. Doesn't this mean that I can now directly enhance it by adding points and comprehend its secret technique? Instantly, Rain's eyes brightened and his face showed delight. Meister, at the gates of Earl Hab's mansion. Accompanied by a guard, Yodel Butler quickly walked out from inside, boarded a luxurious carriage marked with a bird symbol, and the coachman drove the carriage forward. However, the carriage hadn't moved far when a graceful female figure in a black robe stopped it in the street. The figure wore a hood, hiding her features. Whoa, the coachman had to rein in the horses and angrily shouted, "Are you out of your mind?" "Excuse me, is Mr. Yodel Butler inside?" A magnetic female voice asked, making the coachman and guards feel a tingling sensation in their hearts, inexplicably gaining some favorable impression of the black-robed woman. So when the black-robed woman walked toward the carriage, the 2 men didn't make any attempt to stop her. "Who are you?" Yodel showed confusion, looking at the stranger before him. The black-robed woman slowly lifted her hood, revealing a stunningly beautiful face in front of Yodel Butler, with eyes slightly flashing a mesmerizing glow. Yodel Butler felt his vision blurring, followed by a dazed and confused state. Meanwhile, beside the coachman and guard, 2 tall black-robed figures suddenly appeared. As the 2 sensed something amiss, they heard the hiss breath of a snake signal from the black-robed individuals. The next moment, 2 serpent-like creatures, with open jaws, burst out from the wide sleeves of the black-robed figures, instantly swallowing the coachman and guard whole, not even allowing them time for a scream. After the black-robed woman entered the carriage, the 2 black-robed figures seized control of it and drove towards a distant, secluded alley. "Yodel, tell me how the young man who controlled the giant snake died some time ago and who was responsible?" the black-robed woman asked, turning her head in the carriage. "At your command, madam." In Yodel's eyes, the one questioning him at the moment was the venerable Earl Habs. As to why Earl Habs appeared before him, he didn't know. Nor did he seem inclined to ponder overly complex issues. Yodel instinctively narrated the entire incident in detail. "Very good, then you are no longer needed," the black-robed woman calmly stated. "HM." Just then, Yodel's gaze began returning to clarity, and he heard the last sentence from the black-robed woman. As he was still pondering the meaning behind her words, suddenly, an open jaw descended upon him from above. Yodel felt darkness enveloping him, a sharp pain coursing through his body, and knew nothing further. The carriage slowly parked within the secluded alley, and the 2 male black-robed figures immediately entered the carriage interior from the coachman's position. "Envoy Kosella," the 2 bowed respectfully. "The situation is now quite clear. My brother met his end when attacking the Habs mansion. Killed by an imperial sword-bearer named Rain. Envoy Kosella, what are your intentions? Now that Rain has returned to the Minster Swordsman Division, but my brother's death is inseparable from this Earl Habs, I will make everyone in the mansion pay for it. Then I shall make a trip to Minster. Esteemed Envoy, this. How about we wait for Lord Edmondo to find the legendary Earth Snake first? After all, the Pope's orders were to." The black-robed individual chose his words carefully, seemingly intimidated by the presence before him. A fair arm reached out, grasping the black-robed person's throat, immediately cutting off any continued speech. "I hate being pressured with the Pope." The pale fingers kept tightening, as if wanting to twist the other's neck. The other black-robed man hurriedly bowed respectfully to Ecosella and said, "Please calm down, Envoy Ecosella. If you attack Hab's mansion now, completely destroying them isn't likely. As we are only 3, surely someone would escape, and you see." Ecosella followed the black-robed man's pointing gesture, looking through the carriage window towards the sky, where 2 small black dots flew overhead in Meister. With Ecosella's eyesight, it was clear that the black dots in the sky were 2 Imperial Griffin Knights. Therefore, when Lord Edmondo commands the legendary Earth Snake and joins us, I think that will ensure no one from Hab's mansion escapes. They'll be fully eliminated. Waiting is for a better outcome. Very well, you've convinced me. I'll wait 2 more days then. Ecosella nodded, releasing her grip, and there was a thud as the first black-robed man fell hard to the ground, gasping for breath. The black-robed man's face had turned crimson, and after taking a frightened glance at Ecosella, he lowered his head, daring not to meet her gaze. This woman, nicknamed Mad Snake in the sect, is one of the 12 secret snake envoys, ranking above the great priest in status, second only to the Pope, with the ability to independently offer sacrifices to the great devouring snake. "Holden, my dear brother, sister will kill every one of those who murdered you," Ecosella whispered. Though these words weren't directed at the 2 elite secret snake sect members beside her, they both felt a chill on their backs, exchanging glances and seeing a hint of pity in each other's eyes. Of course, this was pity for Holden's killer. Everyone in the sect knew that Holden's sister Ecosella was a Supreme Brother complex. Even high-ranking members at the great priest level within the sect faced direct questioning if any discord occurred between them and Holden. It's imaginable how brutally the enemy would die this time. Moreover, they've heard about the recent incident. Recently, Holden followed the Nome province's great priest Ganon to Minster on a mission, a venture specifically arranged by Envoy Ecosella as a gilding trip. The aim was to accumulate experience, facilitating future promotions. But unexpectedly, the gilding journey cost Holden his life in Minster. This left the brother-loving madly Ecosella deeply sad and enraged. Now, knowing who the murderer is, Ecosella's wrath is unstoppable. 2 hours later, Chief Maid Shadia anxiously walked into the study on the 2nd floor of the villa and said, "Lady Kreia, something's wrong. Yodel Butler has disappeared." "Shadia, don't panic, speak slowly." Kreia, who was reviewing documents, raised her eyebrows and set down her quill, looking up at her chief maid. "Here's the thing, miss. Yodel Butler and I agreed to calculate this month's income and expenses of the mansion together this afternoon, but I waited for a long time, and he never came. Logically, he should have returned an hour ago. I have just sent a guard to inquire at Viscount Hamadi's mansion. However, they replied that Yodel Butler never went there." The errand to Viscount Hamadi's mansion was assigned by me to him. Given Yodel's character, it's impossible for him not to go. Upon hearing this, Kreia's expression slightly changed. "Has anyone been sent to search? If he disappeared within the county town with so many people on the streets, there should be witnesses." "I thought so too, and I have sent a few more guards out to search." Just as Shadia was about to say something else, a guard knocked on the door. "Knock, knock, knock. Come in." "Lady Kreia, chief maid, we found the mansion's carriage in a secluded alley, but Yodel Butler and the guard are missing, and even the coachman is nowhere to be found," the guard reported. "Has the carriage been retrieved?" Kreia raised an eyebrow and asked. "It has been retrieved. The carriage is now in the front yard." "Good, let's go take a look now." Kreia stood up and said. It seemed that Kreia's calm demeanor also eased Shadia's panic, and they quickly reached the mansion's front yard. A luxurious carriage emblazoned with a Cali bird insignia was under the watch of 4 guards. "Lady Kreia," the guards saluted in unison. Kreia first examined the carriage exterior, which was entirely undamaged. Some scratches were evidently old, not newly added. But as she entered the carriage, she suddenly caught a faint, peculiar scent, which made Kreia slightly pause. Next, upon thoroughly inspecting the carriage's interior, she discovered a corroded mark under the seat. Kreia used a dagger to prod the corroded spot. The painted wood had been completely corroded away. Seeing this, Kreia seemed deep in thought. This seems to be the secretion of some creature. "Lady Kreia, a guard in the mansion is missing." The captain of the guards hurried over, his expression grave. Kreia's eyes immediately sharpened. "Go on full alert. Increase the patrol personnel within the mansion from pairs to groups of 3. Additionally, mobilize a squad of city guards for perimeter vigilance." Kreia issued a series of rapid orders. "Miss, should we immediately contact the Griffin Squadron?" Chief Maid Shadia, still worried, asked. Having witnessed the battle between Rain and ancient hero Mong, Chief Mage Shadia knew that even the most well-trained ordinary people stood little chance against foes far stronger than themselves, adding only to the casualty count. This moment they could rely only on the Transcendence. Yes, contact Fishing Port Town and have the Griffin Squadron pay closer attention here, preferably increasing patrol frequency. Kreia thought and nodded. Not far from Earl Hab's mansion, on the rooftop of a slightly smaller villa, a black-robed figure watched the somewhat chaotic Hab's mansion with a sneer. Panic, you doomed souls. This is merely an appetizer, prepared for you by Lord Ecosella. The black-robed figure glanced at the setting sun, the smirk on his face widening. Nighttime is the best enhancer of panic. In a secluded alley, two black-robed figures, one tall and one short, walked. Lord Ecosella, aren't you concerned that Diganon's actions might prompt them to call for support? The tall black-robed man asked, puzzled. Oh, don't you think it's quite entertaining? Ecosella chuckled lightly. It's merely a county town governor's mansion. There's not even a quasi-legendary master there. Timxie, you know. If you want to wipe out an entire ant nest, you must lure in all the ants from outside. Who knows, there might be unexpected gains. The black-robed man named Timxie sneaked a glance at Ecosella beside him, thinking to himself, what an extraordinary way of thinking, truly befitting the nickname Mad Snake. By the way, have you contacted Edmondo, my lord? Edmondo has been contacted, according to the last message. Lord Edmondo and his group have already spotted the legendary Earth Snake, considering Lord Edmondo's power. Commanding the Earth Snake shouldn't be too difficult. They should be able to join us soon. Very good. Ecosella nodded. Near the entrance of the blood-cursed Naga Cave, close to the shoreline, the group was making minor adjustments and resting. After completing initial treatments for everyone, Anna kept glancing at Rain, who was not far off, deep in thought. For a moment, she found Rain both familiar and unfamiliar. He was familiar because he was still the same person. The camaraderie and rapport during their conversations remained unchanged. As for the unfamiliarity, it's due to the power. Rain's power has risen too quickly. She feels that even Aunt Delana wouldn't be a match for Rain now, but how long has Rain been a transcendent? It feels too unreal. Meanwhile, the people around quickly noticed that this girl, though not particularly beautiful but possessing rare nature witchcraft, seemed to have an inexplicable feeling for Lord Rieni. Because when she looks at Rain, the shine in her beautiful eyes, anyone can understand the meaning behind it. Since everyone here are sword bearers, there are distinctions in their levels, but usually they've met each other a few times, considered familiar. Upon seeing this, they couldn't help but chuckle and whisper among themselves. After all, gossip about big personalities is quite the topic for relaxation after battle. Hey Angus, what's the relationship between her and Lord Rieni? A curious young lad gossipingly asked. Yeah, I thought Lord Rieni liked that red-haired beauty in your team. Upon hearing the question, another person asks energetically. You mean Evelyn? Angus realized and said, how do you know Lord Rieni doesn't like both? Another said, this. Suddenly the first person thought his companion's point had merit. Well, if I have Lord Rieni's power, I'd want them all if I liked them. After thinking for a moment, the young person patted his head, nodded, and agreed. Ha ha ha, dream on. Those around couldn't help but burst into laughter. This moment, Rain was alone, facing the boundless sea, contemplating. Rain recalls the battle with Selena's. He realized that with the soul shatter strike at the start, it was like an early seal on victory. True damage bypassed the opponent's triple witchcraft defense and body defense, directly impacting the opponent's soul, catching them off guard, causing serious injury. This meant that what he faced later wasn't a fully strong senior legend, but one heavily injured. No wonder, it felt like the opponent's power wasn't particularly strong. Rain showed a hint of realization. However, Rain didn't find any issue with using the soul-shattering Warhammer as a trump card to gain the opening advantage and then kill the opponent. After all, whether it's the Knight path or the Wizard's path, he's been learning for a short amount of time. Battles don't inherently have fairness. What Rain was particularly curious about was the previous changes in the system regarding bloodline descriptions. When he upgraded the Fire Dragon breathing technique to LV-18, a warning of insufficient concentration reappeared regarding the dragon bloodline, meaning he needed to find a way to acquire more dragon blood ore, egg essence, to further enhance himself. Additionally, in the dragon bloodline, weak, the effect added water element affinity increase in its description. This is interesting. Does it mean because the magic-tailed three-headed sea dragon is primarily a water attribute dragon, the system absorbed related genetic fragments? In this case, doesn't it mean that if I find different system dragons or dragon descendants and obtain their essence blood, I can enhance all system element affinities? That would be amazing. Yet soon, Rain shook his head, dismissing the idea that seemed unrealistic for him at the moment. After all, obtaining the sea dragon egg this time had an element of luck involved. Truly wanting to get dragon blood or egg essence wouldn't be easy. Thinking about it, Rain refocused his attention on the recently enhanced Lance of Langacero. Currently at LV9, with a bit more improvement, using the intermediate weapon mastery talent, he can prematurely grasp the secret technique. Since everyone is resting, Rain didn't hesitate and instantly invested a skill point into Lance of Langacero. Upon investing one skill point, instantly, a memory flood regarding Lance of Langacero rushed into Rain's brain. The system prompt followed. Congratulations, you have comprehended Lance of Langacero's basic secret technique, Armor-Breaking Strike. Armor-Breaking Strike, not bad. Now, it's just one last extraordinary battle technique secret technique left, once completed. Will fulfill the requirements for transitioning to the epic-level profession King of Thousand Blades. Rain looked at the above prompt, a flash of brilliance in his eyes, his entire being quite excited. Just one step away, Rain remarked. Simultaneously, on the Weapon Master Legendary panel, Rain noticed a new icon directly above Lance of Langacero. The icon depicts a tall, fully armored man riding a warhorse, holding a long riding spear. The man is riding the warhorse rapidly, the spear in his hand piercing forward at speed, seemingly able to tear through the air. Along the sides of the riding spear are several wavy lines depicting the turbulence of airflow when thrust. The lower left of the icon is the text explaining the secret technique Armor-Breaking Strike. Armor-Breaking Strike, basic secret technique, effect. Uses a special riding spear attack incorporating original force combined with piercing power to deliver a shot of tremendous penetration power. Note, if a suitable mount is available to assist in charging, the power of Armor-Breaking Strike will be enhanced. Upgrade Armor-Breaking Strike to Intermediate Secret Technique requires meeting the following conditions. 1. Lance of Langacero LV14 or above, specialization can offset some level requirements. 2. Fire Dragon Breathing Technique LV12 or above. 3. Strength 38 points, Agility 35 points, Constitution 35 points or above. 4. Consume 1 golden skill point. And the coordination with the mount enhance power. Rain's eyes lit up as he watched. This is a good thing, maybe I can try riding Little Black first. With Rain's thought, the hardened essence gold in his hand quickly transformed into a 3-meter-long riding spear, and the fast-stepping horned horse Little Black, sensing its master's summons, trotted over and nuzzled against Rain affectionately. Rain mounted the horse, holding the spear, and galloped towards a several-meter-high dark red reef on the beach, gradually picking up speed. The surface of the reef has been worn smooth like a pebble by years of waves, covered with oysters, mussels, and other shellfish, but the reef itself is very hard. Rain's unusual action naturally drew the attention of the others, adjusting themselves. Look quickly, what is Lord Rain planning? Asked one silver-level sword bearer. Is he testing the power of the riding spear on that giant reef? Viri guessed, following the direction of Rain's road. It seems to be the only possibility. Angus nodded after a brief thought, agreeing with Viri's view. Hiss, the hardness of this red reef is extraordinary. I'm afraid my knight's longsword, even with the secret skill, would only chop in about 10 centimeters. The silver-level sword bearer remarked. Suddenly, Rain accelerated his fast-stepping horned horse, using Little Black's talent ability fast-stepping. 1 man and 1 horse. The nimble posture like an arrow from a bowstring, whoosh, charged straight at the reef. Clang, quicker still was the dark long spear in Rain's hand. The spear's body of hardened essence gold emitted a sharp whistle due to high-speed friction with the air, while the spear shot like a black lightning at the massive dark red reef. Boom! Where the riding spear and the reef collided, a circle of white airwave exploded, scattering some small stones around. The dark long spear in Rain's hand was nowhere to be seen. The black spear had pierced into the hard red reef, leaving only part of the spear handle, and the reef had not shattered, but only a small tube-like hole was created. The highly concentrated power and strong penetration. Power left everyone stunned. Damn, such power, it's outrageous. The entire 3-meter spear went in. If this hit a person, plate armor defense would be like thin paper. So impressive. No wonder Lord Rain could kill that six-armed Naga. He's truly powerful. Suddenly, everyone was talking. Many, ignoring injuries, quickly ran forward to check behind the reef. Hiss, it really pierced through. Oh my, the impact is too strong. Standing behind the reef, several people, including Angus and Viri, had their eyes wide and mouths agape in amazement. Rain nodded slightly, satisfied with the power of his strike. Oh, he mused, the basic secret technique armor-breaking strike wouldn't normally be so exaggerated, but with the addition of the inertia from Little Black's fast stepping, the acceleration was all injected into the strike. Thus, it resulted in an effect comparable to an intermediate secret technique. It's a pity Blood Feather is still a little short, but in a while it should be ready. Compared to the Griffin Knights, by then I'll be a Hippogriff Knight. Once dive attacks are unleashed, the power of armor-breaking strikes should get a more amazing boost. Thinking this, Rain's mood improved. My methods against enemies have become more varied. Next, I can focus all my energy on enhancing that last extraordinary battle technique, Rictillo's Guardian Staff. Yet, Rain glanced around, noticing everyone was almost adjusted, then said, "Let's return to Fishing Port Town and rest up." Soon, the group arrived at the Imperial camp in the nearby Fishing Port Town. As expected, Rain and others were warmly welcomed by an Imperial Vice Admiral in the camp. At the welcome banquet, Rain also met old subordinate Knit. "Did you say Vinica went to the South Sea Fleet? When did this happen?" "Just this morning. Miss Vinica seems to have written you a letter," Knit recalled and said. Rain nodded. The letter should be sent to Mingster. "Do you know why?" It said that Miss Vinica's mentor, Master Annius, the consultant of the South Sea Fleet, was severely injured and is dying." "I understand now." Rain's mood turned a bit heavy. The aftermath of Dragon Knight Prince Mania's return to the Imperial City began to appear. Moreover, it seems the Sea God sect has launched an offensive. Lord Rain, long time no see. The Griffin Squadron's deputy leader, Viscount Filk, with golden hair, laughed and greeted. "Viscount Filk, long time no see." Rain raised his glass, smiled slightly and said. Just as Filk was about to say something to Rain, a Griffin Knight came quickly and said, "Viscount, urgent news from Earl Hab's mansion, asking us to increase patrol frequency. Suspected enemies hidden in the county town may attack at any time." The Griffin Knight's report was very clear, which made Rain narrow his eyes. "Viscount Felk, can the next batch of patrolling Griffin Knights escort me to the Earl Hab's mansion first?" Rain spoke. Underneath Meister, in a certain deep tunnel, a rather handsome middle-aged man was leading 4 or 5 black-robed figures deeper into the tunnel. Suddenly, he raised his right hand, and the black-robed figures immediately halted their steps. "It should be here. I've already smelled the scent of the earth snake. Are the super-strong cold ice potions ready?" "They are ready, Lord Edmondo. There are a total of 20 bottles of super-strong cold ice potions." "Very good. Prepare the materials and formation for the domination ritual. Leave this to me." The handsome middle-aged man smiled with satisfaction, nodding. "As you command, my lord." One of the black-robed figures placed a neatly arranged box containing 20 bottles emitting a dense cold air in front of the handsome middle-aged man. With the man's brief chant, a clump of dense cold air suddenly appeared in front of him. Then, around the 3 to 4 meter wide tunnel, white frost began to form on the rock walls, spreading rapidly in both directions. Boom, boom, boom. The sound of shattering glass bottles rang out one after another. The dense cold energy from the super-strong cold ice potions continuously merged into the clump of ice in front of the man, which suddenly swelled. Becoming dazzling white, it seemed to have reached a critical point, and even he began to sweat slightly on his forehead as he gently pushed it forward. Go! Wherever the clump of ice traveled, white ice quickly formed on both sides of the tunnel, and in no time the entire tunnel was freezing at an unimaginable speed. The handsome man, like Ecosella, one of the 12 secret serpent envoys, the ice snake, was a third-level crystallization wizard. His main purpose here was to dominate the legendary earth snake. The earth snake's only weakness is its fear of cold. It's not that the cold causes it significant harm, but it lulls the earth snake into a drowsy, near hibernating state. At this moment, the resting legendary earth snake felt a bit chilly. Just as it was considering moving elsewhere, its body's instincts made it drowsy, and it soon fell into a deeper sleep. A short while later, the middle-aged man smiled slightly and said, "The domination ritual can proceed now." Half an hour later, seeing the domination was successful, the 5 black-robed subordinates stepped forward and said, "As expected of Lord Edmondo, truly amazing." Indeed. At this moment, a black-robed figure briskly approached from behind and said, "Lord Edmondo, a letter from Lady Ecosella." Oh, Edmondo took the note and glanced at it casually. It seems that her brother's matter has indeed affected her greatly. She's already found the murderer of Gannon and Holden so quickly. Starting with the governor's mansion in the county town, then moving to Minster. Edmondo frowned as he read this. He instinctively felt this plan was a bit too reckless. Though the latest news from Temrail indicated that the Dragon Empire was in turmoil, completely eliminating the personnel at a province governor's mansion still seemed too much of a challenge to the Empire's nerves for Edmondo. However, Edmondo reconsidered. This time they had 2 tasks. First, to dominate the Earth Snake, and second, to avenge Gannon and Holden. Ecosella's decision reasonably completed the latter task. All right, let's go with her decision this time. After all, losing your brother is a torment for a brother-supporting fanatic. Thinking of this, Edmondo couldn't help but laugh, and setting down the note waved his hand, saying, "Let's go, we're just in time to test the Earth Snake's power." Inside the Empire camp at Fishing Port Town, Viscount Felk's face turned serious, saying, "Lord Rain, is the situation so severe that you need to go there personally?" Rain nodded and said, "Yes, I suspect it might very well be the people from the Secret Snake Sect." Secret Snake Sect. I've heard that this cult's main area of activity is within 7 or 8 provinces in the Central Empire. Why would they come to Minster this time, however? I've heard that this cult is very powerful and not easy to deal with. No wonder, Lord Rain, you want to go personally. Viscount Felk had already begun to look at Rain with new eyes. Especially the moment when Prince Menia presented the dragon scale to him, Felk knew that the young Viscount Rain before him, if he didn't die prematurely, would inevitably become a legendary strongman of the Empire in the future. Naturally, it was wise to make his acquaintance early. Well, Lord Rain, in that case, I'll have my adjutant accompany you specially right now. The patrolling Griffin Knights have just set out not long ago. They'll probably take nearly an hour to return. All right, then I'll trouble Lord Felk. Rain expressed his gratitude. Immediately, Rain had no desire to linger at the banquet, so after greeting the Major General responsible for the camp, he went over to his team members. "Everyone, I need to head to Maest County City immediately." The people from the Secret Snake Sect may have appeared. The people were taken aback upon hearing this and then started talking all at once. So soon, wasn't it said that they'd concealed their tracks before? Is it appropriate for the captain to go alone? Yes, perhaps we should set out together right now. Rain glanced at everyone. Unlike him, they couldn't recover by simply adding points, so even Neoro and the others who weren't injured looked quite fatigued. After all, the battle with the blood-cursed Naga was no easy task for them. As for the injured Ramil and others, even more so. Therefore, Rain waved his hand and said, "There's no rush for you all. I'll take the Griffin over first. You can come over tomorrow morning after recuperating well. Captain, you must be careful." "Yes," Rain nodded. Meanwhile, Rain also saw Anna in the crowd, her big eyes looking at him with a sense of loss. Thinking about it, Rain approached Anna, ruffled her hair, smiled, and said, "Don't worry, Anna, don't you believe in my strength? Please come over tomorrow morning, okay?" "Yes." Rain's intimate gesture immediately swept away Anna's previous disappointment, and she nodded shyly without saying anything else. When Rain arrived at the Griffin station, he discovered that Felk's adjutant was surprisingly a rare female great knight. With golden hair and a lovely face, this made him quite surprised. "Lord Rain, I am Julie, Viscount Felk's adjutant." Julie approached initiative. "Hello, Julie, much appreciated." "It's my honor to serve you. Lord Rain, should we depart now?" "Yes." Sitting atop the Griffin, Rain wasn't in the mood to chat with Julie. Instead, he focused his attention on the system panel. During the battle with Selines, Rain noticed that the intermediate secret technique Shadow Step had high applicability and could be combined with attacks from various weapons. Although the Shadow Step worked best when wielding light weapons like daggers or finger tigers, it could also be performed while wielding heavy weapons, with the only downside being a reduction in the number of phantoms and a weakened effect. But this can actually be compensated by enhancing the secret techniques level. If the Shadow Step is elevated to advanced secret skill, wielding a riding spear or dual-handed warhammer should still maintain at least 5 phantoms. Rain thought to himself. After a brief thought, Rain glanced at the remaining 22 golden skill points on his attribute panel and decided to upgrade Shadow Step to an advanced secret skill. Since there's likely to be another battle soon, there's no need to hoard too many golden skill points. Given that the fire dragon breathing technique was already at LV 18, significantly exceeding the prerequisites for elevating Shadow Step to an advanced secret skill, Rain used up 2 golden skill points to enhance Barrack's assassination dance steps and another 2 points to break through. The system notification chimed. Congratulations, you have mastered Barrack's assassination dance steps advanced secret skill. Shadow Step. Though the name didn't change, the icon for Shadow Step on the Weapon Master Legendary panel underwent a significant alteration. Inside the icon, the thin man who was attacking with a dagger now appeared as 7 figures, each with a different attack posture, vividly lifelike. This meant that, besides the real person, the number of phantoms increased from 4 to 6. This detail was confirmed again in the text description for the advanced secret skill. Shadow Step, advanced secret skill effect. Performs a special footwork integrating original force and leg strength, leaving 6 additional phantoms within a 10-meter radius, confusing the enemy. Note, phantoms do not possess attack power. To upgrade Shadow Step to top secret technique, the following conditions must be met. 1. Barrack's assassination dance steps LV 18 or higher, proficiency can offset some level requirements. 2. Fire dragon breathing technique, LV 16 or higher. 3. Strength over 40 points, agility over 45 points, constitution over 42 points. 4. Consumption of 4 golden skill points. The range of the illusion has also increased. It used to be 5 meters, now it's 10 meters. With this, the effect of confusing the enemy is even better. Rain felt a surge of joy in his heart. 22 golden skill points, used up 4 points, now there are 16 points left. Rain's eyes flickered. The effect of the armor-breaking strike is very good. For enemies with witchcraft defenses, the effect should be excellent. The effect of the riding spear compared to the dual-handed warhammer. The biggest difference is that when facing witchcraft shields, which have strong resilience or elasticity, the hammer as a blunt weapon would have much of its kinetic energy absorbed, causing the lethality to drop significantly. But the riding spear is different. It's like using a needle to pierce a balloon. No matter how resilient the defense, if you attack at one point, the lethality is huge. Since that's the case, let's upgrade the armor-breaking strike directly to an advanced secret skill. After Rain calculated and consumed 7 golden skill points, system notifications rang out one after another. Congratulations, you have comprehended the intermediate secret technique of Lance of Langacero, armor-breaking strike. Congratulations, you have comprehended the advanced secret skill of Lance of Langacero, armor-breaking strike. At the same time, a torrent of armor-breaking strike training memories flooded into Rain's mind. It was as if Rain had spent over 20 years diligently practicing the secret technique armor-breaking strike of the riding spear in some mysterious space. After fully digesting all the memories, Rain looked at the new icon of armor-breaking strike on the Weapon Master Legendary panel. The pattern in the icon changed from a knight on a warhorse to a knight riding a griffin. The knight was maneuvering the griffin in a high-speed dive, the riding spear in his hand piercing at a high speed that seemed to tear through the air towards the lower diagonal. There were many concentric lines on both sides of the riding spear, seemingly indicating that the air currents were like a tornado when thrusting. Additionally, there was a subtle change in the text description of the secret technique armor-breaking strike. Armor-breaking strike, advanced secret skill, effect. Utilizing a type of original force combined with piercing power, execute a spear technique with immense penetration power. Note, if accompanied by a suitable mount, the power of the armor-breaking strike will be enhanced. To upgrade armor-breaking strike to top secret technique, the following conditions must be met. 1. Lance of Langacero LV 18 or above, specialization can offset part of the level requirement. 2. Fire Dragon Breathing Technique LV 16 or above. 3. Strength above 50 points, agility above 45 points, constitution above 45 points. 4. Consume 4 golden skill points. At this moment, Julie, the Griffin Knight responsible for taking Rain to Maest County City, was feeling a bit uncomfortable. For such a beauty of a great knight like her, the Lord Rain behind her didn't talk much at all, and before long, he suddenly released his whole aura once, almost scaring her griffin into panic. But Lord Felk had already instructed that the Lord behind her was very powerful, and she must not offend him, so naturally she couldn't say anything. But it happened twice already. Her heart was pounding hard. If Lord Rain continues like this, she might still manage, but the griffin beneath her might suddenly lose control. While she was still hesitating about whether to gently remind the Lord behind her, the lights of Maste County City at night gradually appeared in their sight. As the griffin just flew to the edge of Maste County City, Rain thought for a moment and said to Julie in front of him, "Julie, drop me off here." "As you command, my lord." Julie thought for a moment and instantly understood Rain's intention. This was to avoid alarming the enemy. Lord Rain must be planning to stealthily head towards the Earl Hab's mansion. A few minutes later, in the study on the second floor of the Earl Hab's mansion, the door suddenly opened silently. "Who?" Clea behind the desk immediately stood up and assumed a combat stance on alert. "Don't be tense, Clea, it's me." A familiar voice called out. A familiar tall figure of Clea appeared before her eyes. "Rain, what brings you here?" Clea's pretty face immediately showed surprise, and then she gave a bright smile. Obviously, Clea was delighted by Rain's appearance. "Don't forget, I am your guardian knight. You were in danger, wasn't I supposed to come?" Rain smiled and said. But before Clea could respond, Rain's expression became serious, and he continued, "Let's talk about the situation first." He naturally knew the priorities. Now was not the time for chatting. "Yes, the situation is like this. Around 2 o'clock in the afternoon today, the steward Yodel of the mansion disappeared. Then, approximately every hour, a guard, a maid, or even a footman would disappear, and currently the entire mansion is in a state of panic." Clea nodded, quickly explaining the situation. Seeing Rain appear, Clea somehow felt that a heavy stone in her heart had finally settled down. Her entire mentality suddenly relaxed a lot. Even though she knew the enemy was lurking around, ready to strike, she wasn't as worried anymore. "Every hour," Rain confirmed with his brow slightly furrowed. "Yes," Clea nodded. "Didn't you try to find out the hiding place of the other side?" "No, we tried a few times, but their methods are very secretive. Unless everyone is in one hall, there's always a chance of missing something." Clea shook her head helplessly and said. Rain nodded, understanding the situation. With such a large count mansion, including guards and servants, there were over 200 people. It was impossible to fully cover everything. How much longer until the next time they launch an attack? About 10 minutes. Clea glanced at the clock on the wall and said, "All right, I'll give it a try this time." Rain's thoughts shifted slightly. Suddenly, a figure of a fierce bird flashed across the dark sky above the Earl Hab's mansion. It was the blood-feathered horned eagle, Bloodfeather. Possessing dark vision as well, it had nearly perfect vision in the night sky and was the best scout. Even Rain found it difficult to fully monitor such a large region of the Count Mansion, but with Bloodfeather's help, it would be different. Clea nodded and said, seeing Rain deeply in thought, Clea naturally didn't disturb him but turned to pour him a cup of tea. "Got it." A smile appeared on Rain's face, however. As he turned his head to look at Clea, he was taken aback. She was bent over at the tea table, seemingly pouring tea for him. Pouring tea was nothing special, but Clea, wearing a tight hunting outfit, was facing away from him, revealing an extremely eye-pleasing curve of her hips and legs before Rain. Her hips were large and curved, her legs straight. Slightly thinner than wineglass legs, but showing more strength and elasticity. Years of night training and noble etiquette from childhood had given Clea an excellent physique and outstanding temperament. This scene naturally made Rain slightly lost in thought. Just then, Clea turned with the teacup in hand and saw Rain's expression, immediately realizing what had happened and blushed. "I'll drink it later, I need to step out for a bit." Caught red-handed, Rain was naturally embarrassed to stay in the room. Besides, he had detected clues of lurking enemies, so he promptly made an excuse to leave. Clea smiled slightly, watching Rain swiftly disappear by the window. In the Count Mansion, near the toilet of a subsidiary building, servants' quarters, at the southeast corner, Degano looked leisurely at his black python, slowly appearing behind a maid, intending to use the toilet. He planned to let the black python bite her once she squatted down. "What are you doing here?" A strange male voice suddenly sounded in Degano's ear. Startled, Degano jumped 3 meters back like a frightened rabbit, hastily turning his gaze to the direction of the voice, eyes wide as if he had seen a ghost. Although Degano was only a first-level wizard, he had reached gasification at 90% and could advance to second-level liquidization. Wizard in a few years. It was incredible to him that he hadn't noticed someone getting close. It was unbelievable. Even when he saw the opponent was a tall knight in silver armor, he was still a bit shocked. "How did you appear?" Degano still asked with some fear. "I asked you first, and you haven't answered me yet." Rain smiled, not concerned about Degano keeping his distance. HMPH. Degano's face turned dark, and he suddenly took out a whistle from his chest, blowing it. An infrasound wave, difficult for human ears to recognize, quickly spread out. Are you calling a partner? Rain continued to ask leisurely. He, no matter who you are, once Master Ecosella comes, you're dead. Degano held a short stick, looking as if ready to stall Rain. I understand. So you're saying someone named Master Ecosella will come soon, right? Rain smiled and repeated. That's right. Degano couldn't tell if Rain was genuinely foolish or pretending to be, seeing him calling for help yet still chatting leisurely. He was, of course, delighted by such time-wasting behavior. Then you're useless. Rain nodded. Degano showed a hint of confusion. But the next moment he froze. Whoosh. Suddenly, a riding spear over 3 meters long appeared in Rain's hand, accompanied by a black flash aiming at Degano's neck. The speed was so fast that there was no time to react. Pop, the black film shattered like a bubble. Snake scale skin like paper was instantly ripped apart. PFFT, the spear tip pierced through Degano's neck. Warm blood splattered backward across the ground. With severe pain at his neck, Degano could only make gasping sounds, hawk, hawk. Raising his trembling finger at Rain, unable to speak a word. His eyes were bulging as if they would pop out. At this moment, Degano's mind was blank. He couldn't understand how his protective body witchcraft and snake-scale skin failed to withstand even a second. Rain slightly raised the riding spear, lifting Degano's twitching body into the air, gently flipping him over. SHHH. Rain's riding spear quickly withdrew, transforming into a warhammer, which he aimed at Degano's head in mid-air with a splack. Skull crushed. As the corpse with half a head left heavily landed, a transparent phantom drew a long tail flame, circling around Rain several times before being absorbed into the warhammer. I can't waste a chance to stack soul energy. Rain muttered to himself. At that moment, Rain transformed the warhammer back into a riding spear and used the tip to lift the opponent's hood, revealing the face of a middle-aged man with a unique Ouroboros symbol on his forehead. It's the secret snake sect causing trouble, as expected. With such clear markings, Rain could easily identify them. The 2 people he killed earlier also had various snake-shaped tattoos. Thinking it over, Rain decided not to put away the riding spear. Instead, he rested it on his shoulder, waiting calmly for the person named Ecosella whom the opponent mentioned. A bit of tactical deception isn't bad either. After waiting for a minute, Rain glanced in a direction and said, "Since you're already here, stop hiding." Interesting, not bad strength. I didn't expect Degano to die at your hands. With the playful laughter, a graceful figure in a black robe appeared in front of Rain, not far away. Ecosella seemed indifferent to her subordinate Degano being killed, merely glancing at Degano's blood-soaked body, her smile unchanged as she walked forward. Oh, you don't mind that I killed your subordinate? Rain raised an eyebrow and smiled in return. Meanwhile, as he spoke, he subtly glanced back. Just now, his danger perception and the blood feather in the sky warned him that there was another enemy. Behind him, of course I don't mind because it proves your strength is superior, and if I kill you, isn't that a profit? Ecosella laughed. Behind Rain, assisting Ecosella in attacking him was another black-robed figure, Timpsy. Timpsy gazed at the corpse on the ground, his expression shifting. Clearly, with his companion Degano killed, he felt a sense of tragic kinship. But when he heard what Ecosella said, he was taken aback, thinking she really is a mad snake. But somehow what she says makes sense. Then one of us in this duel is surplus. Rain laughed and said, "You," just as Ecosella began to speak. Suddenly, Rain spun around, suddenly producing a short spear and threw it forcefully. With a sharp whiz sound, Timpsy only saw a blur, and then a sharp pain pierced his heart. Simultaneously, he was hit with great force, sent crashing against the wall. Timpsy couldn't help but scream. He was utterly confused, thinking, weren't you supposed to duel with Ecosella? Why are you attacking me first? Several phantoms flashed, and almost in the blink of an eye, Rain was in front of Timpsy, holding a warhammer. Bang! Skull shattered. Immediately, a hideous shadow emerged once again, dragged by a long trail and absorbed into the warhammer. Undead witchcraft, phantom art, metal morphing spell. Who the hell are you? Furious, Ecosella was just about to make a move but was stunned by the sudden appearance of the transparent shadow. Being one of the 12 secret snake envoys, and also a third-level crystallization wizard, she naturally assumed that Rain's soul energy absorption with the warhammer was some kind of undead witchcraft effect. And Rain's residual shadow was mistakenly identified by her as witchcraft phantom art. Huh? You don't know who I am. This time Rain was a bit surprised. Rain thought that the secret snake sect, by coming to him this time, must have investigated thoroughly, knowing he had killed two of their high-level members. But judging by her expression, she seemed to have no idea who he was. In fact, Rain misunderstood. Ikosella learned the killer's name, Rain, from the steward Yodel, who killed her brother, but the description received was of someone skilled with a dual-handed heavy hammer, usually carrying a dual-handed heavy hammer on his back. So Ikosella hadn't associated this user of undead witchcraft, the true Rain, with the killer of her brother. Just as Ikosella was still carefully savoring Rain's words, suddenly she felt the ground tremble violently. This made her abruptly look up. She saw Rain, who had been over 20 meters away before, now holding a riding spear horizontally, drawing a silver line as he charged at her, the speed so fast, it was nearly instantaneous. In that moment, Ikosella couldn't help but be both shocked and angry. How could she not realize that the conversation earlier was likely meant to divert her attention, to distract her? But at this time, she wanted to unleash powerful witchcraft, but it was too late. She could only use her innate wizardry to defend. Instantly, a black snake formed of energy suddenly appeared in front of her, as if coiled around an invisible sphere, with a thick body to block Rain's armor-breaking strike. SSS. In an instant, the riding spear and the black energy snake at the collision point burst out with intense friction sounds. A large piece was suddenly missing from the black energy snake's body and caved deeply in, but it still wasn't broken by the riding spear. Seeing that the attack couldn't break through her innate wizardry, Black Python shield, Ikosella showed an expression of it being as expected, along with a faintly mocking smile. Meanwhile, she also began chanting spell casting immediately. She wanted to show some color to the guy opposite her. At this moment, Rain felt an incredibly resilient sense of obstruction coming from the riding spear, and upon seeing Ikosella not retreating a step, starting to chant spell casting right in front of him, Rain couldn't help but also smile. With a deep breath, Rain's neck suddenly expanded and bulged, like an enraged king cobra. Roar! Suddenly, an invisible airwave roared out from Rain's suddenly opened mouth. It was the advanced Soundwave secret skill Dragon Roar mixed with a small amount of dragon power. This caught Ikosella off guard. Her casting was suddenly interrupted. The witchcraft backlash caused her face to instantly change, secretly cursing. Damn it, it's a Soundwave attack. Meanwhile, Rain's right arm holding the riding spear suddenly expanded, forcefully penetrating through the snake body's defenses. In an instant, the sharp spear tip aimed straight at Ikosella's forehead. This startled Ikosella at heart. Her snake pupils suddenly shrank, tip of her toes touched the ground, instinctively flying back. Just as the spear tip was about to touch, suddenly a black membrane appeared on the surface of Ikosella's body, blocking before the spear tip. The riding spear at this moment, after being weakened by Ikosella's defensive witchcraft, was greatly reduced in power, insufficient to penetrate that layer of black membrane. Swish, swish. Two large black snakes as thick as thighs suddenly darted out from the neck opening and hem of Ikosella's cloak-covered body, attacking Rain's face from above and below with open gaping mouths. Rain's eyes narrowed, instinctively controlling two hardened fine gold kite shields to block. Boom, boom. The giant snake's strength was extremely great. Although Rain blocked in time, remaining unharmed, this was enough to stall Rain's pursuit with the riding spear, allowing Ikosella to gain some breathing space, which made Rain secretly lament the missed opportunity. Just nearly, he could have made the opponent suffer an injury with a single strike. Rain also realized from the brief exchange earlier that the opponent's strength level was stronger than the secret snake, sect's great priest Ganon, whom he had defeated before. However, Rain was no longer the same as he was then. Rain tapped his toes, the ground cracked like a spider web, and he once again charged at Ikosella, seemingly unwilling to give the opponent any chance to catch her breath. Ikosella was still reeling from the shock, as although the opponent's previous strike hadn't injured her, the momentary attack from it made her extremely cautious. However, fortunately, she could feel the opponent's attack power hadn't reached the level of a third-level crystallized wizard. If she could free her hands to unleash third-level witchcraft, eliminating the opponent would have little problem. Ikosella's expression changed again as she saw a silver silhouette flashing before her, the opponent once again persistently closing in like a bane of her existence. Such a fighting style. Damn it, how is this like a wizard, not even like a knight, rather more like an assassin? Ecosella's mind repeatedly re-evaluating her assessment of Rain. Initially, she saw Rain's attire thinking he was a knight, later discovering the witchcraft he used was of the undead type, immediately concluding he must be a wizard without a doubt. But now, Ecosella felt the opponent was like an assassin disguised as a wizard. Bang, bang, clang. At that moment, Ecosella was fighting extremely frustrated. Rain's speed was too fast, and the weapon he held was a riding spear with extremely strong penetration power. Hence, Ecosella had attempted several times to cast witchcraft to counterattack, but each time was interrupted by Rain's persistent close combat offense. Ecosella was afraid to use any high-power witchcraft that took too long to cast, because faced with Rain's riding spear secret technique, at most 2 armor-breaking strikes, most defensive witchcraft couldn't withstand. Her nickname was Mad Snake, not a dead snake. She truly only knew how to attack madly without knowing defense. He'd have died countless times already. Logically, even if Rain mastered the advanced secret skill armor-breaking strike, he absolutely couldn't cause such great troubles for Ecosella, a third-level crystallized wizard. After all, a senior knight mastering an advanced secret skill would merely have their attack power match that of a senior first-level wizard. However, what's different about Rain is that he possesses the talent's intermediate giant force, an advanced steel body, and his talents are further enhanced by the dragon bloodline. This significantly boosts Rain's attack power, allowing him to contend with second-level liquidized wizards. Moreover, Rain's attacks do not worry about physical strength. Before unleashing the armor-breaking strike, he also performed the advanced secret skill Shadow Step to increase his speed, further enhancing the power of his riding spear, specifically against witchcraft shields. With these several factors combined, the power of Rain's armor-breaking strike is comparable to that of an experienced second-level liquidized wizard, or perhaps even surpassing that level. Such a level of attack power, even Ecosella, a third-level crystallized wizard, wouldn't dare to underestimate and would need to face seriously. At this moment, the sound of numerous footsteps running could suddenly be heard from all around. It turns out that ever since Timxie's scream, the entire Earl Hab's mansion had been alarmed. At this moment, dozens of guards were rushing from inside the mansion towards the location where Ecosella and Rain were fighting. "Don't come," Rain roared. Rain knew that, given the opponent's strength, any level below a great knight would be doomed to die no matter how many came. But it was too late. 4 or 5 guards had already rushed near Ecosella. This made Ecosella reveal a charming smile, and in the next second, swish, 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 her hood was suddenly torn apart, and dozens of thin black snakes, barely thicker than a thumb but extending 4 to 5 meters or even longer, flew into the air. Seeing the hair of snakes flying all over the sky, the guards were momentarily stunned, but immediately their faces showed horror. The next second, the snake hair seemed to find its target, as 7 or 8 strands of long snake hair whoosh directly wrapped around behind the guards and viciously bit onto the back of the guards' heads or necks. Immediately after, these guards began convulsing all over, their eyes rolling back, revealing large patches of sclea, with their entire eyes showing only white, except for no other colors. Moreover, on the surface of their exposed skin, one could see large purple and cyan mesh patterns suddenly appear, seeming like the result of swollen blood vessels. When Rain approached again, these guards, controlled by the snake hair like madmen, rushed toward Rain. Boom! A guard's knight's longsword struck the kite shield that surrounded Rain's body, and the force was surprisingly considerable. Their strength has improved so much. It seems that the opponent's snake hair injected some strange substance into the guards, greatly enhancing their strength. At this time, Clea naturally arrived at the scene as well. Upon seeing the snake hair flying all over the sky, she immediately realized what it was. Not good, it's snake hair. As a top student who studied at the Empire Academy, she was very familiar with some cult signature moves. The snake hair of the legendary strongman of the secret snake sect is one of the signature abilities of this cult figure. Rain, be careful. The opponent is a legendary strongman of the secret snake sect. Those controlled by snake hair will have greatly enhanced strength, fear nothing, and once controlled for more than a minute, they cannot recover and become the walking dead. Clea's reminder didn't faze Rain much as he just quickly nodded, but it shocked Ecosella. "What? You're Rain?" Ecosella's eyes widened and stared at Rain, exclaiming. After fighting for half a day, she finally realized that her opponent was actually the one who killed her brother. As for why Rain was not in Minster but here, It was no longer within her brain's scope of consideration. Icosella now only wanted to do one thing. "You're the one who killed my brother Holden." "Die." Holden, seeing Icosella charging at him like a madwoman, Rain couldn't help but immediately recall the young secret snake sect member he had killed. Is this his sister? But before Rain could think further, the 4 or 5 guards controlled by the snake hair, along with 7 or 8 guards, rushed at him like swinging hammers, their power immense. This instantly infuriated Rain. Rather than let these guards become the walking dead, it's better for me to send them back into the embrace of the goddess. Immediately, the riding spear in his hand transformed into a dual-handed warhammer, and he swung it continuously at the guards controlled by the snake hair. Boom! 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 Blood mist splattered, and pieces of the bodies were thrown far away. In less than 2 seconds, these guards controlled by the snake hair were no longer recognizable as human. One by one, transparent shadows emerged from the shattered bodies controlled by the snake hair, dragging long tails of flames as they circled around Rain. Unlike the souls of previous enemies, these shadows' faces showed relief, looking at Rain with smiles as if thanking him for freeing them from the snake hair's control. Immediately after, they surged into Rain's warhammer, but this scene instead made Rain's heart a bit heavy. The 9th one, but the 10th one. Just enough, Rain raised his head, his gaze focused on Icosella die. Black Snake Domain. Seeing that relying on the snake hair could not defeat Rain, Icosella suddenly erupted with a strong aura within a range of several dozen meters around her. Black gas filled the air, as if forming an independent space, but in an instant, the black gas abruptly disappeared, and hundreds and thousands of black giant pythons suddenly emerged from the ground, launching indiscriminate attacks on the surroundings. Ugh! Ugh! Many guards were immediately swallowed whole by the gaping maw of the black serpents, while others were constricted to death, their screams echoing. In an instant, it was as if they had entered the forbidden zone of serpents, and Rain, naturally, was the primary focus object. At this moment, even though Rain had a metal barrier and was protected by 3 constantly swirling kite shields, the sheer number of black serpents was overwhelming. Inevitably, some bypassed the shield's defense and bit directly into Rain's secret silver-engraved plate armor. As more and more black serpents appeared, soon, Rain's metal barrier was wrapped by dozens of serpents, becoming a massive ball of serpents, compressing it further. Crack! Crack! Even though Rain merged the 3 kite shields made of hardened essence gold into one, they still made creaking and deforming sounds under the immense pressure. "Rain!" exclaimed Clea, her beautiful eyes widening in surprise at the sight. Without hesitation, Clea, wielding a dual-handed greatsword, rushed towards Icosella, but was immediately blocked by the black serpents within the domain. Swoosh, swoosh! After slicing through several black serpents consecutively, Clea was still held back by the increasing number of serpents, unable to break through for the moment. Tut tut, how touching! Icosella glanced at Clea with a rather smug expression. "Anyone bitten by my black serpent will die from the poison in less than a minute. Perhaps I could show some mercy and let you both die together." Upon hearing Icosella's words, Clea was caught off guard due to her concern and was hit in the abdomen by a serpent's tail, sent flying backwards with a thud. Really? At this moment, a deep male voice emanated from within the massive ball of black serpents. Clea's face lit up with joy while Icosella's expression changed, for it was Rain's voice. Boom! Black serpent bodies were sent flying in all directions, as a figure, strong beyond belief, emerged, wielding a warhammer, with dozens of gigantic serpent heads dangling from him. But upon closer inspection, one could see that, while the serpents had bitten through the secret silver armor, they seemed not to have penetrated Rain's skin. At this moment, several areas of Rain's exposed skin were emitting a flickering silvery gray glow, swirling across his body like mercury. Moreover, due to the influence of the dragon bloodline, the glow now vaguely resembled scale armor. In all my battles against strong opponents, no one ever withstood my hammer strike. Do you know what the Warhammer Wizard's trump card is? What? Icosella was taken aback, still contemplating the meaning of Warhammer Wizard, when suddenly she saw Rain charging at her with even greater speed than he had at the start. After the gale swept past, only a trail of afterimages was left. In the blink of an eye, Rain was 2 or 3 meters in front of her, raising a black dual-handed warhammer, ready to smash it down heavily. Alarm bells rang in Icosella's heart, but Rain was too fast. She didn't have time to chant or cast a spell, nor to retreat, so she resorted to innate wizardry and snake transformation. In an instant, Ecosella's pupils narrowed, as countless tiny scales appeared on her body surface, while another gigantic serpent emerged to shield her. And because she was inside the black snake domain, at this moment, the surrounding black serpents rushed to her like moths to a flame, coiling around her protectively. All happened in an instant. Rain's warhammer arrived. Bam! In that split second, Ecosella's head was struck with immense, tearing pain, as if hit by a battleship cannon, and she was driven forcefully downwards. The dozens of black serpents coiling around her instantly turned into wisps of black mist. Boom! Dust rose, stones burst. When the smoke cleared, a crater with a diameter of 4 to 5 meters appeared where Ecosella once stood. At this moment, Ecosella's arms, seemingly due to blocking, were shattered up to the elbows, with everything below the elbows vanished, her legs bent backwards, feet in the air, her entire body planted in the ground like a radish, buried up to her chest. You! Ugh, your power! Ugh, Ecosella coughed up large mouthfuls of blood. Don't be proud, I haven't lost yet. As Ecosella attempted to use some secret art, Rain was a step ahead, and a black arc flashed by. Smash! Ecosella's lovely face was instantly shattered. Want to transform into one of those giant snakes? Keep dreaming. Rain shook his hammer, flinging off the jelly-like remnants, splattering them onto the ground. From his encounters with the secret snake sect, Rain had drawn some experience. The opponent's ultimate move always seemed to be transforming into a massive serpent, but by eliminating the opponent just before this transformation, their comeback strategy was naturally thwarted. Beside him, Clea, who had just gotten up, stared wide-eyed at the crater on the ground, then looked at Rain's chiseled, statuesque physique exposed from the shattered secret silver-carved armor. How on earth is he training? It's been such a short time, and Rain's power has grown by leaps and bounds again. Clea muttered softly. She remembered clearly that the previous battle with the secret snake sect's high priest Ganon was even more challenging. This time's enemy was evidently stronger than Ganon, a definite legendary-level expert. At this moment, a group of guards gathered around, and they could see clearly in the darkness. The tall figure holding a dual-handed warhammer was none other than Rain. Lord Rain. It was Lord Rain who killed the enemy. Only Lord Rain can handle this. When did Lord Rain return? For a moment, the guards seemed to have found their backbone, and they all stepped forward to pay their respects. Rain nodded and walked quickly to Clea's side, helping her up. It seemed she had never been held by a man around the waist, making Clea's delicate body stiffen. Although she had been knocked back, it was just a minor injury, and she didn't need any help. But somehow, seeing Rain come to assist her, the words of refusal just couldn't leave Clea's lips. Rain, are you all right? Clea brushed the strands of hair disheveled over her forehead from the battle and asked. I'm fine, tough and thick-skinned, don't worry, but how about you? I'm all right too, thanks to you this time. Your pants are torn, remember to change them. Rain whispered in Clea's ear. Clea's beautiful eyes suddenly widened as she turned to look behind her. Sure enough, when she had been knocked back, her hunting trousers scraped against something sharp, and now there was a long, narrow tear over 10 centimeters long. The snow-white and elastic roundness was faintly visible. If one looked closely, they could even see that black. This immediately made Clea's face flush red. She suddenly realized why Rain had come forward to help her. Rain, I'll go change. With that said, Clea, who always paid attention to noble etiquette, uncharacteristically fled once. Seeing this, Rain couldn't help but laugh. After watching Clea walk away, suddenly Rain realized something. Just now, he had been hearing multiple system alerts. Opening the system to look, Rain's whole body froze. Ding! Detected that the hosts will have surpassed 10 triggering special profession change Sword Saint Epic. The prerequisites to change profession to Sword Saint Epic are 1. Will over 10. 2. Sword of Belief. 3. Any extraordinary swordsmanship reaching level 16 or above. 4. Any breathing technique at level 16 or above. 5. Strength over 45, agility over 45, constitution over 45. Current conditions all met. All prerequisites to change profession to Sword Saint Epic fulfilled. Do you wish to change profession to Sword Saint Epic? Warning. Once you choose to change profession to Sword Saint Epic, spiritual power will be solidified, transforming into will attribute, conflicting with the host's current Warhammer Wizard Legendary profession's activated spiritual power. Warning. Changing profession to Sword Saint Epic will cause the Warhammer Wizard Legendary profession panel to disappear. This process is irreversible. Please decide carefully. Sword Saint, an epic profession? A warning. It was only the second time Rain had seen the system alert display the word warning, and immediately he began to examine it carefully. Tusk Warhammer Wizard Profession panel disappearing. Doesn't that mean the Soul Shatter Strike trump card is gone as well? No, more seriously, the entire path of the wizard would be severed. Rain was suddenly alarmed. But this is a sword saint. An epic profession. It should be stronger than the Warhammer Wizard. Wait a moment. Why does the King of Thousand Blades, also an epic melee profession panel, not of this issue like the Sword Saint? Rain immediately thought of a question. Rain quickly recalled the conditions for changing profession to King of Thousand Blades. Indeed, there were no requirements for will. Compared to the Sword Saint, it seemed the King of Thousand Blades pursued a pure physical enhancement. Of course, skills, secret techniques, also had certain requirements. Could it be that the King of Thousand Blades follows the route of raw power, seeking bodily strength, hence not conflicting with the path of the wizard? While the Sword Saint chooses to fuse personal will into the sword of belief, pursuing the unification of spirit and body, striving for the ultimate attack power, thus leading to conflict with the path of the wizard. For a moment, Rain seemed to have a revelation. Without much hesitation, Rain, with a slight hint of regret, chose no. At this moment, the system notification sounded again. Given the host has chosen no, the tempered residual evil flame mark will convert into spiritual attribute. Congratulations, your spiritual attribute has increased moderately. Moderate increase. Suddenly, Rain felt a cool stream in his mind and his brain became exceptionally clear. This pleasantly surprised Rain, and he glanced at the attribute panel. Constitution, 47 Strength, 56 2 points of strength were added during combat. Agility, 47. Spirit, 59 Will, hidden attribute. And spiritual power increased by a whole 4 points, so a moderate increase means more than 3 points. Rain murmured to himself. He continued scrolling up to review the previous battle records. Congratulations, you defeated a powerful enemy, earning 9 golden skill points. Congratulations, your will, hidden attribute has improved. Congratulations, your will, hidden attribute has reached 10 points, and the residual evil flame mark has been completely eradicated. Due to the Weapon Master legendary profession level having just upgraded last time, it hasn't increased this time, including his previously remaining points. He now has a total of 4 remaining attribute points, 2 remaining skill points, 20 golden skill points. Nice, finally got rid of the evil flame mark, solving a hidden danger, plus absorbed its residual energy to boost the spiritual attribute. Quite a pleasant surprise. Rain nodded, feeling quite delighted. At this moment, Rain suddenly thought of a question and looked around. There are only 3 people here, quite different from the 7 or 8 Batista mentioned. Could it be that the others ran away? No, when the enemy surrounded from front and back, there were only 2 people, indicating there were only 3 here at that time. Rain shook his head, pondering internally. The only answer is, the enemy has another team, and most likely, their goal should be finding the legendary Earth Snake. Rain's eyes lit up. Thinking quickly, Rain hurried towards the manor villa, feeling he should say something to Clea. Just as he was entering the villa, Clea had just finished putting on her pants and was coming down. Perhaps because of the earlier accidental exposure of her rear, Clea still felt somewhat embarrassed when seeing Rain, fluffing her hair with a hint of coyness. Clea, there's something I need to tell you. There's a chance the secret snake sect has more than just these 3 people, so remember to tell the guards not to slack off. Rain said earnestly. There are more of them. All right, I'll notify them. Hearing Rain's words, Clea brushed off the shy look and returned to her gallant demeanor. By the way, Rain, why did you come to Meister this time? Is there a mission? Clea asked curiously. Yes, there was a task over at Fishing Port Town, so I came over. Rain explained the situation to Clea. Thank you, Rain. If you hadn't come in time, the Habs family would have suffered heavy casualties. Don't forget, I'm your guardian knight. Rain waved his hand and said, Oh, and how's Count Habs doing? Feeling better? Rain suddenly thought of something and asked. Father has been sent to the Imperial City for treatment. One of his friends is a master from the Royal Alchemist Association, quite skilled in pharmaceutical treatments. A letter a few days ago said he's doing much better. That's indeed good news. By the way, have you heard about what's happening in the Imperial City? After some brief chit-chat, Clea went to deal with the aftermath of the evening's battle. Rain, meanwhile, returned to the previously arranged bedroom to rest. Resting alone in the room, Rain began to ponder the battle he had just fought against the legendary strongman, Ecosella of the secret snake sect. Clearly, The decisive blow still relies on the trump card from the top legendary profession Warhammer. Wizard Soul Shatter Strike. Without this move, it would have been very difficult for me to secure victory, perhaps relying on attribute points and continuous use of top-secret techniques to fight a war of attrition, but whether I could kill the opponent is uncertain. After all, as a third-level crystallization wizard, they can escape even if they can't win. With one hand under his chin and the other crossed over his chest, Rain paced back and forth in the room. Against the blood-cursed Naga High Priest Selines, it was also Soul Shatter Strike that heavily injured the opponent right from the start. Seems I must quickly find a way to change profession. To King of Thousand Blades this epic-level profession. I believe an epic-level profession will most likely provide me with an even stronger trump card. In 2 consecutive battles against legendary strongmen, without the top legendary profession Warhammer Wizard, Rain might not have won. This brought Rain a sense of urgency, because if in a future battle the enemy count isn't enough to accumulate 10 portions of soul energy, it means losing that trump card. After all, what if the enemy is alone? Thinking about this, Rain no longer felt like resting. Rain intended to head to the training room on the first floor to practice the final extraordinary battle technique, Ricdillo's Guardian Staff, racing against time to complete the last condition for changing profession. However, upon seeing the remaining 20 golden skill points on the system panel, Rain paused just as he opened the door. With so many golden skill points, it's better to enhance them first. Shadow Step is very handy once the speed is increased. It's top-notch in terms of attack, evasion, or even escaping. First, enhance Shadow Step to the top secret technique. Since the Fire Dragon breathing technique is already at LV 18, it surpasses the LV 16 requirement to enhance Shadow Step to the top secret technique. Thus, after Rain spends 2 golden skill points to enhance Barrack's Assassination Dance Steps, and another 4 golden skill points to make a breakthrough, the system prompt sounds. Congratulations, you have comprehended Barrack's Assassination Dance Steps top secret technique, Shadow Step. At the same time, on the Weapon Master Legendary panel, the icon of Shadow Step undergoes a slight change again. Inside the icon, the slender man wielding a dagger now becomes 9 people, which means that aside from the real person, the number of phantoms has increased from 6 to 8. This is also confirmed by the text description below. Shadow Step, top secret technique, effect. Utilize a unique gate that combines original force and leg power to leave 8 extra phantoms within a 15-meter radius around oneself, confusing enemies. Note, this secret technique has already been enhanced to the top level. It cannot be enhanced further. Has it been enhanced to the top level? Rain looks at the final annotation and ponders silently. It appears that there are differences between extraordinary battle techniques. After reaching the top secret technique, Hammer skill can still be enhanced, but Barrack's Assassination Dance Steps cannot. Nevertheless, at least the effect has further enhanced after reaching the top secret technique. The range of phantoms has increased from 10 meters at the advanced level to now 15 meters. The number of phantoms has also increased by 2. 20 golden skill points have been used up by 6 points. Now there are 14 points left. Keep 8 points to enhance the initial annihilation field. Then there are 6 points left, which can be used to enhance another extraordinary battle technique to the top secret technique. Should I choose to enhance the riding spear, or the greatsword, or something like the throwing spear? Rain's eyes flicker. Due to the high attribute requirements for the initial annihilation field, it can only be temporarily postponed, or it would surely be the first choice. The riding spear is most suitable. It can be paired with various mounts, and it complements Shadow Step, further enhancing attack power. Additionally, it's the best choice for breaking through the defensive witchcraft of a wizard's shield. Only after Rain consumes 6 golden skill points did the system prompt sound. Congratulations! You have comprehended the top secret technique of Lance of Langacero, Armor-Breaking Strike. Meanwhile, a vast training memory of Armor-Breaking Strike pours into Rain's mind. After fully digesting and absorbing all the memories, Rain checks the new icon of Armor-Breaking Strike on the Weapon Master Legendary panel. The design inside the icon changes from a knight riding a warhorse to a knight riding a giant dragon, and the riding spear is longer, exceeding 4 meters. While the knight is riding the giant dragon in a high-speed dive, the riding spear in his hand whips up a whirlwind at an ultra-high speed, attacking downward. Oh, interesting. Does this mean the riding spear is very suitable for a dragon rider? Rain sees this image and can't help but smile slightly. When Rain arrives at the training room, he doesn't expect someone is already there. With a graceful and curvaceous figure, holding a glittering greatsword, slashing arcs of silver light, who else could it be but Clea? Clea felt quite frustrated in today's fight. As the genius female knight of Meister all along, today she was completely unable to support Rain in the battle. She knows she must awaken her bloodline quickly. For some time now, she has faintly felt a disturbance within her bloodline, especially after the recent battle. The feeling has become stronger. Clea feels her bloodline awakening could very likely happen within these 1 or 2 days. So after arranging some safety matters, she comes to the training room. Suddenly, as Clea's greatsword swings down fiercely, a dazzling arc flashes. Clea remains stationary in this posture. Rain plans to approach but instantly notices Clea's peculiarity, causing him to stop, sensing that Clea seems to have a unique aura intensifying. Comprehension? No. It doesn't seem abrupt, it looks more like bloodline awakening. Rain watches the scene with great surprise and wonders in his heart. As Clea's momentum intensifies, suddenly, she raises her head and shouts, "Ugh!" Accompanied by this, a sudden bluish whirlwind appears around her body. When she moves her long legs again, her speed increases dramatically, leaving several afterimages, and performs an arc slash towards the ironwood dummy. Crack! The sturdy ironwood dummy is unexpectedly chopped in half. Huff huff, Clea's chest rises and falls continuously, her pale face now flushed red, steam rising from her head, and the sweat beads on her face reflect a subtle crystal light, exuding a heroic and refreshing aura. Clap, clap. Rain applauds and walks over with a smile. Only then does Clea notice that Rain has arrived at the training room. Congratulations, Clea. It looks like you have just awakened your bloodline. Thank you. Seeing Rain, Clea feels a slight discomfort, but the joy of bloodline awakening dispels this unease. Rain, compared to your strength, there's still quite a gap. Clea said earnestly, her beautiful eyes fixed on Rain. Want to practice a bit? Rain smiled and raised the staff in his hand. Of course, but Rain, are you really going to fight me with a staff? Clea glanced at the weapon in Rain's hand and couldn't help but laugh. Haha, let's give it a try. Rain chuckled. In the center of the training room, Rain and Clea quickly engaged each other. Clang clang, the greatsword and Rain's staff clashed repeatedly. At first, Clea had the thought that Rain really underestimated her. But as time went on, Clea gradually focused, almost fully employing Akkadian swordsmanship. As for Rain, the smile on his face grew brighter. Because during this brief minute of engagement, system notifications appeared like a flood. You practiced with Ricdilo's guardian staff, relevant understanding improved. Your skill Ricdilo's guardian staff improved, experience points +3. Your skill Ricdilo's guardian staff improved, experience points +3. Thanks to Clea's sparring, along with the advanced transcendent understanding talent, the system nearly every 3 to 4 seconds prompted a 3-point experience increase. In just a minute, Ricdilo's guardian staff, LV1 experience bar was already halfway. This astonishing speed made Rain delighted. Rain, be careful now. I'm going to use my bloodline talent ability. Clea leveraged herself off and reminded Rain. All right, I was just curious to see your bloodline ability. Rain nodded, feeling somewhat curious. Was it that bluish airflow from before? It seems to be a wind element acceleration ability. One of my bloodline abilities is acceleration. As Clea's words fell, 2 streams of bluish airflow swirled around her long and resilient thighs. Next, Clea's speed surged by at least 30%, actually forming a long trail of airwaves as she rushed towards Rain. So fast. Rain's heart slightly skipped, but his hands stayed steady without panic. He performed the secret technique Shadow Step, instantly leaving multiple afterimages, engaging Clea in a quick counterattack. Clang, clang, clang. The intense collision sounds formed a continuous wave. Clea was surprised to find that even after using her bloodline talent ability, she still couldn't gain the upper hand against Rain holding the short stick. This is just insane. Seizing Clea's brief moment of astonishment, Rain flashed 5 different postured phantoms and simultaneously thrust the staff towards Clea. Rain's staff lightly touched Clea's shoulder, then quickly moved away, stopping. Sigh, I thought the gap between us could be closed a bit, but Clea sighed. Well, Clea, with your strength and activated bloodline talent, I'd estimate that not even a typical senior knight could match you. I was just taking advantage of step technique secrets. Rain comforted her. Really? Absolutely. It seemed that Rain's encouragement had a significant effect as Clea continued to spar with Rain multiple times. Rain's new extraordinary battle technique, Rictilo's guardian staff, kept advancing, reaching LV4 in under 40 minutes. Since Clea had just awakened, excessive fatigue could be detrimental to the body, so after a while, they both left the training room. At that point, Rain's Rictilo's guardian staff reached LV5. Meanwhile, deep underground in a part of Maest, a giant snake-like creature was rapidly tunneling, followed by a group of people in black robes, led by a handsome middle-aged man. Contact Ecosella and inform her that we need roughly 4 more hours to reach directly below the Earl Hab's mansion in the county town. Around 2 in the morning. The handsome man thought for a moment before speaking. At your command, Lord Edmondo. A black-robed figure respectfully acknowledged and slowly retreated as if to make contact. Lord, 2 o'clock in the morning is when people are most weary, making it the best time to launch an attack. Another black-robed figure complimented. Yes, sir. Also, the power of the legendary earth snake is truly astonishing. No wonder the Pope paid such attention, sending you personally for this. Another black-robed subordinate admired the rapidly tunneling earth snake, expressing his awe. Indeed, with this legendary earth snake, our activities in several provinces of the Empire can be interconnected, which is of great significance. Edmondo also smiled and nodded. The task of commanding the earth snake was completed, smoothly, naturally putting him in high spirits. Next, the plan is to visit Maest County City and completely destroy the Habs family of the Earl. That would be the end. As for the message from Ecosella about going to Minster to find a sword-bearer named Rain, Edmondo wasn't particularly interested. Firstly, the defensive power deployed by the Dragon Empire in the province city and the county town is entirely on different levels. Moreover, Minster is unique, built against a mountain where the terrain is made of solid rock formations. Even with the tunneling abilities of a legendary earth snake, creating a tunnel would be extremely difficult. If they attacked with overwhelming force, and the legendary earth snake were to die in the battle, he would be left in tears with nothing to gain. The second option is to destroy the Meister Governor Count Hab's family. In his view, as revenge for the killing of Ganon and Holden, it would be enough. Running off to Minster with that reckless Ecosella, he did not truly agree with this plan. He decided to show a bit more initiative in the upcoming raid, if only to give Ecosella an explanation. 2 o'clock in the morning, the moonlight was cold and clear. The second floor of the Earl Hab's mansion. Suddenly, Rain, who was resting in bed, snapped his eyes open. He had just felt a bout of heart palpitations, and simultaneously, his danger perception subtly warned him. This direction. Rain looked towards the floor of the bedroom. As soon as his feet touched the ground and he attempted to stand, he felt a slight tremor vibrating through the entire villa. This vibration might be overlooked by ordinary people, but for Rain, it made things immediately clear. Without hesitation, Rain grabbed his arm guard and quickly leapt out of the window. A few seconds later, boom, suddenly from beneath the garden's surface, a massive maw over 3 meters in diameter, with a grotesque petal-like appearance, burst forth, flinging stones, soil, and dust dozens of meters into the sky. Immediately after, an immense serpentine creature emerged from the ground. Rather than submerging back into the earth after surfacing, it stood upright with part of its body. Yet even with just a part of its body, it surpassed the height of the villa, the enormous shadow cast under the moonlight nearly enveloping half of the mansion. It was clear such a mighty presence could only belong to the legendary earth snake. The guards, seeing such a colossal creature, naturally did not dare to approach, but having encountered the legendary earth snake before, they cautiously maintained their distance, wary and on guard from several tens of meters away after a brief moment of chaos. The mansion and the surroundings resounded with the noise of chaotic screams. Evidently, the commotion from the legendary earth snake alarmed not only everyone within the Earl Hab's mansion, but also prompted people from neighboring mansions to come out, curious about the anomaly. Atop the earth snake's head, a row of black-robed monks appeared, led by none other than Edmondo. He glanced around, satisfied with the shocking effect caused by the earth snake's entrance, and nodded slightly. But soon, as if he thought of something, he appeared quite puzzled, saying, Where's Ecosella? Did you send the signal earlier?" Edmondo turned his head to ask his subordinates. "We did, and we also sent a message to Timxi half an hour before we arrived." A subordinate replied respectfully. Edmondo nodded, He knew Timxi was Ecocella's subordinate, but it shouldn't be like this. With the commotion caused by the legendary earth snake, even without a signal, Ecocella should have sensed it long ago. Edmondo frowned slightly, an ominous feeling creeping into his heart. "Are you looking for her?" Bang! Suddenly, a headless black-robed corpse was thrown in front of the earth snake, rolling to a stop. Though it was missing half its head, the familiar slender body, the black robe, and the faint Ouroboros mark on the half-exposed face instantly changed Edmondo's expression dramatically. "Ecocella, you. Who are you? How dare you kill Ecocella?" Edmondo's shock was evident in his voice. He had considered the worst-case scenario, but the situation before him still exceeded his expectations. How could this be? Ecocella's strength was comparable to his own, meaning that whoever could kill Ecocella could presumably kill him as well. Behind Edmondo, the group of black-robed figures erupted into chaotic chatter. The scene before them delivered an even greater shock. It's Lady Ecocella. Indeed, she was killed. One must realize it wasn't just any pawn that died. It was a legendary strongman. Whether in the Empire or among major churches, she was a first-rate powerhouse. The black-robed figure's eyes widened, watching the scene intently, their palms clenched tightly, overwhelmed with terror. Although Rain had anticipated earlier that more cultists from the secret snake sect might appear later, he didn't expect them to come so quickly. With the earth snake under their command, this was going to be difficult to deal with, because the one leading them had an aura clearly not weaker than the one he killed, Ecocella, obviously another strong figure from the secret snake sect with legendary-level power. Adding the legendary earth snake, it meant that Rain was facing the equivalent of 2 legendary strongmen. Though Rain had improved his strength slightly through skill points, dealing with 2 legendary strongmen at the same time might still be beyond his reach. However, Rain quickly noticed something. A situation that might be very advantageous for him. From the signal flare the other side just fired, along with their conversation and facial expression, it seemed they were waiting for someone. This immediately made Rain think that they were likely waiting for Ecocella and those 3 others. At that moment, Rain roughly understood their plan. Their original plan should have been to attack Count Hab's mansion simultaneously, with one group in the open and one in secret. And the situation where he had previously killed Ecocella seemed unknown to the cultists in front of him. Rain quickly thought of a tactic: seize the initiative. This was why he threw Ecocella's corpse forward in this scene. At this moment, Rain held his already transformed dual-handed warhammer and walked freely toward the legendary earth snake as high as 2 or 3 stories, without any hint of fear, while softly counting out loud. 1, 2. What a pity, 10 exactly. If there were 11, how wonderful that would be. Except for the leading legendary figure, there were 9 small fry in total, preventing Rain from executing the plan to stack 10 layers of soul energy and trigger the soul shatter strike directly with a charge. As for Edmondo, actually, when he saw Rain throw out Ecocella's corpse, Edmondo already had the idea of retreating first. After all, with the enemy's condition unclear, there was no need for him to take this risk. Moreover, for him, avenging Ganon and Holden wasn't all that important. The Pope's primary task for him was to bring back the legendary earth snake. But in the next second, his pupils shrank suddenly, because he saw the silver-armored young man opposite them, wielding a warhammer, walking straight towards them, completely unafraid of the legendary earth snake at his feet. This made Edmondo suddenly tense. After all, anyone who dared to disregard the earth snake either was a fool, or truly had the power to deal with the earth snake. And to be able to take down Ecocella, surely the latter. In an instant, Edmondo released his innate wizardry ice shield, and besides that, immediately began chanting for wizard spell, ice armor technique. With the urgent sound of chanting, a circle of thick, oval-like ice shield first began to encircle Edmondo's body, and within the ice shield at his surface, there was an additional layer of transparent and sturdy ice armor, resembling knight armor, completely protecting him. With 2 strong defensive spells enveloping his body, Edmondo felt slightly at ease. Moreover, his keen hearing naturally caught Rain's whisper earlier, making him curious as he asked, "What are you counting?" Just now, Edmondo's chanting was casting spells, making Rain a bit nervous. Thinking the other side might launch an attack, but it turned out to be defensive spells, which made Rain slightly happy, because from his reaction, Edmondo seemed quite wary of him. Moreover, the opponent was an unusually rare ice mage. But Now none of that was very important because he had already come within 15 meters of them. Rain raised his head, glanced at the huge creature in front of him, and the people atop the earth snake's head smiled and said, "Even if I tell you, you wouldn't understand." Whoosh! Just as Edmondo was pondering what Rain's words meant, suddenly, he felt a flicker before his eyes and Rain vanished from his sight. In a flash, feeling an anomaly behind him, Edmondo swiftly turned to look. He saw the 8 elites he brought with him, now looking like they were struck by lightning, with unbelieving expressions, eyes wide open, frozen in place. In front of their bodies appeared 8 identical figures of that young knight, each wielding a warhammer in various manners. This scene lasted for less than a second before the 8 phantoms disappeared again. It appeared that all the phantoms converged on the farthest true body. Crag, crag, crag. The sound of bones densely breaking echoed. The 9 elites Edmondo brought with him all seemed to perform the disappeared brain trick. Almost simultaneously, their foreheads and the upper parts of their heads exploded. White, red, liquid and jelly splattered everywhere, followed by the plop-plop sounds of heavy objects hitting the ground. It was Rain executing his top-secret technique Shadow Step with full power. At the same time, 9 transparent spiritual bodies quickly emerged from the corpses, trailing long-tail flames, circled around Rain twice, and were absorbed into his warhammer. This scene caused Edmondo's eyelids to twitch violently. Such speed, and just now what happened? Undead witchcraft? Or is there something strange about that warhammer? An undead artifact. Edmondo finally understood how Icosella was killed. His position, if caught off guard, it would also be hard not to be heavily injured by an assassin-type enemy wielding such an artifact. Additionally, at this moment, it's not that he doesn't want to retreat, but can he really escape the speed the opponent is displaying? Control the Earth Snake to attack, that won't work either. Because the legendary Earth Snake is too large, and the opponent's speed is unbelievably fast. So the first priority is still to limit the opponent's speed. Ice Roar. With a wave of Edmondo's hand, a tornado mixed with ice shards violently swept in all directions. Edmondo's intention was clear: to use the cold to numb the opponent's limbs and thus slow down their attack speed. In the face of such a widespread ice element witchcraft, Rain could only retreat slightly, then use the kite shield formed by morphing silver to defend in front, weakening the opponent's ice damage. But Edmondo's tactics clearly didn't stop there, as he quickly muttered spells under his breath. Blizzard. As the incantation ended, a dense black cloud suddenly appeared above Edmondo's head, and the temperature plummeted instantly. Snowflakes as big as goose feathers, mixed with ice particles, began to fall from the sky, enveloping the area tens of meters around. The guards responsible for surrounding and watching also suddenly felt an overwhelming cold surging in. Similarly, Rain, positioned on the Earth Snake's head and only 7 or 8 meters away from Edmondo, naturally felt the cold even more intensely. However, Edmondo seemed to forget one thing. The giant Earth Snake under his feet was also not highly resistant to the cold. Feeling the vigorous cold emanating from above, the Earth Snake momentarily felt drowsy, lowering its neck and laying down on the ground. This unexpectedly delighted Rain, because fighting atop the Earth Snake severely limited his movement range unless he jumped off. But now that the Earth Snake was lying down, it meant he could freely roam around and seek an opportunity to strike. As Rain realized this, Edmondo also immediately noticed the issue. Although he could command the Earth Snake, he couldn't go against its nature and instincts. Just as a dog trainer cannot train a dog to eat bamboo like a panda, likewise, when the surrounding temperature drops below a certain threshold, the Earth Snake instinctively reduces its desire to move and begins to sleep. Edmondo reacted quickly, making a rapid decision. He jumped off the Earth Snake, retreating swiftly towards the place with the most guards in the mansion. As he moved, the large black cloud above him followed, and the core area of the blizzard began to shift gradually. Rain quickly understood his opponent's strategy. The opponent intended to distance himself, allowing the Earth Snake to escape the influence of his ice element witchcraft. Rain naturally couldn't let his opponent succeed. Armor-breaking strike. Rain's dual-handed warhammer instantly morphed into a riding spear, and he simultaneously executed the top-secret technique Shadow Step combined with armor-breaking strike. He became like a silver lightning bolt, directly targeting the retreating Edmondo. So fast was his speed that although Edmondo saw Rain in place one moment, in the next, Rain was suddenly in front of him with the riding spear in hand. See, the spear tip clashed violently with the ice shield. The next moment the ice shield shattered. Even the surface ice armor by a narrow margin was almost pierced through. This strike from Rain made cold sweat almost drip from Edmondo's forehead. Damn it, what power! Where did such a young powerhouse come from? What Edmondo didn't know was that Rain's seemingly unremarkable strike actually contained the sprint from the top-secret technique Shadow Step, a 27-point strength boost provided by 9 parts soul energy, intermediate giant force from his talent, and the dragon bloodline enhancement, among others. Thus, it was possible to achieve what appeared to be an effortless strike that broke through both his innate wizardry and his second-level defensive witchcraft. Snake replication. In his panic, Edmondo immediately employed this signature ability of the secret snake sect strongman. 4 or 5 guards who could not evade in time were bitten on the neck or back of the head by the slender snake heads, and their eyes rolled back, controlled on the spot. This gave Rain mixed feelings of both worry and joy, as he recalled what Clea had told him before. If someone is controlled by a snake replication for more than a minute, they will be beyond saving, forever becoming a mindless puppet. Killing the guards in this state was both an act of mercy and a way for Rain to gather the last remaining part of the needed soul energy. But executing his own men right under the opponent's nose was utterly infuriating. Sword Blade Storm. A female knight enveloped in a light blue aura, wielding a dual-handed greatsword, swept in from behind Edmondo. It was none other than Clea, who had activated her bloodline talent. Ice Hell. Facing enemies from both the front and back, Edmondo finally used his trump card. Suddenly, massive icy spikes erupted from the ground centered around him, both towering 3-meter sharp pillars and short, spiky ice balls, instantly turning the area within tens of meters around Edmondo into a white expanse, forcing Rain and Clea to retreat at once. At the same time, Edmondo commanded several guards, who were now turned into frozen zombies, to crush down on Rain. Rain looked at the guards smashing towards him and silently whispered to himself, "I'm sorry." Annihilating hammer. Boom! With a heavy blow, Rain shattered a guard frozen stiff, and instantly a soul shadow was absorbed by the warhammer. 10. At this moment, Rain's eyes focused intently on Edmondo, and in the next second he used Shadow Step, leaving behind a trail of afterimages, rushing into the ice hell at an astonishing speed. Dare to rush into ice hell? A young man blinded by a fleeting advantage. Edmondo watched this unfold, his face full of delighted surprise instead of alarm. Because in the ice hell, his ice witchcraft would be enhanced by 50%, while the opponent in the ice hell would be affected by the ultra-low temperature and cold winds, causing stiffness and significantly reducing movement speed. Therefore, in his eyes, once Rain entered the ice hell, he would quickly lose his greatest advantage: speed. Rumble. Rain swung his dual-handed warhammer rapidly, shattering all the ice shards and pillars in a line, charging into the ice hell like a giant beast. Damn, what kind of monster is this? Witnessing Rain's imposing presence, Edmondo couldn't help but start casting spells hurriedly. Ice Blade Storm, Ice Cone Skill. A series of ice element witchcraft, accentuated by the ice hell, was hurled toward Rain. Although Rain managed to fend them off one by one, his hair and eyebrows had turned white as snow, and his movement speed had greatly decreased. Phew, this made Edmondo let out a sigh of relief. Truly a dangerous fellow. However, he's finally about to be frozen stiff. Watching Rain move as if in slow motion, getting within 2 to 3 meters of him, slowly swinging down his warhammer, Edmondo couldn't help but show a mocking smile. This pose isn't bad. Perhaps it will make a fine trophy ice sculpture. Clang! At this time, Rain's warhammer struck Edmondo's body ice shield. By the sound, one could tell this strike was light, even, a bit powerless, but in an instant, Edmondo's expression turned to terror, and in the next second he clutched his head and screamed in agony. The true damage of Soul Shatter strike dealt a severe blow to Edmondo's soul, making him incapable of maintaining the ice hell. Meanwhile, Rain silently added another point to his strength. As warmth pumped from his heart, he swung the heavy hammer repeatedly. Bang, bang, bang. With the first strike, he shattered the ice shield, and subsequent blows were all directed at Edmondo's body. Edmondo was able to barely hold on initially, but after failing to block a strike, his whole body went limp like a rag, unable to resist anymore. Soon, Edmondo was beaten into a pulp by Rain's hammer. Hoo-hoo! Rain stood holding the hammer with both hands, gasping for air. But then, he remembered, although he had dealt with this guy in front of him, there was still a legendary earth snake behind him. Rain quickly turned around, looking at the earth snake that was about to awaken, and the warhammer in his hand swiftly transformed into a long riding spear. Sharpness technique, swish, a silver line shot straight towards the legendary earth snake. Rain's riding spear, under the stacking of the top secret techniques and dragon bloodline, unleashed its power to the extreme. It pierced deeply into the seemingly rubbery, incredibly tough, thick body of the earth snake until it disappeared from view. Rain had stabbed precisely, hitting the spot between the earth snake's two poor-sighted eyes, right where its brain was. Thus, upon being pierced, the walnut eyes of the poor-sighted earth snake suddenly opened wide, but it was merely a death throw. Its entire body continued to thrash violently, causing the ground to shake, but it was indeed dead. Sizzle! Rain pulled out the riding spear. Staring at what was possibly the quickest kill of a legendary earth snake, his heart was filled with emotion. If it weren't for Edmondo's ice hell, who knows how much more effort he would have needed to kill this earth snake. Splash! The foul-smelling earth snake blood, mixed with unknown body fluids, sprayed out like a high-pressure water gun from the circular wound made by the riding spear. Unaware for a moment, Rain was thoroughly soaked. Just when Rain was slightly annoyed, suddenly his whole body stiffened. At this moment, the system notification rang out. Ding! Detecting host has been baptized by legendary earth snake's blood. Discovered a trace amount of absorbable dragon gene segment, absorb. Note, this trace dragon gene segment can slightly enhance the host's dragon bloodline concentration limit upon absorption. This ancient legendary earth snake actually has dragon gene fragments. But soon, Rain looked enlightened. The ancient earth snake was, in all likelihood, a descendant from the indulgence of certain dragons in the ancient times. Can't they just socialize among their own kind? Why cross species? However, this turns out to be a good thing for me. Only the description is trace. I remember the last time, the sea dragon's egg fluid baptism was described as small amount. As expected, the dragon bloodline within the earth snake is much thinner. Rain keenly noted the difference in phrasing compared to the last egg fluid baptism. But no matter the amount, as long as it enhances my strength, even the smallest gain counts. Rain unhesitatingly chose yes. In an instant, Rain felt a warm sensation in the parts of his body that were coated in the foul snake blood, as if warm, soothing spring water was seeping from the skin into his body. The entire process lasted less than half a second before it ended. Rain quickly glanced at his attribute panel. The effect of the dragon bloodline showed no change. Dragon bloodline, weak effects, slight increase in fire element affinity, slight increase in huge strength talent effect, slight increase in steel body talent effect, slight enhancement of battle cry skills. This couldn't help but make him feel a bit disappointed. Suddenly, a burst of inspiration flashed through Rain's mind. Wait a minute, if I undergo more baptisms, wouldn't that accumulate over time? With this thought, Rain's eyes suddenly lit up. His whole body also quickly sprang into action. He saw the long spear in his hand rapidly transform into a massive dual-handed greatsword. Over 3 meters, nearly 4 meters long. Immediately, he turned and moved to the side of the legendary earth snake, delivering a slash to its enormous head. As a huge silver arc of light flashed by, there was a hiss sound. Only the first system prompt was visible. Dragon bloodline intermediate effects. Water and fire element affinity moderately increased, giant strength talent moderately increased, steel body talent moderately increased, battle cry skill greatly enhanced. It seemed that there wasn't much change, just the bloodline description changed from weak to intermediate. At the same time, the description of the battle cry skill changed from moderately to greatly. But that's not the main point. The focus is on the prompts that followed. Rain was watching intently. Ding detected that the host's dragon bloodline has risen to intermediate level, triggering a special advancement job change Dragon Vein Wizard, Legendary. The prerequisites for advancing to Dragon Vein Wizard, Legendary are, first, Dragon Bloodline Concentration. Current conditions not met, advancement to Dragon Vein Wizard Legendary failed. Damn, a legendary class. Rain couldn't help but exclaim excitedly. Whether it's the King of Thousand Blades or the Dragon Knight triggered by red dragon scales, they're both just epic, but this time it's actually legendary. Rain's excitement was written all over his face. If the King of Thousand Blades or the Dragon Knight class panels are comparable to Prince Minia, who is an epic class elite, then a legendary class panel would be comparable to something even stronger, a demigod. Rain's eyes sparkled. At least he hadn't heard of a legendary strongman. It seemed that above the epic class elite was the demigod level, which is the level the Empire Emperor reached after succeeding but being seriously injured this time. For a moment, Rain thought about many things. But the problem is, it seems that currently the gap between myself and the Dragon Vein Wizard, legendary, class is too large. So even the prerequisites weren't specified, only the first requirement was clear, and the subsequent conditions were all marked as. I still need to find a way to further specify the job change conditions. No rush. At least, there's already a general direction. This also made Rain suddenly find the earth snake blood, which was originally extremely stinky, much more pleasing to the eye. However, it still had to be washed first. Clea, who was about to walk up to ask Rain about his condition, hadn't reached him yet when she saw Rain walking quickly towards the bedroom. He should be fine. She couldn't help but smile slightly, thinking to herself. After Rain repeated the wash 4 or 5 times in the bathroom, putting on layer after layer of fragrance, he finally completely got rid of the earth snake blood smell. Knock, knock, knock. At this time, there was a knock at the bedroom door. Come in, a familiar figure appeared at the door. It was Clea. Now it was already close to 3 o'clock in the morning. Normally, no noble young lady would enter a man's room at this time. But because she had just finished handling some matters after the big battle, she rushed over without thinking too much. After all, checking on the condition of one's guardian knight after a battle is a necessary concern and very reasonable. However, as soon as Clea entered the door, she saw Rain's hair still wet and casually draped in a robe, exposing his muscular chest. This immediately made Clea realize that coming over at this time was somewhat inappropriate. But since she was already there, it wasn't the time to turn around and leave. Rain, are you all right? Clea glanced at Rain's tall figure and then asked a question that had been bothering her. She, at least, had never heard that legendary earth snake blood could enhance a person's physique. Wasn't it only the blood of the giant dragon that had such effects? Out of curiosity, she had just touched the earth snake blood. Although she was much better off than an ordinary guard and could resist the blood's corrosive effects on her skin, she didn't feel any benefits to her body at all. Miss Clea, please come in. Are you referring to the snake blood from the bath just now? Of course, no problem. And better than before. Clea's beautiful eyes widened, revealing a look of astonishment. Was it really beneficial to the body? As if understanding the astonishment in Clea's eyes, Rain thought for a moment and explained, perhaps it's because of my unique constitution. I felt a slight change in my body after bathing in the blood of the legendary earth snake. Of course, I mean in a positive direction. Rain gave a simple explanation. He certainly wouldn't disclose the real situation, but briefly mentioning that it was beneficial to his body was fine. Truly an enviable constitution. Clea nodded, saying, in her view, this was the only explanation for why Rain would soak in the snake blood, so she quickly accepted Rain's explanation. By the way, Rain, based on your earlier assessment after this attack, will the secret snake sect send more people? Clea walked to the window, looking at the pothole-ridden, still messy front yard under the bright moonlight. With a slight frown, she asked, According to the sword-bearer's intelligence, the people from the secret snake sect this time should be just these. Rain also walked to the window and stood beside Clea, comforting her. He knew what Clea meant, the people from the secret snake sect were too powerful this time, with 2 legendary strongmen, which was nearly impossible for the Habs family to resist. If he hadn't arrived in time this time, the Habs family's governance in Mingster might have become history. Rain thought for a moment and added, as for the future, it seems that the legendary earth snake holds special significance for the secret snake sect. Now that I've killed it, even if they seek revenge, they would most likely come to Mingster to find me. Evidently, the secret snake sect's actions this time aren't simply about avenging Ganon and Holden. This is clear from their course of actions. The purpose of him killing the earth snake was also because of this. Rain, thank you. Clea turned slightly, her beautiful eyes seriously looking at Rain, and said. She certainly understood what Rain meant. Rain was saying that he had taken care of the current trouble for her. He would also bear the subsequent troubles, but this left Clea at a loss as to how to thank Rain. With Rain's current strength, the Habs family's collection of extraordinary battle techniques probably wouldn't be of much use to him. It's my duty, I'm your guardian knight, aren't I? Rain smiled, looking at Clea's earnest and concentrated face. He couldn't help but reach out and hold her small hand, patting it as a gesture of comfort. Clea's hand was warm and soft, and to Rain's surprise, her palm was devoid of the calluses typical of those who wield swords. Perhaps this was due to her bloodline awakening. For Rain's act of holding hands, Clea was clearly a bit embarrassed. Her pretty face turned slightly red, and she dared not look at Rain, instead turning towards the window to gaze at the moon. As her guardian knight, holding hands with Rain was nothing. In the imperial city, some noblewomen and their guardian knights were much more open. Though Clea was well aware of her father's expectations regarding her marriage, at this moment she comforted herself with these thoughts. But as she turned, it presented Rain with an even more attractive profile and an exquisite outline of her figure. And with this gesture of holding hands, Clea clearly moved closer, showing no signs of pulling away. Leading Rain to believe she was allowing something, he simply placed his large hand around Clea's slender and perfectly elastic waist, gently pulling her into his embrace. Clea's entire body stiffened for a moment, but still offered no resistance. Rain took such a big risk to save both me and the Habs family from crisis. Just a little embrace is surely nothing. Clea continued to console herself. The excellent sensation prompted Rain's hand to unconsciously caress, feeling the warmth and elasticity of that slender waist. At the same time, he observed Clea again. Noticing she remained gazing out the window, her cheeks tinted with two blushes. Recalling her coming over so late at night, a spark ignited within Rain's belly. If a woman lets you touch her waist, it usually means. After all, below the waist is the round and curvy posterior and the tight. As her guardian knight, Rain faced 2 consecutive night battles and added to the previous battle to protect the mansion. What she could offer him was minimal, whereas his help to her was immense. As long as that line is not crossed, it shouldn't contradict father's expectations. Yet Clea didn't realize, with Rain's overwhelming strength, once she stimulated Rain's desire, she actually had no power to stop it. Sure enough, the flame in Rain's eyes grew increasingly intense, and his hand started wandering more. Moving further downward, when Clea felt Rain's hand slipping in, her face burned with embarrassment. At that moment, she felt as if something drained all her strength from her body, leaving her powerless. She wanted to push Rain away, yet her hands resting on his chest were completely ineffective, her white palms giving a gentle feel instead, leading Rain to think that Clea preferred facing him rather than side-facing. Thus, Rain's hand remained in her capri pants, supporting the well-rounded posterior, adjusting Clea's position. This completely rendered Clea's method of averting her gaze to avoid shyness useless. For a brief moment, Clea was utterly flustered. This was her first time, and she was entirely unprepared. However, in Rain's eyes, the usually heroic and dignified Clea, who fully handled the governance of Meister, now revealed a shy expression, giving him a stark contrast. Moreover, Rain vividly remembered the scene when Clea taught him the giant bear sword technique at the Habs estate, making her somewhat his knight initiation teacher. Several factors combined, making Clea's allure to Rain approach infinity. This brought to Rain's mind the saying beast versus something less than a beast. Gazing at Clea's cherry-like lips, Rain naturally leaned down to cover them. And thus, some things were bound to happen. 10,000 words are omitted here. Just minutes earlier, head maid Shadia was intending to bring a scented sachet to Rain's room. Having been involved non-stop with the 2 consecutive night battles, head maid Shadia intended to visit Lord Rain after the first battle concluded. But upon seeing Rain head to the training room, she hesitated, pondering. The head maid decided to wait until morning to speak. Unexpectedly, there was another battle in the latter half of the night, and Rain was drenched in the foul-smelling snake blood, which gave Shadia the perfect excuse to deliver aromatherapy to remove the odor. However, just as she arrived at the corner of the second-floor corridor with the aromatherapy, she suddenly saw a familiar figure entering Rain's room. That figure was all too familiar to her, having interacted daily. Shadia, of course, knew that it was undoubtedly her young lady Clea. Wasn't it said that the young lady could only find someone to marry into the family? Lord Rain has a promising future, clearly not the type to marry into a family. Could it be that the young lady has truly fallen for Lord Rain, or do they have something important to discuss? This made the head maid both curious and a bit excited. If the young lady were really to get along with Lord Rain, that would be good too. At least I could see Lord Rain often. Thinking of this, the head maid wanted to go over and eavesdrop at the door. Of course, this was just a thought. After all, she knew well that both were transcendents, with hearing and perception exceptionally keen, and if she approached, she would certainly be discovered. However, Shadia quickly thought of something. As head maid, when arranging rooms tonight, Shadia had already assigned Rain's room next to hers. This meant she didn't need to go to the door to eavesdrop. She could just go back to her room and listen quietly without anyone noticing. Understanding this, the head maid quickly returned to her room, swiftly changed into pajamas, and got into bed. She quietly placed her ear against the adjacent wall, moving gently and slowly. Before long, Shadia's eyes widened, her mouth slightly opened, because she heard sounds she shouldn't hear, ah. Though she had never experienced that, she knew about certain sounds that only happen between a man and a woman in intimate moments. Her normally stern and pale face quickly flushed red. She glanced nervously around, remembering she was in her own bedroom. Soon she placed her ear against the wall again. Before long, the head maid's face grew increasingly flushed, and her hands involuntarily moved to places they shouldn't. After a long while, Shadia, her waist sore and legs weak, got out of bed and went to the bathroom, where she began to wash a piece of lace fabric with ties on both sides. A few minutes later, she returned to bed. Normally, at her age, in her 30s nearing 40, after some relaxation, she should be resting. But just as she lay down, she heard noises again from the next room. This made Shadia toss and turn a bit before, as if led by a mysterious force, she once again pressed her ear to the wall. Thus, after quite some time, Shadia stumbled out of bed, holding onto the wall, and went to the bathroom again, starting to wash a new piece of fabric. At this time, across the wall, Rain was pleasantly surprised to have discovered a new continent. He found that female great knights were indeed different. Long-term night training had made Clea exceptional in both flexibility and muscle contraction and relaxation. Having just ended her first battle, Clea, almost without discomfort, was able to continue with intimate exchanges with Rain. After several times, Rain managed to leverage his talent ability intermediate giant force to make Clea bear what she couldn't, thus gaining the upper hand. This time, the farmer truly plowed the field thoroughly. Clea, with a look of happiness and satisfaction, only rested for less than a quarter of an hour before her long eyelashes fluttered slightly, and the next second, she opened her beautiful eyes. Although she knew Rain's constitution was special, she hadn't expected it to be this special, his physical strength seemingly tireless, not to mention other exceptional abilities. At this moment, while resting her head on Rain's arm, a wave of sweetness and shyness swept through Clea's heart. However, thinking of that matter, she couldn't help but furrow her brows slightly. After contemplating, Clea decided she needed to clarify the situation with Rain first. Clea opened her mouth and said, "Rain, I have something to tell you. Previously, my father and family decided for me to inherit the Earl title of the Habs family, so he hoped I could find someone to marry into our family." Upon hearing this, Rain finally understood why Clea had been so hesitant. The matter was indeed difficult to resolve because, firstly, he had no intentions of marrying into a family. Secondly, if Clea inherited the Earl title of the Habs family, it would mean that even if his future title surpassed Earl, becoming a Marquis or even a Duke, Clea would find it difficult to marry him. Otherwise, according to the customs of the Dragon Empire, when both spouses have noble titles, only the higher title between them could be retained. As far as Rain was concerned, the Earl title was already being applied for, and it was clearly not the end. Of course, there were solutions. If Clea did not inherit, there wouldn't be the issue of the Habs Earl title being overshadowed. "Right, Clea, don't you have a brother named Descartes? Why not let him inherit?" Rain curiously asked. "Well, my brother is introverted, not good with words, and very opinionated otherwise. He wouldn't have opted to develop in the military department on his own," Clea explained. Rain nodded. So that's it. No wonder Count Habs designated Clea as the first heir. After all, among nobles, besides strength being the biggest backing, horizontal communication and connections are also indispensable. "Don't worry, I think there will always be a way." Rain hugged Clea, his fingers gently stroking her porcelain-like skin, comforting her. After lingering for a while, Clea looked at the dim light outside the window and suddenly realized, saying, "Oh no, it's almost dawn, I have to go back. Otherwise, it wouldn't be good if the servants saw us." Last night's battle ended after 2 in the morning, then they spent several hours in a battle of endurance, and now lying here, dawn was near. "Is it really a problem if the servants see us?" Rain couldn't help but wonder. It's not good at all. Our relationship, father doesn't know, and if he comes back and finds out. Besides, as the first heir of the Habs family, I represent the family's image and still need to be mindful of the impact. With that, Clea quickly got up, revealing a beautiful scene. Rain thought for a moment, nodded, and didn't say anything more. Moreover, he indeed needed a good rest. When Rain woke up again, the light outside the window, even through the curtains, was already quite strong. He estimated the time to be around 10 in the morning, maybe even close to 11. However, that sleep left Rain feeling refreshed. I should head to the training room first. The Ricdillo's guardian staff needs to be upgraded quickly. I'm about to change classes, need to put in more effort. Oh right, at this time I wonder if Anna and Nioro have arrived. Rain couldn't help but ponder. Sava province, in the Black Swamp within a camp of a native tribe. All around, dozens of stilt houses were dismantled into ruins, many of which were still burning, emitting black flames. On the open ground, natives wearing only grass skirts and animal hides lay scattered all over. Among them, quite a few were just the elderly, women, and children, yet they were all mercilessly slaughtered. In the center of the camp, a strong native with various paints smeared on his face was being stepped on the head by a robust man in exquisite knight armor, no longer moving. "Have you found the item?" the robust man asked casually. A distinct old cross-shaped scar marked the left cheek of the man, indicating it had been inflicted by a sharp weapon long ago. The man was the Earth Dragon Knight Hansel. Reporting to Sir Hansel, "It has been found. The Earth Dragon has almost finished eating." A mercenary-dressed follower reported respectfully. "All right, then let's pack up and leave." "Yes, sir." At this moment, another follower dressed similarly quickly approached and reported, "Sir, there's urgent news from the Axon Auction House's Sam Group." "Oh, Sam, what's that guy looking for me about?" "The Sam Group wants to invite you to help with an operation. The mission is to draw away a Diamond Star sword bearer located in Minster. They're hoping you can get there quickly, saying the price is negotiable." The follower quickly relayed. Hansel raised an eyebrow, showing a hint of surprise, then asked again, "Price is negotiable. Did they really say that?" "Yes, Sir Hansel." The follower opened the note, showing it to Hansel. "That shrewd Sam, why is he being so generous this time? Something's fishy." Hansel rubbed his stubbly chin, pondering for a moment, then said, "Sir, should I refuse the Sam Group then?" The follower immediately suggested, "No, double the price. If they agree, we'll go. It would be foolish not to make money." Hansel waved his hand. "Yes, sir. After all, it's just a Diamond Star sword bearer, not a magic iron level. Probably has a complicated background. Otherwise, why would they invite me to lure them away?" Hansel muttered. After enjoying a brunch that had been prepared earlier, Rain arrived at the door of the training room on the first floor. At that moment, he saw the head maid Shadia turning the corner of the corridor, carrying a set of clothes over. However, her current state was somewhat different compared to usual. With dark circles, a haggard face, and frequent yawns, she lacked the sharpness and efficiency she typically displayed as head maid. Instantly, Rain realized that it must have been the 2 raids launched by enemies last night that likely caused all the servants in the mansion to have a sleepless night. After all, as ordinary people, they had no power to resist in such a scenario, except to run away. "Head maid Shadia, perhaps you should take a good rest. Yesterday's battle was quite intense. You all probably didn't rest well," Rain greeted with a smile. Shadia's beautiful eyes widened as she looked at Rain. "Battle intense? No way. Does Lord Rain know I was eavesdropping?" Already feeling guilty after running into Rain, Shadia's mind immediately thought of the embarrassing noises she heard last night behind the wall upon hearing words like intense and battle. So Shadia's face turned red in an instant. The head maid quickly said, "Okay, Lord Rain." As soon as she finished speaking, she quickly turned around and fled, internally griping. Lord Rain really telling me about his intense battle with Miss Clea. Rain, on the other hand, looked strangely at the usually stern head maid in front of him. Why did she suddenly blush and run off? It's not like the head maid's character. For a moment, Rain didn't understand why she acted that way. However, he quickly shook his head, deciding not to dwell on it, and pushed the door open to enter the training room. The training room was empty. The only person who might have been there, Clea, was not present either, likely busy or perhaps resting. It's a pity. If there was a sparring partner, my speed at improving the last extraordinary battle technique could be quicker. I wonder when Nioro and the others will arrive. Overall, there are just not enough skill points. At this thought, Rain suddenly paused because he remembered that yesterday he was almost entirely captivated by the legendary profession of Dragon Vein Wizard, and he hadn't checked the system notification after the battle ended. Immediately, Rain opened the system and first glanced at the attribute panel. Constitution, 47 Strength. 58, 2 points added in battle. Agility, 47 Spirit. 59 Will, hidden attribute. 12 the attribute of will still increased by 2 points, Rain murmured to himself. He thought that after choosing no during the last Sword Saint profession change, the hidden attribute of will might undergo some change, but now it seemed otherwise. Perhaps it's lacking a condition or opportunity. Rain continued to scroll up and began reviewing the previous battle records. Congratulations, you defeated a strong enemy and gained 14 golden skill points. Congratulations, your will hidden attribute has increased. Congratulations, your Warhammer Wizard Legendary profession level has increased. This time the Warhammer Wizard Legendary profession level smoothly advanced to LV10, allowing Rain to gain 1 attribute point and 1 skill point again. Including the remaining points he originally had, he now had a total of 3 remaining attribute points and 3 remaining skill points, while the golden skill points totaled 22 points. There are 3 skill points now. Doesn't that mean I can reach LV10 at LV7 by adding points, and with the intermediate weapon mastery talent, I can prematurely comprehend the secret technique? Rain's eyes flickered. Forget it, save the skill points and stick to the original plan. Always leave 2 points for advanced meditation method and puppetry technique, just in case they are needed. Rain pondered seriously for a while and then shook his head slightly. Of course, this was mainly because his current progress in enhancing the extraordinary battle technique was not slow. Even without adding points, with the advanced extraordinary understanding talent, he could reach LV9 within 2 days at most. In contrast, the subsequent advanced meditation method and puppetry technique, without the support of advanced extraordinary understanding, would progress much more slowly. Rain looked at the effect of advanced extraordinary understanding passive again. The weapon master is adept at handling various combat skills, with the speed of learning any extraordinary battle technique increased by an additional 200%. As expected, it specifies battle skills, not witchcraft. Rain nodded. Once he made up his mind, the hardened pure gold bar in Rain's hand instantly transformed into a staff over a meter long. Then he began practicing the extraordinary battle technique Rictilo's guardian staff. Half an hour later, when Anna, Nioro, and Ramil arrived on horseback near the Earl Hab's mansion, they saw a large group of city guard bustling in and out of the mansion's main gate, seemingly busy with something. Moreover, a faint stench was wafting from the mansion. Did you smell something? Anna's nostrils twitched as she asked in confusion. It's the smell of blood decaying. Could it be that the attack has already happened? Viri, having previously worked for the military department and possessing rich combat experience, immediately realized and said, Everyone's eyes simultaneously turned to Viri. However, it doesn't seem like the smell of human blood. Seeing everyone's gaze, Viri quickly explained further. Stop guessing, let's go over and take a look. Nioro's face grew serious as he spoke. Everyone couldn't help but show a worried expression as they hastily rode towards the Earl Hab's mansion. But as soon as they reached the main entrance, everyone's faces turned to shock, their eyes widened, and they were stunned. Because at that moment, through the open gates, they could clearly see in the front garden of the mansion a colossal figure that appeared to have been dismembered. The source of that intense stench earlier was right here. A large amount of dark red blood had already mingled with the garden soil, and guards were busy cleaning and filling the holes. Although the head of the legendary earth snake had been severed, its long serpent body was still identifiable, appearing as a giant snake. This is a legendary earth snake. It's already been killed. Who is strong enough to do this? Exclaimed Ramil from the rock team who had come to assist. Who else could it be? It's likely Captain Rain, Nioro said after recovering from his shock, patting Ramil on the shoulder with a smile. Seeing the scene before him, he felt reassured. Indeed. Lord Rain's strength defies common sense. Ramil paused, then nodded in agreement. Ramil had wanted to retort but recalled that Rain had already defeated the blood-cursed Naga High Priest, so defeating a legendary earth snake this time seemed reasonable. But could Rain be injured? Anna suddenly voiced a concern in a whisper. Well, everyone exchanged glances, realizing that it was difficult to provide a good answer. After all, the legendary earth snake wasn't that easy to deal with. It's likely the captain had to pay a price, perhaps a minor injury. But they all knew about Anna's close relationship with Rain. Saying that the captain was injured now might show a lack of confidence in their own leader, and also cause Anna to worry. Viri, as Rain's follower, did not think too much and directly stopped a guard to ask, "Yesterday, were there any battles here, and did Captain Rain get injured?" Since Viri and the others were dressed as knights and exuded an extraordinary aura, even though the guard was stopped, his attitude wasn't poor. Additionally, upon hearing Viri refer to Rain as the captain, the guard's demeanor became even more respectful as he smiled and said, "Sirs, are you friends of Lord Rain? Lord Rain is fine." Hearing this, Anna and everyone couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. It's just that Lord Rain fought 2 consecutive battles yesterday, so he should still be resting, the guard added after some thought. 2 battles. Everyone exchanged bewildered glances upon hearing that. They had only been a night late and missed 2 battles. Thus, they surrounded the guard to ask for more details, quickly getting a rough understanding of the situation. Legendary strongmen, 2 of them. Anna's beautiful eyes fluttered, her mind a little jumbled. Could it be that there's a difference between the Empire's definition of legendary strongmen and that of the Druid Circle? Taking down approximately 3 legendaries in one night seemed too exaggerated. Why did it feel that after becoming a formal Druid, the gap between her and Rain was growing wider? Woe, taking out 2 legendary strongmen consecutively, plus a legendary earth snake, the captain is truly remarkable. Nioro, the knowledgeable Marquis heir, also clicked his tongue in awe. The captain is too incredible. Angus listened with his eyes wide open. Has Lord Rain's strength increased to such a level? Ramil also listened in shock. This is too over the top. Evelyn's beautiful eyes widened, her mouth slightly ajar with a shocked expression. At this time, Rain in the training room noticed the commotion at the door through the window. Perfect timing. Seeing that his team members had arrived, Rain couldn't help but smile. Opening the training room door, Rain went to greet them. However, after some pleasantries and storytelling, Rain led the group into the training room. A few minutes later, in the center of the training room, Viri stepped forward swiftly, the greatsword in his hand slashing a silver arc through the air, striking down heavily at Rain. Facing Viri's strike, Rain calmly raised his staff. Clang! A piercing metallic clash echoed. Rain's staff held firmly against the opponent's greatsword slash. Clang, clang, clang. The 2 fought faster and faster, the sound of their weapons colliding continuously ringing out. Clang! After another clash, the 2 separated. Huff huff, Viri's chest heaved, panting like an ox, sweat rolling down his forehead. "I can't go on, Captain." Viri waved his hand tiredly. Despite activating the limit break and using the secret skill, he still wasn't a match for his own captain. Moreover, in such a high exertion scenario, even though it was only for a few minutes, it took a great toll on his stamina. Even a great knight couldn't continuously use the secret skill without break, leading him to quickly run out of strength and be forced to concede. Seeing Viri defeated mainly due to exhaustion, Anna, Nioro, Evelyn, and the others exchanged glances, realizing that Rain was deliberately going easy. Didn't their captain not even use additional weapons, only wielding a staff typical of a wizard? "Captain, it's my turn." Boom boom. Angus clashed his sword and shield together, eagerly stepping forward. Being able to spar with his own captain, Angus had adjusted his mentality well. That's what he thought. 2 legendary cultists plus a legendary species slain in one night by his captain, possessing legendary strength, isn't that right? Then, do you know how rare the opportunity is to have an Empire's legendary strongman practice combat skills with you, winning or losing? Is that something worth considering? Making the most of every second and cherishing this precious sparring time is the most important. So full of fighting spirit, Angus stepped onto the field. 10 minutes later, a breathless Angus was also exhausted. "Captain, let me take over." The red-haired beauty, Evelyn, seeing this, also showed enthusiasm. Evelyn naturally noticed that her captain seemed to be practicing with the staff. This kind of opportunity is quite rare. You need to know that if Rain uses weapons like Greatsword and Warhammer as a peak knight, she almost doesn't even qualify to engage. This is why usually Angus and Viri, the 2 great knights, practice with Rain most frequently. But if her captain uses the staff, then she could barely handle it. Rain smiled, nodded, and said, "Of course you can." Meanwhile, he glanced at the system prompt. "Your skill Ricdilo's guardian staff has gained a level. experience plus 621. Note: the above skill experience has enjoyed a 100% boost from the exclusive talent, Advanced Extraordinary Understanding. You went through a battle, Weapon Master, Legendary, experience plus 41, seeing Rictilo's Guardian Staff rise to level 5, 1233/2000. Rain's eyes immediately lit up. Just after 2 sparring sessions, the progress is already more than halfway. The speed is quite decent. Indeed, the effect of having sparring partners is great. As Evelyn stood in the center of the field, ready to launch an attack, suddenly the door of the training room was opened again, and a tall, well-proportioned and dashing young girl walked in. It was naturally Clea. At first glance, she was captivated by the red-haired beauty Evelyn standing in the center, ready to spar with Rain. She seems to be a noble offspring too, really beautiful, Rain's team member, or a friend. As for the other, Clea glanced at Anna and swiftly refocused on Evelyn. The other one, although youthful and charming with a girl next-door temperament, her appearance was noticeably inferior to this red-haired girl in front. Women's intuition seems to have its unique independent system. Evelyn naturally sensed Clea's scrutiny and attention. At this moment, Evelyn was also puzzled. "Clea, you're here. Come, let me introduce you." Rain greeted with a smile and said, "This is Ramil Wizard, Rock Team's vice-captain. This is the eldest daughter of Count Habs and the first heir of the Habs family, Clea Great Knight. This is Evelyn, also a member of my team." "Evelyn, hello, you're really pretty." Clea smiled, observing Evelyn, and said slowly, "Miss Clea, you're the truly beautiful one." Evelyn, of course, understood Clea's particularly mindful gaze. But at this moment, she could only bitterly smile inside. After all, she couldn't say, "Miss Clea, you've got the wrong person. You should focus on Miss Anna, not me." Meanwhile, at Minster Airship's dock, as the airship slowly docked, several mercenaries in appearance led by a man in a black wizard robe disembarked from the airship. This group was none other than Sam and his team. As they walked, they seemed to be discussing something. It turned out that just recently, Garcia had received a reply from Earth Dragon Knight Hansel can accept, but at double the price. "Boss, Earth Dragon Knight Hansel is treating us like pushovers," the burly bald man rumbled. "Yes, damn it, it's double the price. Why doesn't he just rob us?" Another team member vented angrily. "Indeed, why not hire someone else then?" However, after pondering for a while, Sam turned to the bow-backed, long-legged woman and said, "Garcia, agree to it, but with one condition: make sure Hansel comes over as soon as possible. Tell him if he doesn't arrive within 3 days, the mission invitation will expire." "All right, boss." Garcia nodded and said, "Boss." A team member beside him seemed to want to say something else. Sam waved his hand a bit irritably and said, "If Hansel doesn't come, who among you will distract the opponent?" They looked at each other and immediately fell silent. As long as Hansel can complete the task assigned to him, even if it's 3 times the price compared to our gains, it's just a small part after all. However, if we hire someone less capable to save money and they don't meet expectations, causing the mission to fail, our loss will be much greater. It wasn't long before the group took a carriage to a luxurious mansion located in the trade district. After getting off the carriage, they quickly and orderly entered inside. When Sam entered the drawing room, a slightly shorter man dressed as a servant knocked on the door and quickly walked in. Sam glanced at him and casually asked, "Has anything happened during the 2 days we were away?" The man dressed as a servant before him was an informant he had arranged. Only heard the informant respectfully bow slightly and report, "Master Sam, shortly after you and several masters left, Viscount Fabian brought a tall young man here. By the way, judging by Viscount Fabian's address, this young man seems to be called Viscount Rain." Hearing the name Rain, everyone in the reception room was momentarily stunned. Immediately afterward, several people showed a relieved expression and started to laugh. "Commander, could it be that this Rain learned of the prestige of our Sam group and therefore asked Fabian to come to resolve the misunderstanding?" The bald, strong man scratched his head and couldn't help but laugh. "Probably. This Rain most likely learned of our background from Fabian." Another person nodded in agreement. "Exactly. If it were me and I found out the opponent is backed by the Duke of Empire, I would likely choose to make peace." Another team member seemed to think from the other perspective and nodded in agreement. Only Garcia and Sam remained silent. Sam frowned slightly and continued to ask the informant, "What about Dixon? Did they bring Dixon over?" The informant didn't hesitate and shook his head immediately. "Master Sam, among those traveling with Viscount Fabian, I didn't see Lord Dixon." Sam nodded and turned to Garcia beside him and said, "There seems to be a problem, Garcia. It will be troublesome for you to investigate right away." "Okay, Commander." Garcia slightly bowed and quickly left. The remaining 3 team members, led by the bald one, looked at each other, and the bald one asked puzzledly, "Boss, do you mean the opponent isn't here to negotiate?" "It's still unclear, but if it were me, if I came to clarify a misunderstanding, I would bring Dixon along and wouldn't continue detaining Dixon," Sam said sternly, shaking his head. Upon hearing Sam's words, everyone immediately realized, yes, if they were here to yield, Dix would definitely be brought along. There's no reason to continue holding him. For a moment, there was silence in the reception room. Less than an hour later, Garcia returned, but her expression wasn't good. "Commander, Dixon is still detained at the Sword Holder Mingster branch and hasn't been released. Moreover, Rain left Mingster with the elf girl 2 days ago, destination unknown. I'm still asking people to inquire." "What, they left? Did he learn of our plan?" one person exclaimed. "Impossible, only a few of us know about this plan." The bald one shook his head. "Damn, we're screwed. We just agreed to pay Earth Dragon Knight Hansel twice the price to hurry over. Now the elf girl is gone." Another person slapped his leg heavily and exclaimed, "This." Everyone looked at each other and fell silent. After all, the decision to pay twice the price for Earth Dragon Knight Hansel to arrive quickly was made by their commander personally. However, they occasionally glanced at their commander Sam, seemingly waiting for him to make a decision. After hearing the 2 pieces of bad news, Sam's brow remained furrowed. He thought for a moment and asked, "Garcia, did you ask Fabian? He accompanied Rain here. Doesn't he know Rain's purpose for finding us?" I asked, but the old fox pretended to know nothing. He said Rain came that day and just asked him to help introduce us. He was unaware of Rain's purpose. Garcia shook her head helplessly. At this moment, a small gray bird flew in, chirping as it landed on Garcia's shoulder. "Oh, master, the news has arrived." That was fast. Garcia unwrapped a note tied to the bird's claw. "Quickly read out. Rain went to Meister to carry out a mission, expected to return to Mingster in a few days. Fortunately, it seems the opponent doesn't know our plan yet. The money for twice the price wasn't spent in vain." Sam walked back and forth in the reception room twice, thought for a moment, and said, "It seems we have to find another place to live. Garcia, keep assigning people to monitor the mansion over at Rain's place." "Okay, leader, right. There's another thing, Rain moved houses." Garcia suddenly remembered something and said, Moved house?" Sam raised his brow and looked at Garcia. "Yes, I've personally checked it. The original mansion is already vacant. Currently, he's moved to a new mansion in the Noble District, lavishly decorated, and roughly at the Earl level." Garcia didn't clearly express this point earlier because Rain and the elf girl weren't present. Whether actions should proceed was unknown, so it naturally didn't need to be reported. "Noble District? That's a bit troublesome, higher defense level than the administrative district." The burly bald man touched his chin and said, "Not a big issue, Garcia. You go investigate the patrol frequency and defense strength of the Noble District's guards and calculate the time we have to act." Sam thought slightly and said, "As you command, sir." "Esteban, you're responsible for arranging the evacuation route after the mission is completed. Remember to prepare the decoy personnel and mounts in advance." "All right, boss." A tall and thin team member nodded and agreed readily. "Meister." At the Earl Hab's mansion, in the training room on the first floor. "Evelyn, are you interested in practicing swordsmanship with me?" Clea smiled and said. This immediately made Evelyn pause in surprise. "Does this mean I'm shielding Anna from trouble? Leader, you better compensate me afterwards." Only to see Evelyn glance at her somewhat surprised team captain Rain and thought for a moment, helplessly nodded and said, "Miss Clea, the captain says you're a great knight, but I'm merely a peak knight. Hope you'll go easy on me." Cough. Rain also noticed something amiss and coughed. Just as he was about to speak, Clea suddenly smiled and said, "Just kidding, Evelyn, you're so pretty. If I accidentally hurt you, your captain would be devastated." Clea teased while looking sideways at Rain. "For sparring, naturally I'd practice with your tough-skinned captain." Rain felt relieved hearing Clea say this. He instantly understood Clea's intent. "Look, I know about your red-haired beauty affair, but I'll give you face. I won't embarrass her, though my status is higher than hers." "Of course, Clea, let me be your sparring partner then." Meanwhile, Anna stood to the side, watching the scene with sparkling eyes, unsure what she was thinking. Actually, seeing such a beautiful female team member in Rain's squad inevitably stirred some jealousy. In her heart, however, such matters are quite common among nobles, and Clea, who was exposed to it from a young age, knows well how to position herself, but necessary displays of her wings are also essential. That's why she made the above gesture. Only to see Clea hold the dual-handed greatsword diagonally and stand in the center of the field. The next second, a green airflow swirled around her slender legs. "Oh, a bloodline talent ability," Ramil, watching on the side, exclaimed in surprise. "Yes, it's a talent ability that enhances speed." Nyoro nodded and corroborated. This incredibly fast Great Knight also poses a headache for wizards and wizard apprentices. Swish! Only to see Clea darting towards Rain like a leopardess, the greatsword slashing down from above, incredibly swift. Rain calmly swung his wand to block, but upon contact, Rain felt Clea's strength and speed slightly enhanced compared to yesterday. Clang clang bang bang. As they both moved extremely fast, sparks flew with the ringing clash of the greatsword blade and hardened gold wand, seemingly endless. Vaguely, with each clash, one could see a circle of white airwaves streaming outward. Usually, before one wave fully dissipates, another explodes behind it at the same time. Multiple white rings of airwaves often appear above the field. These waves trace the movements of both, making the originally blurred shapes of their high-speed movement relatively clear in trajectory. Rain could clearly feel Clea's enhancement in capability. He's not sure why exactly. Is it because Clea's bloodline has been activated, stepping into a period of rapid growth? Or is it because she saw Evelyn sparring with him, feeling a bit unhappy? It couldn't possibly be that since they did the thing yesterday, it unlocked Clea's bloodline potential, right? Rain shook his head slightly, casting the thought aside. Regardless, he had to give way to this future countess he just shared intimacy with. That's why Rain focused solely on defense. Fortunately, the extraordinary battle technique Rictillo's guardian staff he practiced favors defense. Several minutes later, clang! The two clashed heavily and bounced apart. Clea's chest rose and fell continuously. Evidently, the recent burst was taxing even for her newly awakened bloodline as a great knight. But this sight left Rain's teammates watching dumbfounded. Are all the captain's friends this extraordinary? This Clea lady looks even younger than I am. But her combat prowess has already surpassed mine. Viri couldn't help but click his tongue in awe. Though following Rain had already strengthened his resistance to such geniuses, Clea was a woman, making the impact she created especially significant. I'm afraid I might only manage to remain undefeated. Winning would be unlikely. Angus's expression turned serious as he nodded. Evelyn was even more shocked at heart. She hadn't expected this Earl's daughter, who had a better figure than hers, to be so powerful. She had initially thought that although the other party was a great knight, as a peak knight she could still hold her own by using some witchcraft techniques. But now it seemed she was more than one step behind. Rain glanced at the system prompt. Your skill, Rictillo's guardian staff, has increased. Experience plus 981. Congratulations. Your skill, Rictillo's guardian staff, has leveled up to LV6. You experienced a battle, weapon master, legendary, experience plus 43 upon seeing Rictillo's guardian staff reach LV6. 277/3000. Rain's eyes immediately lit up. Training with Clea actually had better results than with Angus. Impressive. Rain, let's go again, Clea said seriously, exhaling slowly. Suddenly the arena fell silent. Everyone froze, their eyes widening as they looked at Clea and then at Rain, all tacitly agreeing to remain silent. Your body. Rain thought for a moment, hesitating. My body is fine. Upon hearing the question, a blush of annoyance briefly appeared on Clea's face before quickly disappearing. Clearly, Clea misunderstood Rain's concern as being about her recovery from last night's activity, while in fact, Rain was just showing concern since Clea had just expended a lot of physical strength. All right then, let me know if you get tired. Rain nodded. With Clea's help, Rain forcefully upgraded Rictillo's guardian staff to LV8 before the banquet. During the banquet, Clea resumed her role as the hostess of the Earl Hab's mansion, speaking graciously and making everyone feel warmly welcomed. After the banquet, just as Rain was considering whether to continue to the training room, Bloodfeather from the sky unexpectedly conveyed that Anna had left the mansion alone. This caught him by surprise, leaving him no time to inform others, so he promptly followed. Soon, Rain followed Anna from a distance, entering a greened forest area within the Meister Noble's district. At this moment, a clear eagle's cry echoed from the sky. A massive eagle appeared in the sky, circling twice above Anna's head before diving down at high speed. This sight immediately tensed Rain's heart. However, he quickly noticed there wasn't a trace of nervousness on Anna's face, which made Rain recall something. Thus, he continued observing the scene from afar, remaining motionless. Sure enough, as the eagle landed with its huge wings flapping the next second, it transformed into a tall, graceful elven lady standing beside Anna. "Delana, Aunt, why did you come personally?" At that moment, Anna, like a child who had done something wrong, clutched the hem of her skirt tightly with her fair hands, her head lowered, speaking softly. "If I hadn't come, I fear you'd have gone to the Imperial City." The elven lady named Delana spoke in a chiding tone. Though there was a tinge of reproach, anyone could sense the indulgence in her words towards Anna. It was like a mother finding a child who had done wrong. Though she couldn't help but scold, her heart was filled with concern and care. "Did you secretly look at the secret letter in my drawer?" Anna's head hung even lower, almost tucking it into her chest. The reason I didn't tell you was that I worried you'd constantly be anxious about your mother's situation and couldn't resist going to find her. You simply have no idea about the Axon auction house's background and power." "I know." Hearing this, Anna lifted her head, her beautiful eyes gazing at Delana. You know about the Axon auction house's background." Now it was Delana's turn to be curious, a hint of surprise flashing across her gorgeous face. But she quickly shook her head. "No, you don't. You think what you see of the Axon auction house in this county town is all there is. The Axon Auction House is a vast organization stretching across the entire Dragon Empire, with branches or stations in any slightly larger city." Delano extended her similarly slender and fair hand, gently brushing the hair off Anna's forehead, speaking softly. In her eyes, Anna was still just a child. "Aunt, I know. Their headquarters is in Imperial City Tamriel. The inner workings of the auction house are complex, involving many shareholders, with even prominent local nobles having stakes in each branch." Anna's eyes sparkled brightly as she looked at her aunt with a hint of stubbornness. Delana's beautiful eyes widened in genuine surprise this time. It was as if she suddenly realized the child in her eyes had grown up. "You really know? That's not right. What you're saying isn't secret, but it's not information you can easily obtain." "Anna, who have you been in contact with lately?" "Don't tell me it's through that good friend of yours, Rain." "Because from what I know about the Dragon Empire's administrative system, a small-town deputy chief of security would surely not have access to such information." Delana emphasized the words "good friend" as she looked at Anna with a serious expression and spoke. "It's not like that, Aunt Delana. Rain is no longer a small-town deputy chief of security. He is now a viscount." At the mention of Rain's name, Anna's face involuntarily tinged with a slight blush, but she quickly realized something and hurriedly waved her small hands to correct her aunt's mistake. Viscount?" Delana paused at this, but immediately remained 100% skeptical. The elves' long lifespans and relatively well-preserved archives mean that most elves have a fair understanding of the human empire's structure. How is that possible? Half a year ago he wasn't even a baron. How could he become a viscount? Anna, you should be careful. Human males are very adept at using sweet words and flowery speech. Upon hearing this, Rain couldn't hold back any longer. Moreover, he also understood the reasoning behind the other party's visit this time. Although it was out of concern for Anna, it still wasn't a good reason to slander him, right? "Who's over there?" Delana immediately said cautiously, her beautiful eyes quite sharp. "Ah, Rain, you. I saw you running out in the middle of the night and was worried about your safety, so." Rain slowly emerged from the woodland with a smile. "You are Rain?" Delana's guarded gaze relaxed a little, but the confusion in her eyes increased a lot more. The Rain in her memory was clearly a thin and short boy, but now, standing in front of her was a tall and strong young man, clad in secret silver armor, looking unusually imposing. His eyes were particularly bright, like the brightest stars in the night sky. "Yes, Miss Delana, we met once before by the carriage." "Do you remember?" Rain stepped forward 2 paces and slightly bowed to Delana. Rain naturally respected this aunt who cared for Anna. Hearing Rain mention the details of their previous meeting, Delana couldn't help but nod, starting to believe that the person before her, who seemed to have changed bodies, was indeed Rain. You've changed a lot. I'm starting to believe what Anna said. Your strength is more than enough to be a viscount of the Empire." Delana sized up Rain repeatedly with her beautiful eyes and spoke. Rain naturally understood that she wasn't fancying him, but was evaluating his power. "Rain, are you truly willing to help Anna find her mother?" Delana pondered for a while, before looking seriously at Rain with her beautiful eyes and asked. Of course, without expecting any return, no need. According to your human sayings, expecting no return often means desiring more or even all of it. Delana shook her head and sighed. Rain was momentarily stunned. He hadn't expected Anna's Aunt Delana to suddenly bring up such a philosophical statement. Aunt Delana, Rain is a good person. Anna quietly said from the side. All right, Rain, how do you plan to help Anna? Go to the Imperial City together to search. Excuse my bluntness, but even with your considerable abilities, it would still be difficult to achieve your goals in the Imperial City. Miss Delana, actually, I am a shareholder of the Mingster Axon Auction House branch. I will first utilize the auction house's internal channels to search for the whereabouts of Anna's mother. Rain thought for a while and spoke truthfully. You're a shareholder of the Axon Auction House Mingster branch. This really surprised Delana. For a moment, Delana didn't know what to say. Indeed, if this was true, then Rain was the best person to find her departed sister. After a while, Delana, having absorbed this news, finally spoke. Rain, I'll go with you to Mingster to see if what you say is true. If it is, I can agree to let Anna stay and with your help search for Darren. By the way, Darren Yuling is my sister and also Anna's mother's name. Of course, actually, I plan to return to Mingster tomorrow, but Miss Delana, you might need to disguise yourself slightly. After all, the beauty of an elf attracts a lot of covetous eyes. That's best, rest assured I won't bring any trouble to you. Delana nodded. As soon as she finished speaking, Delana quickly cast a spell. Under the moonlight, a cluster of twinkling lights passed over her face, and her originally perfect visage began to transform slightly, becoming more rounded, while her complexion turned a bit duller. Moreover, her pointed ears seemed no different from a human's, although her noble aura remained prominently distinguished. In totality, Delana at this moment resembled a dignified and elegantly poised lady. As the group of three Rain, Anna, and Delana returned to the Earl Hab's mansion, as soon as they stepped into the hall, Neoro, Angus, Evelyn, and a few others, who were chatting leisurely, turned their heads to look over. Seeing their captain disappear without notice, and then unexpectedly return with a new, unfamiliar, dignified lady, the group couldn't help but exchange puzzled glances. This is my Aunt Delana, who will be returning with us to Mingster. Hello, Miss Delana. Neoro and the others hurriedly stood up, showing a hint of shock. Slightly bent in greeting towards Delana. Anna's aunt, is it already at the stage of discussing marriage? The bride's family is here, but how did the captain manage Clea, who has such a powerful presence? Hello. Delana nodded, however she could vaguely sense that they seemed to know her elf identity as their gazes was somewhat odd. This made Delana suspicious, wondering if she hadn't used the disguise spell for too long, causing her skills to decline and be noticed. That night, Anna and Delana shared a room, due to the members of Rain's team staying at the mansion. Naturally, Clea wouldn't sneak into Rain's room in the middle of the night. So at this moment, Rain was alone in his room. Women are indeed trouble, especially when there's more than one. However, Rain soon refocused, and as a routine, practiced the fire dragon breathing technique. Possibly because the breathing technique had reached level 18 after completing a set of movements, Rain felt a slight heat in his body. At this time, 2 system notifications quietly appeared. Congratulations, your constitution attribute has increased. Congratulations, your agility attribute has increased. If that's the case, just a slight increment and I'll meet the transition requirements for King of Thousand Blades with 50 points each in strength, agility, and constitution. All of a sudden, Rain, who was planning to rest early, suddenly became energized. Because currently, what he lacked to transition to the epic-level profession King of Thousand Blades was just the extraordinary battle technique, Rictilo's Guardian Staff. Let's settle it tonight. The thought of an epic-level profession made Rain unable to suppress the anticipation in his heart. Thinking it over, Rain got up and walked out of his room. Of course, to enhance efficiency, he briefly thought and then called Angus and Viri out of their dreams. Captain, is this really necessary? It's so late. Angus and Viri glanced at each other, mouths full of bitterness. Their captain was really pushing it. It's almost midnight, calling them up for practice at this hour. I just happened to have some insights. Rain smiled and said. 2 hours later, system notifications sounded. Your skill Rictilo's Guardian Staff has improved. Experience points plus 634. Congratulations. Your skill Rictilo's Guardian Staff has advanced to level 9. Alright, you can rest now, thanks for your hard work. Rain suppressed his excitement and thanked the 2 exhausted team members. As for himself, quickly added a skill point to the extraordinary battle technique Rictilo's Guardian Staff, with a surge of cultivation memory related to Rictilo's Guardian Staff flowing into Rain's mind. The system notification sounded again. Congratulations. You have comprehended the initial secret technique of Rictilo's Guardian Staff, Guardian Staff, Guardian Staff. Excellent, finally sorted out the last secret technique. Rain looked at the notifications, his heart brimming with excitement. At this point, he naturally didn't have the mind to check the Weapon Master, Legendary panel for the addition of the new icon, nor the description of this new secret technique Guardian Staff. Instead, he immediately began adding points. As Rain simultaneously increased his constitution and agility to 50, the long-awaited epic-level profession transition notification finally appeared. Ding! Detected host has triggered Weapon Master, Legendary, Special Advanced Transition King of Thousand Blades, Epic. Prerequisites for advancement to King of Thousand Blades Epic. 1. Weapon Master level 9 or above. 2. Mastery of 9 different secret techniques. 3. Physical second rank breakthrough limit over 90%. 4. Any breathing technique level 18 or above. 5. Strength 50 points or above, agility 50 points or above, constitution 50 points or above. Current conditions met. Yes/no to transition to King of Thousand Blades, Epic. Note: after transitioning to King of Thousand Blades, Epic, the Weapon Master Legendary Profession panel will be overwritten. Without any hesitation, Rain mentally affirmed yes. Initiating transition. Ding! Successful transition to King of Thousand Blades, Epic. Strength +8, agility +8, constitution +8, spirit +5. Ding! The host has the Epic Profession panel for the first time. Total number of profession panels plus 1 current profession panel limit is 6. Acquired King of Thousand Blades, Epic, Core Skill. Weakness Mastery active. Acquired King of Thousand Blades, Epic, Core Skill. Bloodthirsty Frenzy active. Awakened Bloodline. King of Trolls, Ding! The host possesses core skills Danger Perception and Dark Vision, which can be integrated into the King of Trolls bloodline, automatically starting fusion. Ding! Fusion successful. Ding! Detected host has Dragon Bloodline, Intermediate, which can be fused with the King of Trolls bloodline, due to only being able to retain one bloodline, automatically starting fusion. Ding! Fusion successful. Mutated Dragon Bloodline, Intermediate effect. Increases affinity with water and fire elements moderately, possesses Danger Perception, Dark Vision, Weapon Mastery, Extraordinary Understanding, Huge Strength, and Steel Body top-level talent effects. Battle Cry skill doubled and strengthened. After succeeding in transitioning, Rain seemed to have magma flowing throughout his body. A majestic power was about to burst forth. At this moment, his body was like a restless volcano. Rain clenched his fists. Feeling the powerful strength within, he could vaguely sense every subtle change in his body. As if every cell was shouting, the restraints engraved at the genetic level, or rather limitations at this moment, were being broken through one by one. After feeling this physical mutation for a while, Rain focused his attention on the system panel. Firstly, the previous Weapon Master, Legendary, panel had already disappeared, replaced by the King of Thousand Blades, Epic Profession panel. The entire panel flashed with an extremely noble and magnificent purple light, greatly different from the previous Weapon Master, Legendary, Blue. It seemed to be indicating the significant difference in combat power between the two professions. The system prompts were like a flood, making Rain almost overwhelmed. However, each item displayed needed to be carefully reviewed, so Rain looked at each one seriously. His besides the spirit only adding 5, all other attributes increased by 8 points. This should be the largest increase ever when transitioning, worthy of being an epic-level profession. Indeed, the panel limit increased by 1 again. Seeing this, Rain couldn't help but get excited. This also confirmed his previous guess that each time a transition reached a higher level, the number of profession panels would increase by 1. This means that once he chooses any new profession, he will quickly gain a large number of skill points and attribute points, naturally enhancing his strength again. 2 core skills, and they all seem to be extraordinary. Just as Rain was about to open the panel to check the descriptions of the new core skills, suddenly he froze. Wait, this is King of Trolls bloodline? It fused. Mutated Dragon bloodline. A series of dazzling prompts appeared before Rain's eyes. But after reading them carefully, Rain was overjoyed. It seems that some previous talents and core skills have been fused together to become the external manifestation of the mutated Dragon bloodline. Moreover, the level of the King of Trolls bloodline shouldn't be higher than the Dragon bloodline. A high-level bloodline will fuse with a mid to low-level bloodline, or is this the result of the system's special function? Rain pondered to himself. Immediately after, Rain found the descriptions of these 6 talents on the attribute page. Name: Rain Carlin. Professions: of Thousand Blades, Epic, LV1, 0/100, /Warhammer Wizard, Legendary, LV10, 322/20,000, Beast Priest, Legendary, LV5, 299/2000, Deadly Poison Master, Transcendent, LV6, 69/3000, Great Armor Forger. Transcendent, LV6, 418/3000. Constitution: 58 Strength, 66 Agility, 58 Spirit, 64 Will. Hidden Attribute: 12 remaining attribute points, 1 remaining skill points, 2. Below the attribute panel, there are dense lines of tiny text. Danger Perception, Passive. Danger Perception, Passive, derived from the natural ability in the Troll bloodline. After experiencing the brutal arena screening, your perception of danger is exceptionally sharp. Dark Vision, Passive. Dark Vision, Passive, derived from the natural ability in the Troll bloodline. Your vision in darkness is no different from nocturnal animals. Top-level Weapon Mastery, Passive. Top-level Weapon Mastery, Passive effect. After brutal arena screening, the King of Trolls has an extraordinary familiarity with all kinds of weapons. Using any weapon comes with Mastery Max effect. Top-level Extraordinary Understanding, Passive. Top-level Extraordinary Understanding, Passive effect. After brutal arena screening, the King of Trolls is skilled in all kinds of combat skills. Learning any extraordinary battle technique, speed is increased by an additional 200%. Top-level Steel Body, Passive. Top-level Steel Body, Passive effect. Your skin constantly interacts with surrounding metal elements, doubling skin defensive power. Talent: Top-level Huge Strength, Active. Top-level Huge Strength, Active effect. After use, strength can be increased up to 4-fold. Note: during the activation of Huge Strength, stamina consumption increases simultaneously. The intensity of the increase can be freely controlled. Hiss: such effects. Rain looked at the 6 derivative talents of the mutated dragon bloodline, which almost encompassed all previous talents. Even the core skills of the early Night Watchman were included. Indeed, as a weapon master, a combat profession originating from ancient giant trolls. How could trolls have survived in the danger-laden jungles of the ancient times and built a vast empire without danger perception and dark vision? Subsequently, Rain could not contain the excitement in his heart and began to examine the 2 core skills. It's worth noting that the core skills of the Warhammer Wizard, Legendary, before was said to be incredibly powerful. The descriptions of the 2 core skills were as follows. Core skill: Weakness Mastery, Active. Weakness Mastery, Active effect. When this skill is activated, your perception will become extraordinarily sensitive. At the same time, you will become more focused, making it easier to discover the weaknesses of enemies, thereby performing targeted attacks or defense. Note: activating Weakness Mastery will consume additional spiritual power. The stronger the enemy, the higher the consumption of spiritual power, but it will not exceed 30%. Core skill: Bloodthirsty Frenzy, Active. Bloodthirsty Frenzy, Active effect. When this skill is activated, you will become more focused and excited. Meanwhile, the large secretion of special bloodline hormones will significantly boost your reaction, strength, and attack speed, casting speed, etc. Note: the more severe your injuries, the more pronounced the effect of Bloodthirsty Frenzy. Note: activating Bloodthirsty Frenzy will significantly deplete energy. Additionally, the side effects of Bloodthirsty Frenzy are quite evident, making you increasingly bloodthirsty in battle. Therefore, while the enemy shivers in fear, please pay attention to controlling the level of brutality. After repeatedly reading the descriptions of the 2 core skills above, Rain fell into contemplation. I didn't expect that neither of the 2 core skills are direct attack skills. The first core skill, Weakness Mastery, is easy to understand, but I don't know how it performs in actual combat. It needs to be tested to know. As for the second core skill, Bloodthirsty Frenzy, it's a bit more complicated. First, there's the keyword attack speed, and the system specifically notes that it includes casting speed. This point is somewhat similar to Asimov, who was integrated with the bloodline of the Blood-Top Troll. The talent ability Frenzy they possessed had a similar effect. Rain couldn't help but recall quickly. But this one of mine should be far better, enhancing reaction strength. Attack speed comprehensively, not just chanting speed. Secondly, there's the more severe the injuries, the better the effect. I have a top-level steel body, so do I need to hurt myself to increase attack power before activating it? Rain was momentarily speechless. No, if the enemy is really weak, there's no need to activate this core skill at all. There's no need to use a sledgehammer to crack a nut. Rain crossed his arms, stroked his chin, and continued pondering. However, I'm still very curious about how good this so-called the more severe the injuries, the better the effect really is. Early the next morning, Rain and his group were ready to set off. Clea, along with the head maid Shadia and others, naturally came to see them off. However, Clea was visibly stunned upon seeing the newly appeared dignified lady, looked at Rain in surprise and asked, "Who is this?" "Oh, this is my aunt," Anna quickly said. Clea nodded, although having some doubts in her heart. She said nothing more and instead said to Rain and the others, "Rain, thank you for showing up on time. Wish you all a safe journey." Soon, Rain and his party arrived at the airship terminal located in Fishing Port Town. "Perhaps I should just wait for you in Mingster," Delana said to Rain, looking at the enormous Imperial airship and the crowd waiting at the terminal. "Miss Delana, do you think there are too many people?" Rain understood immediately and replied, a bit uncomfortable. Delana nodded. "Once on the airship it will be fine. I have a private cabin arranged for you and Anna to rest." This. Delana hesitated, but if there was a private cabin she could barely accept it. Otherwise, as an elf, she really wasn't used to squeezing with so many humans. "Auntie, why not join me?" Anna tugged at Delana, saying, "All right." After several hours of flight, the airship safely arrived in Mingster. Rain and his companions quickly exited the airship docking platform. At this moment, Rain faintly sensed a certain gaze, as if someone was watching him. This caused him to pause and look towards the southeast, while another person in the group also sensed a certain spying. It was Delana, who almost simultaneously looked southeast with Rain, seeing a figure with a bow flash past in the distance. A woman, an archer, Rain secretly thought. "Captain, what's wrong?" "Nothing, let's go." Rain shook his head and said. At the same time, near the city gate of Mingster, there was a commotion among those lined up to enter the city. There was a drum-like sound coming from the distance, and the ground even slightly shook. A knight wearing heavy armor was controlling a four-legged monster, resembling an oversized lizard, over 3 meters tall at the shoulder and 6 to 7 meters long, heading towards the city gate. As it approached the gate, the knight pulled the reins to halt. The knight was a big man with a prominent old cross-shaped scar on his face, known as the Earth Dragon Knight Hansel. This, sir, according to regulations, aggressive beasts are not allowed within Minster City. 7 or 8 city guard members, slightly nervous and holding weapons, looked at the colossal figure before them and said, No, my Krups is a mount, and it's very well behaved, don't you think so?" Several city guard members exchanged glances with each other. "Look, this is the Imperial City-issued mount permit." A knight entourage following behind Hansel quickly displayed a sheepskin scroll for the city guard to check. "Then there's no problem, sir, please proceed." After carefully checking, the city guard immediately permitted entry. Hansel controlled the giant earth dragon and slowly walked into Minster. "The dragon blood fruit from the native tribe seems to be quite effective, sir. Krups is in great shape." The entourage beside him said, "Yes, Krups's earth dragon bloodline concentration has increased significantly. I estimate it won't be long before it reaches the legendary level." Hansel smiled as he spoke. "By the way, contact the SAM group and confirm the mission." "As you command, sir." In a mansion in Minster's uptown, Sam was in the reception hall listening to reports from his subordinates. "Captain, Hansel and his team have arrived. Do we need to invite them over?" "No need, arrange accommodations for them. I'll go over personally later, let's not expose ourselves here." Sam waved his hand and said. At this moment, Garcia, the long-legged female archer, knocked on the door and entered, saying, "Captain Rain and his party appeared at Minster's airship docking point half an hour ago and are currently heading to his mansion in the Nobles district." "Oh, is that elf girl with them?" Sam's eyes lit up as he asked. Sam's focus naturally was the elf girl, not Rain. "She is, but it's likely not just one elf. There's also a beautiful lady traveling with them who is very close to the elf girl. Although she appears human on the surface, I have a strong feeling she's an elf." Garcia thought for a moment and shared her judgment. She remembered clearly that when she observed Rain's group from afar, 2 people quickly looked over in her direction. One was Rain and the other was this dignified lady. With such keen perception, how could she be an ordinary woman? "What, 2 elves. Sam's eyes widened and he immediately stood up. "Ha ha, boss, we're in for a fortune then." The burly, bald man rubbed his head and laughed heartily. "Hiring Hansel at double the price is worth it." Captain, I'm not very sure, it's just a feeling." Garcia wasn't as excited. After all, it was purely her subjective judgment. "This is simple. This is a witchcraft tool I made from green thorn seeds before. As long as there's a fluctuation of nature witchcraft nearby, even if it's very faint, within a 30-meter range, it will sense it." "Garcia, don't go again. Send someone clever to confirm it," Sam said while pulling out a small pea-sized light green seed and handed it to Garcia. "Okay, Captain." Garcia slightly bowed, turned, and left. 2 hours later, everyone in the reception hall was excited, because Garcia's suspicion was confirmed. At this moment, there were 2 elf females inside Rain Mansion. It was like a fuse, igniting the enthusiasm of everyone in the Sam group. 2 of them. If this task is completed, wouldn't the gains be doubled? "Other than Rain, is there anyone else troublesome on their side?" Sam asked, pacing back and forth in the reception hall. "Yes, a person named Viri, a great knight. Unlike the other members of Rain's team, he is basically a permanent resident at Rain Mansion. And the others have already left Rain Mansion," Garcia replied. "Oh, just an ordinary great knight? Then Viri is yours." Sam turned to the burly, bald man and said, "No problem, boss." The bald man rubbed his head and replied, "Garcia, you handle the elf girl. I'll deal with the older elf. As for Esteban, the 2 of you, create a bit of distraction nearby to lure away the patrol guards, and then focus on support and backup. Complete the operation as soon as possible, and retreat immediately along the predetermined route. Any questions, or do you think there's something we've missed?" Sam looked around at his team and asked, Captain, what if there's a problem with Hansel's side, or if Rain returns in less than 10 minutes after being lured away, what should we do?" Garcia thought for a moment and asked a tough question. Upon hearing Garcia's question, the group was first stunned, and then they quickly began to express their opinions. "Hansel wouldn't be so incompetent." "Yeah, Hansel can't lure away for 10 minutes. He should be able to handle at least 5, right?" The bald man rubbed his head and said, Actually normally 3 minutes should suffice for us, max 5 minutes. I told Hansel 10 minutes to allow some buffer for the entire operation." Sam smiled and said, "Ha ha ha, I knew it. Boss, you left quite a bit of buffer." The bald man laughed. "Yeah, they stayed more than double their time." "As expected of the leader." Another team member smiled. No problem on my end." Garcia pondered for a moment and nodded. Since their leader had already considered this issue, there was no need for her to say more. "All right, I'm going over to Hansel's place now." Seeing that his teammates had no objections, Sam stood up and said, half an hour later, "In Minster Trade Area at Hansel's temporary residence. So my task is just to randomly pick a female member and kidnap her?" Hansel asked. "That's right, they will definitely come after you. You don't need to fight him or anyone else, just lead them far enough away and you've completed the mission." Sam nodded. As he spoke, he handed Hansel 2 portraits. The portraits depicted the likenesses of Rain and Viri. However, when Hansel saw the youthful faces of Rain and the equally young Viri, he was taken aback, seemingly finding it hard to believe that the targets of this mission were so young. After all, how formidable could someone so young be? Could they be better than him? The requirements this time were unbelievably simple. "Sam, this is too easy. Are you sure you don't want me to kill them both? Ha ha ha." Hansel burst into laughter. "Sam, as long as the price is right, I can take these 2 guys out for you." "Don't complicate things, Hansel, follow the plan. This is good for both you and me." Sam's face turned solemn. At that moment, Sam was hesitant. He contemplated whether to tell Hansel about Asimov's Bloodtop mercenary corps being wiped out by Rain. But after a brief thought, he decided not to mention it. After all, if Hansel knew and raised the price again, it would just be trouble for him. Besides, he had made it clear. Just have Hansel lead them away, not engage with them. So, even if he didn't disclose all the information, he wasn't breaking any rules. "All right, Sam, you're always so dull." Hansel shook his head. "When do we act?" "Tonight, around 1 in the morning. Is that fine with you?" "Tonight sounds great, I like it. The timing is tight. It won't delay my earning the next paycheck." "Perfect. Sam, remember to call me next time for such jobs. I'll give you a discount." Hansel laughed heartily. The night was deep with few stars in the sky, near Rain's new estate in the noble district of Minster. Suddenly a burly figure swayed and slipped into Rain's new estate. It was Hansel, acting punctually as promised. "Just grab a female member then. The first room on the left will do." Hansel leisurely surveyed Rain's estate, immediately deciding on his target. At this moment, Rain, who was lying in bed, suddenly opened his eyes, and Delana, who was resting in the same room with Anna, also opened her eyes abruptly. Boom! Hansel burst into the first room on the left, grabbed Agatha, who was dressed in her nightwear and screaming in fear, and laughed triumphantly as he strode out. But as he stepped out of the room, he was suddenly stunned, because he found that in the courtyard there was now a man and a woman, both calmly gazing at him. Hansel was startled because there was an extra person. Rain's appearance was naturally within his expectations. But what was going on with the elegant woman beside him? She's quite dignified. Could it be that in the middle of the night the two were up to something in the room? No, that's not right. The woman's clothes didn't look rumpled, but Hansel quickly shook these messy thoughts out of his head. At this moment, two words flashed through his mind: extra pay. There was no reason the price for leading away one should be the same as leading away two. One more person surely means more money. That's got to be right. Meanwhile, Rain quickly assessed the burly man in front of him. The opponent had a cross-shaped scar on his face and was tall, muscular, and imposing. Judging by his aura, he was slightly stronger than Rock Team's Batista. However, compared to C-Tide Piercer Rolljets, he falls short. In other words, the opponent's strength was roughly between a peak knight and a titled knight. It's just that his intentions were not yet clear. Did he take Agatha the moment he entered? Is this due to a conflict with the Wiggins family where Agatha belongs? Or did he grab the wrong person? Rain always thought that if someone were to be kidnapped, the target should be Anna. Suddenly, the opponent swiftly moved to the left, carrying Agatha with him, seemingly unwilling to fight Rain. Rain immediately said to Delana, "Delana, could you please guard the mansion, especially Anna?" After speaking, Rain's figure at his original place gradually faded away. In Delana's astonished gaze, she found that before Rain finished speaking, he was already 20 meters away, rapidly pursuing the intruder. If it were 2 days ago, even if not disregarding Rain's words, Delana definitely wouldn't obey. But ever since arriving at Rain Mansion, Delana began believing 80% of what Rain said. Simultaneously, her appraisal of Rain's strength was also greatly elevated. Thus she softly didn't act, but instead turned slightly to nod at the similarly awakened Anna. When Hansel first looked back, seeing the two still in place, he felt relieved. He thought to himself this money was too freaking easy. But the next second, his expression drastically changed, because he felt a strong wind suddenly coming from behind him. Instinctively spinning around swiftly, he shielded the girl he carried with his right hand in front, and then raised his left arm, intending to use the arm shield to block the attack from behind. Yet Hansel only saw a shadow flash by, and felt a sudden pain and slack in his right hand, with the girl originally in his grip slipping away. Then he felt an overwhelming force hit his left arm shield. Boom! Hansel's entire body, like a heavy cannonball, traced a straight line, blasted through the garden of Rain Mansion to the outside. Bang! The incredibly sturdy marble courtyard wall was instantly shattered with a big hole. But he still didn't stop, flying across the street and heavily crashing into the wall of an opposite mansion, stopping only completely then. The hard white stone wall was already dented into a human-shaped hollow, with dense spider web cracks spreading outward. This scene was naturally witnessed by Sam Group ambushing outside Rain Mansion and Hansel's entourage. Just earlier, hearing a distinct metallic clash, they thought Hansel had succeeded, revealing expectant expressions ready to act anytime. But in the next second they saw Hansel's familiar towering figure, though he did emerge, but unexpectedly came out flying. About that speed, it was extremely fast, indeed meeting Earth Dragon Knight standards, but it didn't quite look like luring the enemy for a chase. Honestly speaking, it seemed more like being struck away by the enemy. Thus, for a while, including Sam, the crowd, initially poised to strike, now became a bit indecisive because Hansel's current state was perplexing. Especially Sam, pondering rapidly. Was Hansel intentionally feigning weakness, luring the opponent to chase? But hadn't he clearly instructed for him to quickly grab a lady and leave, and the opponent would naturally pursue? This guy stubbornly sparred with Rain. Is he nuts? Damn it. Yet soon Sam's pupils contracted, face tensed, because he saw a likewise familiar figure at this moment, calmly walking out from the breach, precisely Rain. After rescuing Agatha, Rain handed the shocked girl to Viri, arriving behind, and the guards startled by the loud noise. As for himself, he walked towards outside the mansion. The reason for not pursuing fast was that he was savoring the punch he had just thrown. Rain hadn't used the new core skill weakness mastery, nor bloodthirsty frenzy, merely cautiously employing the top-level huge strength, using the intermediate secret technique heavy punch combo, while saving Agatha, delivering a punch to the opponent. Unexpectedly, this power seems a bit overwhelming. Rain, observing at this instant the burly man embedded in the wall and his obviously twisted left arm, sighed inwardly. But quickly, Rain showed understanding. This is because the innate top-level weapon mastery has caused the usage of gauntlets to also receive a significant boost, reaching the level of gauntlet specialization max. Furthermore, at the time of job transfer, the increase of 8 points in strength and 8 points in agility cannot be considered insignificant. Also, under the influence of top-level huge strength, even though he didn't fully unleash it, from the effect, it was already comparable to the power he previously wielded with the top-secret technique, Annihilating Hammer. No wonder one punch turned a peak knight into this. Damn it! Hansel at this moment struggled to get up from the wall, his face twisted with rage. However, after glancing at his dislocated left arm, he couldn't help but feel a slight chill in his heart. Such strength. Even a quasi-legendary strongman couldn't dislocate his forearm with a single punch, could they? Are you kidding me? Could it be that this young man is actually a legendary? Hansel's eyelid twitched violently. At this moment, he seemed to finally understand. Why did that guy Sam keep emphasizing, telling him to leave immediately with the opponent's female companion? It's not that Sam was afraid he'd kill the opponent, but that he feared if he didn't leave immediately, he wouldn't be able to escape at all. Why did that cunning bastard Sam agree to his double price? The damned bastard certainly knew in advance how powerful the opponent was. Why did he agree? Because he was stupid. No, he was fooled by the damned Sam, but he hasn't lost yet. Krups! Hansel shouted loudly. At the same time, with a crack sound, he snapped his dislocated arm back into place. Boom! A giant lizard, 3 to 4 meters tall and 6 to 7 meters long, rushed out from a nearby building. This sight brought a slight surprise to Rain's eyes. It wasn't the size or the apparent power level of the monster that surprised him. It was the mix of some kind of dragon descendant's aura in the creature's breath. A dragon descendant creature. This is an unexpected delight. Rain's gaze towards Hansel softened considerably. What a good man. Ever since learning that his own dragon bloodline required the absorption of dragon essence blood or similar items to improve gradually, Rain had been considering where to begin this endeavor. Unexpectedly, one came to him so soon. As for the lurking gazes around him, Rain was of course aware. He even had a vague sense of the general power and number of the lurking enemies. But just in time, his leaving should cause these spying people to come out on their own. With Delana and Viri present, it shouldn't be a problem for him to return within a minute. Rain made his decision in an instant. Hansel then leaped onto the dragon descendant creature, gave a strange cry, and swiftly fled in the opposite direction from Rain. Seeing this scene, Sam couldn't help but fall silent. He was roaring in his heart. Hansel, you idiot, the plan was to take the woman hostage and then run, not to just run away directly. Without anyone in hand as a hostage, will anyone even chase after you now? But to everyone's surprise, including Sam's, Rain lightly tapped the ground with his toes, transforming into a silver streak of light, charging straight toward Hansel riding the earth dragon. This left the members of the Sam group looking at each other in confusion, utterly baffled. Because 99% of normal people faced with such a situation would naturally not chase a cornered foe and would first protect their own mansion. Yet Rain seemed to act a bit irrationally and gave chase. Chief, the person's been led away, but this seems a bit different from our plan. Should we still proceed? Garcia asked softly, watching the unfathomable scene with a complex expression. Sam's brain was working at high speed. Quickly, he showed a hint of ferocity and spoke swiftly. Of course, we proceed, just with some minor adjustments. Esteban, you and your partner get in there too and help Garcia quickly capture the elf girl. Diam, be ruthless and quickly deal with Viri. Then join me in capturing the other elf. Sam added, turning to the bald strongman beside him. All right. The bald strongman smiled grimly. He had long wanted to suggest that their chief delegate more authority. Damn it, the entire operation had been too cautious and unsatisfying. In Diam's view, if they paid a bit more, and had the Earth Dragon Knight Hansel execute a joint attack with them, they might have been able to take down this Rain directly. With one elf involved originally, maybe it wouldn't have been worth the loss, but now with 2 elves, sacrificing some men to achieve their goals seemed worth it. With a command from Sam, the members of the Sam group burst from the hidden areas around, rushing towards the Rain Mansion at high speed. Soon, they leaped into the Rain Mansion. Upon seeing multiple external enemies invading, while their attention swung to her and Anna, Delana's beautiful eyes narrowed, and she mused to herself, "So they are targeting Anna and me." When she disembarked from the airship during the day, Delana had sensed that someone seemed to be spying on her. Now it appeared that her instincts weren't wrong. Delana's attention immediately focused on the leading middle-aged man in a black robe as well, because from the fluctuations of witchcraft light from him, he seemed to be an expert with power possibly surpassing hers. Viri, standing beside her, also looked solemn. Faced directly in front of him was a bald, muscular stranger, skin slick and muscles knotted, with an aura even stronger than Angus. Incredibly, a peak knight. Though he'd been intensively training with his Captain Rain recently and made significant progress, at most he could only contend with a senior knight, still far from matching a peak knight. He had already launched the squad's signal flare. They only needed to hold on for 5 minutes, and the other squad members would arrive. "Take action," Sam said in a deep voice. Then he immediately began chanting and casting. Hansel's nickname was Earth Dragon Knight. The Earth Dragon beneath him was his greatest reliance. As a dragon-descendant creature, the Earth Dragon had much greater strength and speed than ordinary enraged beasts. Mounted on the Earth Dragon, Hansel finally felt at ease. Now he was complete. With the cooperation of the Earth Dragon, Hansel's offensive and defensive capabilities significantly improved. Moreover, the Earth Dragon's speed was extremely fast, and without a flying mount, even a legendary strongman's pursuit could be evaded. If it weren't for the overwhelming power displayed by Rain earlier, Hansel, who had just taken a loss, would have no choice but to turn around and give Rain a piece of his mind. However, Hansel's heart had just settled for no more than 2 seconds when he glanced back, and his eyes widened instantly. For he suddenly discovered that Rain, in pursuit behind him, was shockingly much faster than his Krups, and at this rate, he would be caught in less than 5 seconds. "Krups, Earth Dragon charge!" Hansel shouted. As he sharply snapped the reins, tiny beads of blood seeped through the gray skin of the Earth Dragon beneath him, and then its 4 limbs rapidly alternated in a sprint. Suddenly its speed surged, like a gray line shooting forward. And along the way, the Night Watchman's squad, noticing something wrong, were blown away by the whirlwind created by the Earth Dragon, and some unlucky ones were blown 4 or 5 meters into the air, crashing heavily to the ground and instantly losing their combat capability. Impressive," remarked Rain. Watching the Earth Dragon he was about to catch up with suddenly accelerate again, gradually widening the gap between them. Bear in mind, he was intermittently utilizing the top-secret technique Shadow Step during the pursuit. In that case, in an instant, a piece of hardened essence gold in Rain's hand transformed into a short spear. Suddenly, Rain stomped heavily, and the white stone-paved ground under his secret silver war boots caved in, scattering rubble. At the same time, seizing the momentum, he twisted his waist and swung with his arm muscles swelling more than double their size. Ho! With a low growl, the short spear in Rain's hand vanished instantly, and a black lightning shot straight from his fingertips towards the muscular man's back, dozens of meters away. No sound of tearing through the air, the short spear seemed to be able to traverse space. Ring-shaped white airwave had just appeared in front of Rain when Hansel on the Earth Dragon in the distance saw a massive hole blow open in his waist and abdomen. That's when a sharp whistling sound pierced through the surroundings. Evidently, the short spear's speed surpassed the speed of sound by far, causing this effect in power, breaking the sound barrier and striking the target. Yet, even after penetrating Hansel's waist and abdomen, the short spear didn't lose momentum. Crashing into the throat of the Earth Dragon aligned with its master Hansel. Boom! Nearly half of the hardened essence gold short spear embedded itself into the Earth Dragon's neck, creating another bloody hole. Ah! Roar! Hansel and his Earth Dragon screamed in agony, unable to maintain their galloping pace, and the Earth Dragon stumbled to a halt. Hansel, due to severe pain and critical injuries, could not sit steadily and toppled headfirst to the ground. The next second, Rain swiftly closed in from behind, his figure tracing a silver arc, instantly appearing at the Earth Dragon's left front. The hardened essence gold in his hand had already transformed into a dual-handed greatsword. Swoosh, an arc slash flickered across the Earth Dragon's neck. Sizzle, the fetid blood of the Earth Dragon gushed out like a small waterfall from the severed circular wound on its neck. Rain adjusted his position slightly and got drenched. At this moment, the system prompt sounded. Ding. Host detected being bathed in Earth dragon blood, discovered trace absorbable dragon gene segment, absorb, note. Upon absorbing this trace dragon gene segment, the host's dragon bloodline concentration limit slightly enhances. Indeed, my perception was correct. This Earth dragon is a dragon descendant, possessing dragon gene segments. But from the description, it seems similar to the legendary Earth snake grade, only in trace amounts, possibly not enough to upgrade my bloodline. But even the tiniest bit counts as meat, slowly accumulating shall suffice. Rain immediately chose yes. Just like last time, in an instant, Rain felt a warm sensation rise from the skin stained with Earth dragon blood. As if something seeped into his body, the entire process lasted for a very short time. PFFT. With another swing, Rain sliced open the Earth dragon's chest, reached inside with a single hand, and retrieved a still beating heart the size of a basketball. Can't waste it. Rain glanced at the attribute panel, and as he expected, there was no change in the effect of the dragon bloodline. Mutated dragon bloodline, intermediate effect, water and fire element affinity moderately increased, possessing top-level talents of danger perception, dark vision, weapon mastery, extraordinary understanding, huge strength, and steel body, with battle cry skills doubled in strength. What's this? But in the next second, Rain's eyes lit up, because he saw the system prompted another update. The prerequisites for advancing to Dragon Vein Wizard, Legend R. 1. The concentration of mutated dragon bloodline is dense or above. 2. I didn't expect that, as the bloodline concentration of the dragon increased, the conditions for advancing to Dragon Vein Wizard, Legend would become clearer. Moreover, the requirement stated is dense dragon bloodline concentration. Currently, it's intermediate for me. Is the next level dense, or is there another level in between? Rain couldn't help but ponder, but then he shook his head. It doesn't matter, right now I should hurry back to the estate. Just now I sensed many prying eyes, and I reckon they must have surfaced by now. Just as Rain was about to leave, suddenly, he noticed a burly man lying on the ground not far ahead, struggling to get up from a pool of blood, and staring at him with eyes full of anger and hatred. Right, can't let it go to waste. Rain muttered to himself. He watched as his dual-handed greatsword began to quickly transform into a warhammer, and in Hansel's terrified gaze, the warhammer precisely struck his forehead. Snap! With the sound of an iron rod hitting a watermelon, a transparent, grinning spirit image, trailing a long tail flame, circled around Rain several times before rushing into the warhammer. In the next second, as the ground beneath Rain's feet cracked like a spider web, a white airwave rapidly spread, and the Rain shadow at the original spot also began to gradually dissipate. Meanwhile, inside Rain's new estate, the battle had just started for less than half a minute, only to see a stretch of green vines like a wall, extending for dozens of meters, separating the two groups of people. The vines, shimmering with dense green witchcraft light, almost completely absorbed the attacks of the SAM group's members. However, as the caster, Delana was not in a relaxed state, with beads of sweat already visible on her forehead. She knew very well that her second-level witchcraft vine wall couldn't hold off the opponent for long, at most another minute before it failed. At this moment, Anna's gaze suddenly turned towards the doorstep of the estate, exclaiming, "Rain." Upon hearing Anna's exclamation, everyone present couldn't help but turn their eyes to the doorway, and for a moment were thunderstruck, stunned in place. They saw Rain suddenly appear at the doorstep of the estate, drenched in blood, but judging from his smooth movements, it was obvious the blood was not his. The answer was obvious. Damn, has it even been a minute? The bald, strong man, Diam, who was preparing to take on Viri, was at a loss seeing this. Hansel, damn that guy, promised to lure him away for 10 minutes. Another team member inhaled sharply. Yes, the leader was wise to leave nearly double the buffer, but how long has it been? Even with more buffer, it might not be enough for the current situation, Esteban murmured. Sam looked on with a grim face, his lips twitching. Earth Dragon Knight Hansel's strength was well known to him. Now that Rain appeared here, it indicated a high probability that Hansel was severely injured and fled. Now, a particularly difficult choice lay before him. To retreat or to attack. Retreat, if they don't assign people to cover the retreat, would be nearly impossible to withdraw at this moment, and judging by the strength that Rain has displayed, unless he leaves most of his team behind to cover the retreat, it would likely be ineffective. But now there's another problem. He's not willing. Right in front of him are two elf women. If he doesn't make a move now, there won't be another chance. After all, they're not fools. If both elves truly managed to escape back to Ferdinand Forest, his planning this time would be all for nothing. With most of the team dead or injured and greatly weakened, that would be a significant loss. No way. They can't retreat. At the very least, they need to capture one elf before retreating. Even though doing so might mean inevitable casualties for the team, he would not only be blameless in front of Duke Drum but also be credited. Esteban, you two go for a pincer attack with nets. Garcia, use your strong bow to intercept. Having made up his mind, Sam quickly deployed the orders. Diam, don't worry about your side. Target that elf girl, quick. As soon as Sam finished speaking, the members of the Sam group sprang into action immediately. There's no denying that the official members of the Sam group are exceedingly well trained with very strong execution. Of course, it's important to note that team combat is vastly different from solo fighting. At the moment, the members of the Sam group still believe that through teamwork, their team can still measure up to Rain, and if nothing else, a safe retreat shouldn't be too big of an issue. Esteban and another person quickly pulled out two nets and threw them towards Rain. The nets spread open in mid-air, covering a range of 5 to 6 meters in diameter like dark clouds. The two naturally understood that, although the nets are crafted from special materials, they still wouldn't pose much trouble for a master like Rain. But their aim was clear, to momentarily stall Rain, allowing Garcia to seize the opportunity when Rain dodged or blocked to launch an attack. They have practiced this cooperation many times in actual combat as team members and are quite confident about it. Of course, their ultimate goal is to assist their captain in successfully abducting one elf, thus achieving their expected target. By this time, Garcia had already aimed her massive bow at Rain, and with a whoosh, a feathered arrow streaked with a dark light shot straight at Rain. In an instant, the attacks from all three directions converged on Rain. And at that moment, all three were closely watching Rain's figure, seeing the feathered arrow already nearing Rain. Yet he still hadn't dodged. Joyful expressions appeared on their faces. Judging by their expressions, it seemed they wanted to say Rain, after all, is still young, very strong but lacking in experience. It's worth noting that Garcia's feathered arrow is poisoned. If it so much as scratches the skin, the poison will seep in, causing gradual paralysis, not enough to completely immobilize, but certainly reducing strength significantly. By then, the battle situation might be reversed at any moment. Sizzle. But to their astonishment, the arrow actually passed through Rain and embedded itself deep in the ground, the tail feather still vibrating incessantly. No, it was an afterimage. Rain's real body was no longer in the original spot. The three were simultaneously taken aback. Boom! Esteban suddenly let out a muffled groan, his entire body unexpectedly lifted half a meter off the ground, curled by some immense force, his eyes protruding and mouth agape, tongue lolling out. At that moment, a figure appeared in front of Esteban, posing as if punching Esteban in the abdomen. The person turned out to be Rain. After leveling up to the epic-level profession King of 1,000 Blades, his power surged. On this foundation, he activated the top-secret technique Shadow Step, with movement speed now almost beyond what an ordinary Great Knight's naked eye can track. Only Garcia, as an archer, could barely track Rain's figure. But tracking was one thing. Before she could even warn, Esteban met his misfortune. At once, she drew another arrow, notched it on her bow, repeatedly aiming but couldn't bring herself to shoot. The next second, another Sam Group official member who threw the capturing net suddenly was sent flying backward with a loud boom, crashing heavily into the villa's ashlar wall, with cobweb-like cracks rapidly spreading in concentric circles from his body. Meanwhile, his entire body was embedded into the wall. Garcia glanced quickly and knew he was beyond saving. For the fellow's pupils were already starting to glaze, dilate, and mouth, inadvertently overflowing with copious blood. Clearly, Rain's punch just now shattered all of his internal organs. 2 seconds, 2 great knights down. Witnessing this scene made Garcia's entire body shiver. Her heart felt as if it plummeted into an eternal icy abyss. Originally, she hoped to interfere with her arrows, through the tight coordination of the three, to at least slow Rain down, possibly to confine him in a specialized net for some time. But the brutal reality in front of her told her that teamwork could resist strong enemies is true, but this time, they nearly couldn't even track the enemy's traces, in which case, whatever follow-up cooperation or siege, all of it was utterly illusory. completely unattainable. Swish! Rain's figure disappeared from everyone's sight once more, and this time, cold sweat poured down Garcia's forehead. She knew that this time it was her turn. Retreat! Sam had just witnessed this scene and knew he had made a grave mistake, and immediately shouted. At the same time, he suddenly redirected the 3 connected fireballs in his hand, turning from targeting the vine wall to directly blasting towards Garcia's location. Rain was planning to eliminate the female archer of the opponent, but to his surprise, Sam directed the connected fireballs straight towards his own archer's position, which slightly surprised Rain. Because this meant that if Rain insisted on attacking the female archer, he would be caught in the blast of the connected fireballs. In other words, the opponent was risking injuring his own subordinate to force him to abandon the attack. But Rain had just completed his promotion. He really wanted to get injured a bit to test the power of the epic-level profession course skill, Bloodthirsty Frenzy. So, amidst the shocked gazes of the crowd, Rain astonishingly made no attempt to dodge and punched directly towards Garcia's forehead with a smack. The next moment, boom boom boom, there were 3 consecutive explosions at Garcia's original position, and 3 small mushroom clouds rose successively, precisely the connected fireballs just released by Sam. The power was extremely astonishing. After the dust slightly cleared, a figure could be seen vaguely. With the originally bright secret silver armor now tattered and scorched red by the high temperature, and Garcia was lying on the ground, motionless. It turned out that Rain did not dodge at all, nor did he use witchcraft metal barrier, choosing instead to simply withstand Sam's released connected fireballs. Pretty powerful, Rain murmured. At this moment, his entire skin was almost red, like a roasted lobster, having forgotten for a moment about metal conducting heat. So, although he had no wounds on his body, the high temperature was quite uncomfortable for him. This counts as being injured, right? Rain glanced down at his intact but slightly scorched skin, murmuring to himself. Thus, Rain activated Bloodthirsty Frenzy for the first time, the core skill of the epic-level profession King of Thousand Blades. Instantly, Rain felt his heartbeat suddenly accelerate, a surge of blood pumping out vigorously, his eyes slightly bloodshot with tiny veins spreading across the whites. He only felt a power in his heart like a volcano about to erupt, and the recent battle seemed completely unsatisfying. Rain was testing. But the others didn't know. This scene instantly chilled Sam to the bone, because he could feel that Rain did not employ any witchcraft or use any witchcraft tools, and just took his connected fireballs head-on. This is a second-level fire element attack witchcraft, and he didn't even bother to dodge. How much confidence must he have in his defense to do this? Meanwhile, Diam, who was entangled with Viri, also lost all confidence at this moment. As an elder of the Sam group, he had faced a variety of foes with his leader. But this was the first time he saw someone who could withstand the direct hit from his leader's second-level witchcraft, and didn't even bother to raise a hand to block. Where did this monster come from? No wonder the Bloodtop mercenary corps was annihilated. In an instant, Diam shifted from initially overwhelming Viri to a state of daze, and was subsequently hit twice by Viri. However, Diam took this chance to quickly leverage and retreat. But the next second, he felt a binding force from below. Looking down, he noticed that his feet were tightly entangled by 2 thick vines emitting a faint green glow at some point. Just as Diam was cursing and struggling to break free from the vines, he suddenly heard his leader Sam's exclamation. "Diam, get out of the way." Diam immediately sensed something was wrong, and suddenly, he felt a gust of wind from behind. In an instant, a sense of danger arose in his heart. He tried his best to sidestep and roll, but it was too late. Bang! Diam's chest suddenly swelled with a bulge, and at the same time behind him there appeared a figure in a punching pose, precisely Rain. Just a moment ago, Rain saw Delana entangle the burly man nearby and seized the opportunity, swiftly moving in. As the opponent exerted force to break free, Rain delivered a heavy punch directly to his back, catching him off guard. Diam's eyes widened, his mouth agape, as he instantly spat out a mouthful of blood before stumbling and collapsing to his knees. The punch may not have seemed to inflict severe visible damage, but it had shattered Diam's scapula, heart, and ribs. Meanwhile, Sam's face turned deathly pale. He quickly began chanting and backing away. The next second, 2 clusters of flames suddenly appeared around his legs, but instead of attacking, he turned and bolted swiftly towards the estate's exit. The flames around his legs seemed to provide some kind of pulsating burst. Each step he took resulted in a slight explosion beneath his feet, sparks flying as he propelled himself forward at high speed. In Rain's previous life, Sam at this moment would absolutely be a socialite, speeding along with sparks and lightning. With this, Sam's feet alternated in bursts, and his whole speed was instantly accelerated to a very high level. And the nearly 3-meter-high wall of the mansion, with a slight boost from the flame pulse at Sam's feet, he easily leaped over it. But just at that moment in midair, swoosh, a beam of black light flashed like lightning towards Sam's back. Boom! The moment they collided, a ring of flame suddenly erupted from Sam's body, but the black light didn't retreat. It continued on its forward mission. PFFFT. Sam fell from midair like a swan hit by an arrow. Just now it was Rain who, after activating Bloodthirsty Frenzy, forcefully threw his spear. A spear that killed a second-level liquidized wizard. At this moment, everyone present was staring in astonishment at this scene. Viri looked at Sam's twitching corpse on the ground, then at his own Captain Rain, completely numb. The strength of his own captain. Why does it feel like it's gotten stronger again? Meanwhile, the previously dignified look on Delana's face now also showed a bewildered expression. She had only one thought in her mind. A second-level liquidization wizard who was evenly matched with her, even a bit stronger, got killed by one spear. Wouldn't it be the same with her, just one spear? Anna's beautiful eyes widened, her small mouth slightly open, sharing the same shocked expression. Though she wasn't the main force in the fight, she was helping her Aunt Delana against the enemy, so she knew very well how troublesome the enemy was. But such a strong enemy was actually killed by Rain with one spear, as easily as casually killing a wild rabbit in the woods. This is too exaggerated, right? At this time, Rain slowly withdrew his right hand, gradually returning to a normal standing posture from the throwing stance. He also used this process to calm down the agitation and bloodthirst of Bloodthirsty Frenzy. When Rain turned to walk towards Anna, the guards in the mansion swished and cleared a path, giving Rain a wide berth. At the same time, each guard looked at Rain with a gaze almost of worship and fanaticism, and Rain walked to Anna's side, comforting her. Anna, those who were stalking you should be this group, now all resolved, you can be at ease. Hearing Rain's words, Viri realized that the people attacking at night were the same ones who were tailing Anna, supposedly members of the Sam group. At this point, Delana also walked over gracefully, nodded to Rain and said, "Rain, your strength is beyond my expectations. Much stronger, seems like I don't need to stay in Minster anymore. I think you can take better care of Anna's safety than I can." "Lady Delana, thank you for your praise. Protecting Anna is my duty." Rain smiled and bowed slightly. "By the way, Rain, the creature you just killed seemed to be an earth dragon." "Earth dragon?" Rain nodded, having heard it was a type of dragon descendant creature. "Yes, it's a relatively rare dragon descendant, and the one just now should still be in its growth phase, not fully mature, otherwise it would be even more troublesome to deal with," Delana explained. Rain nodded. In truth, he was hoping it would be a mature earth dragon, potentially allowing him to absorb more dragon gene segments. Additionally, confirming that the mount was an earth dragon would make it easier to trace their origins. After all, having such a unique mount would mean they couldn't be an unknown figure even across the Empire. Initially, he suspected the Earth Dragon Knight might be someone from the Sam group, but from the battle just now, it seemed they weren't, more like they were brought by the Sam group for assistance. "By the way, Rain, the things you said before, I believe they should all be true. I think there's no need to go to the Minster auction house tomorrow," Delana said. Before Rain could say anything, Delana turned to Anna and said, "Anna, I need to quickly return to Ferdinand Forest. Just this afternoon, I received a transmission from home. I trust Rain with your safety, however, you must still take care of yourself. I'll come to see you after some time." "Aunt Delana, are you leaving now?" Anna couldn't help but hold Delana's hand, her face showing surprise and reluctance. "Yes." "Lady Delana, you." Just as Rain was about to persuade her to stay, Delana waved her hand to stop him and said, "Rain, as a thank you for protecting Anna, I have something for you that I think you'll need." Delana took a colorful feather, about the size of a palm, from her waist bag and handed it to Rain. Rain looked surprised and reached out to take it, not refusing, because the feather exuded a mystical witchcraft light. He could feel some kind of unknown energy contained within it. "This is a feather from the dead thunderhead horned eagle beast, part of its essential body, and it can significantly accelerate your pet beast's maturation." Delana looked at the sky, watching Rain as she spoke. Rain's face immediately brightened with joy. Accelerate the growth of the blood feather. Wouldn't that mean I could soon soar freely through the sky, like a griffin knight or dragon knight? Thank you, Lady Delana, this item is very useful to me. Rain expressed his gratitude. Well, then I'm off. Delana patted Anna's hand and then headed into the garden woodland beside them, quickly disappearing into the forest. Soon after, with a loud cry of an eagle, Rain and Anna looked up to the sky, knowing that Delana had truly departed. At this moment, the sound of commotion came from outside the mansion. Rain looked up to see Neoro and Angus both arriving, with Angus carrying 2 people in his hands. They seemed to be from the Sam group, or attendants of the Earth Dragon Knight. And after a while, the noble district guards, night watchman forces, and city guard all arrived. Rain simultaneously comforted his mother Emma, Jennifer, and the unintended disaster victim Agatha, while briefly explaining to the noble district sheriff what had transpired that night. Soon, the sword-bearer's branch sent people over to take over the scene. Only then did Rain find the time to return to his room to rest. The next morning, Rain's study. Knock, 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 come in. Task Hall Assistant Olna entered with a smile, saying, Lord Rain, I didn't expect you to return to Minster so soon. Yesterday morning, I received your report on the blood-cursed Naga Cave and the secret snake sect missions, and immediately forwarded it to Admiral Edward. You should have seen Admiral Edward's shocked expression at the time. At this point, Olna covered her mouth and laughed softly. Clearly, as Rain's liaison officer, Olna was proud of Rain's outstanding achievements. An ancient blood-cursed Naga high priest, plus a legendary strongman of the secret snake sect, and a legendary earth snake. All of these add up to 3 legendary strongmen, yet you managed to deal with all of them. You are truly amazing. It's just that, sigh. The competent young woman Olna couldn't help but sigh. Lady Olna, what's the matter? Rain was quite puzzled by Olna's sudden sigh of lament. Could it be that completing missions efficiently is actually a bad thing? I'm afraid your situation, even Admiral Edward can't cover it up for long. Sooner or later, you'll be transferred to the Imperial headquarters, and just thinking about that makes me. Rain couldn't help but smile. That was the reason. Lady Olna, I think I won't be leaving Minster for the Imperial City in the short term. If the headquarters wants to transfer me, they would likely first seek my opinion. I'll also try to delay it as much as possible, Rain said with a smile. Rain himself planned to settle down for a while, especially with the advanced meditation method acquired from Megaro and the puppetry technique, all of which require some time to learn. Furthermore, after being promoted to the epic-level profession King of Thousand Blades, Rain also needed time to ponder, summarize, and improve. Only by doing so could he fully unleash the potential of this epic-level profession. In last night's battle, he used a core skill Bloodthirsty Frenzy, but it was an incomplete version, as his injuries at the time were minor, and there was no chance to use the other core skill Weakness Control at all. Great Lord Rain, as long as you are in the branch, I'll ensure to provide my best services to you. Olna nodded heavily, smiling. By the way, the last time you mentioned, was there any confirmation about the sealing gate supposedly found near the Dragon Tooth Pass? Not yet. Only 3 days have passed, and the team should have just arrived there. It will take at least 2 to 3 more days before any definite news comes in. Olna shook her head and replied. All right, notify me the first moment you receive any news. Rain nodded. Indeed, given the distance and the adverse environment and exploration involved, it requires more time. Yes, Lord Rain. So no tasks are coming up in the next few days? Yes, Lord Rain. However, in 3 days, a large delegation from the Eagle Federation will be passing through Minster. Admiral Edward hopes you could attend the welcoming banquet. The Eagle Federation. Rain raised his eyebrows, slightly surprised. Although he had encountered the Eagle Federation twice, those were battles against the Leviathan team from the Eagle Federation. Additionally, if it could be counted, there was also Iron Man from the Bloodtop Mercenary Corps, who was reportedly from the Eagle Federation. Currently, Rain's trophy cabinet still held remnants of Iron Man's metallic arm, crafted by a top master in puppetry technique from the Eagle Federation. Yes, Lord Rain. How are they coming? With the current intense battle with the Sea Clan, it might be difficult for them to safely reach the waters near Minster, right? Lord Rain, the Eagle Federation delegation isn't traveling by ship, but via a giant airship. You might not know, but the Federation's airship technology is more advanced than ours, Olna explained. I see, Lady Olna. Please let Admiral Edward know that I will attend. Rain nodded. He was quite curious about the Eagle Federation. Meanwhile, Above the coast of the Eagle Federation, a massive, elliptical airship was slowly heading towards the vast azure sea. At the bow of the airship, a middle-aged man in a Federation officer's uniform respectfully addressed a middle-aged, noble-dressed woman beside him. "Lady Trina, why aren't we flying directly to the Dragon Empire's imperial city Tamriel, but instead heading to their Minster province first? Since we're going, we should naturally understand the current situation of the Dragon Empire," the woman named Trina replied. "I heard that over in Minster, some Sea Clan members, incited by the Sea God sect, are in conflict with the Dragon Empire. We might as well observe." Unlike the giant beasts frequently appearing across our Federation. "I heard that some time ago the Dragon Empire was in turmoil and numerous cults emerged." "That's true. Considering the Dragon Empire's corrupt and outdated administrative system, cults are hard to eradicate and, quite frankly, they serve as a perfect breeding ground." "Yes, indeed, Lady Trina. Therefore, humanity's hope lies with the thriving Federation, rather than the Empire, which is gradually decaying." However, the Dragon Empire still retains a significant amount of ancient trump cards, their strength not to be underestimated, like the Dragon Knights. The entire training system of the Dragon Knights is considered a top secret by the Dragon Empire, and in dealing with the awakened giant beasts, it must be said that Dragon Knights hold a greater advantage than the gigantic war magic statues developed by our empire. Upon hearing this, the middle-aged officer thought for a moment and couldn't help but nod, saying, "Indeed, hopefully, your visit this time will help the Empire understand that only by cooperation can we better respond to this calamity." The last word the middle-aged officer clearly deliberated before saying it. For him, and even for the Federation, the current situation was completely unforeseen, hence using the word calamity to describe it. Hopefully, everything goes smoothly. In Rain's study, Olna and Rain's conversation continued. "By the way, Lord Olna, do you know the purpose of the Federation's diplomatic visit to the Empire this time?" Rain suddenly thought of a question and asked. I'm not quite sure yet. You know, diplomatic affairs are handled by the Empire's External Liaison Department, but if you're particularly concerned, I can have someone inquire about it." Olna expressed apologetically. It's nothing, I'm just asking casually. How are things in the other county towns recently?" Rain shook his head, saying. Regarding the Federation's purpose, Rain wasn't very concerned, he was just asking casually. Currently, the situation across the Minster province is relatively stable. The few incidents most likely to burst into crisis, you've resolved 2 of them by yourself. The capable young woman gazed at Rain with her beautiful eyes, covered her mouth, and laughed softly, saying, "Oh." Rain was indeed surprised that he had merely completed 2 routine tasks within his jurisdictions, which turned out to be the most crisis-prone. In hindsight, whether it was the ancient blood-curse Naga or the secret snake sect, both dispatched legendary strongmen this time. Ordinary sword-bearers' branches at the provincial level could hardly handle them. And if the tasks were to fail, a significant portion of the area's situation would likely deteriorate rapidly. Yes, Lord Rain. However, the situation in the surrounding provinces isn't very good. For instance, in Wazi province, an ancient cult, the Plague Sect, which should have been long gone, has made a sudden resurgence, and it's escalating rapidly. And over in Nome province, aside from the increased secret snake sect activities, the Limb attachment cult has also acted repeatedly, causing numerous tragedies. Admiral Edward even received a request for help from the Sword Bearers branch over there. Why didn't they request support from headquarters? Hearing this news, Rain couldn't help but be puzzled. He looked up at Olna and asked. The manpower at headquarters is also stretched thin at the moment. Because most of the Imperial Guardians have been redeployed to defend the Imperial City, the responsibility of battling high-end cult forces in various provinces falls on the local sword-bearers branches and governors. At this point, Olna couldn't help but sigh. Alas, most provinces are under immense pressure right now. Fortunately, our branch has Lord Rain, and Admiral Edward is still very wise. Overall, the hope lies in the Emperor's recovery soon. In that case, the Imperial Guardians can be fully mobilized. The situation will reverse swiftly. I see. Rain nodded. However, for Olna's last sentence, Rain held a negative view. It's not that he didn't wish for the Empire Emperor to recover, but from his perspective, what he could rely on and hope for was his own strength. Outside of this, nothing else was entirely secure. Speaking of Nome province, Rain suddenly remembered the 3 companions he once fought alongside. Langiller, Alex, and Flay. He wondered how they were doing now. Actually, we are in the Eastern Empire here. The situation is relatively better. In the Northern Empire, particularly the provinces near the Frostwind Prairie, the cult activities are even more rampant. I've heard that several county towns have already fallen. Seeing Rain was quite concerned with the overall situation of the Empire, Olna shared another piece of news. Frostwind Prairie, the situation there is that dire. Rain's gaze suddenly turned sharp and he reconfirmed. Olna's whole body stiffened, seemingly captivated by Rain's aura, and quickly nodded, saying, "Yes, the information is from official Empire channels. There's no issue with its accuracy." However, she was also a bit curious about why Lord Rain seemed particularly concerned about the news from the Frostwind Prairie. Upon getting further confirmation, Rain fell into thought. Upon hearing Frostwind Prairie, a very vivid image of a hot-blooded girl with a large shield came to mind. Lagare. It had been so long, and the other side hadn't sent any letters. All along, Rain thought this was because Lagare, after returning to the barbarian tribe, wanted to return to her original life there.